Chapter 151. The exam is approaching. Easter break was over, but for the 5th and 7th year students, it only meant that the wizard grading exams were looming a few points closer. Professor McGonagall also found the opportunity to hold a meeting for professors to remind professors of various subjects to prepare for the exams. Pay particular attention to the mindset of the young wizards. Every time before the exam, some students suddenly have emotional breakdowns and do all kinds of crazy things. In addition, this is also a time when there is a significant increase in the circulation of various poor-quality potions, amulets, and cheating props. As teachers, we must be on guard. Felix compared what he saw. He is not quite sure whether the acne that increased dramatically on Miss Clammy-Vera's face were a seasonal change or, as Professor McGonagall said, a pre-test psychological problem. The regular exam is scheduled for June 1st. It's earlier than the wizard grading exams, but that doesn't mean we can take it lightly. While walking out of the faculty staff common room, the two new professors came together to share their experiences. I didn't know that professors had to prepare for so many things. I was so overwhelmed by all the exams when I was in school. Belby said with a tone of wonder. I'm just learning about it now, too, Damocles. How is your topic on Forbidden Forest creatures going? Everything is going well. Belby said spiritedly. I'd love to show you the look of surprise on their faces. I think at least for a few years my class will be remembered by the students. Maybe I'll even be getting greeting cards from the little wizards for years from now on. Felix smiled and congratulated him, and Belby told him again, mysteriously, and indeed, as you say, Felix, Hogwarts has such a rich collection of books that I didn't realize it at all when I was at school. All 5 years of classes Felix teaching have varying degrees of pre-test complex, but the 5th and 7th years are the most obvious, which has nothing to do with their performance, but is the result of an accumulation of various stresses. 5th year Warren Pardes submitted a blank paper on one test, claiming his mind went blank and suspecting an obliviate had been cast on him, but to Felix's skilled eye, he's in perfect shape. Mr. Pardes, Felix said, the last professor of the Defense Against the Dark Arts class got imprisoned in Azkaban for the misuse of memory charm, so you still stand by that claim. Pardes quickly made an excuse and left. One student claimed that he had been cursed by a dark magic item and his brain had regressed to a year ago, asking the professors to take care of his special situation, and he ended up being detained by Professor McGonagall for 3 days. The 6th years were so solid-minded that they often smiled as they watched the other years stride past, enjoying their breakfasts unhurriedly and with much more grace and ease, even in their posture. In his latest class, Felix criticized this approach. I'm not going to stop you from sharing your experiences in practical classes. In a way, it's your reward for finishing your studies early. But chasing after 7th year students to show off can easily have unforeseen consequences, and I'm talking about you, Miss Rye. Amidst a roar of laughter, Emily Rye said accusingly, Professor Hap, I'm not chasing and showing off. She's my cousin who kept teasing me about being unkempt and acting like a pug during the Owls last year. The laughter got louder. Felix is amused as well. Well, let's move on to a new lesson. You've finished the graveyard side and the dark lair part. Actually, it's the little skeletons and the black crows, someone offstage muttered. Felix continued, and also discovered a great deal of Easter egg content that I had hidden away, so now, let's review it, the various types of puzzles you encountered. At the end of the 4th year's Ancient Runes class, the Weasley twins pulled out palm-sized square pieces of wood and showed them to him. Professor, at the moment we can only achieve one-to-one conversation, however, it has achieved the desired effect. The twins each held a square piece of wood and showed him. We call it the couple's mirror. Of course, it is a temporary name, in order to facilitate pre-publicity. We made reference to the shape of the two-way mirror, and the material is the chestnut wood you suggested. The two pointed on it, like this. If you want to transmit a message, you need to inject a trace of magic, and the other side will become hot, using the principle of fever coin. It's coated with a layer of powdered silver, and with synchronization enchantment and transfiguration, which can morph into different words. Fred used his wand to rub on it, and George pretended to be studying seriously. Oh, here's a new message. He pulled the couple's mirror out of his pocket, almost got burned, but he still pretended to say, let me see who's interrupting my revision. So it's Fred. He injected a hint of magic toward the chestnut wood piece, and a layer of silver coating on it surfaced with black writing, Percy's dating in the abandoned classroom on the 2nd floor. George looked up at Fred in surprise. Is that true? Why didn't I know? Fred said with a grin, I bumped into it when I was going to the lavatory. After the demonstration was completed, the two took the couple's mirror to Felix and waited apprehensively for his evaluation. Felix played with it carefully for a moment. Very nice, I hadn't considered the idea of powdered silver coating. He looked up, I need to take it back and study it and give you guys an answer in a day or two. Of course, Professor Hap. The twins looked at each other with a somewhat hesitant expression, and Felix waited quietly. As you know, Professor, we intend to open a joke shop in the near future. Felix nodded. George and I discussed that you would own 50% of the profit of the joke shop. Fred, Felix interrupted, there is no need to consider my part, I just offered some advice. Professor Happ, George and I are well aware that you have helped us far beyond the responsibilities of a professor as such, not just with the couple's mirror, but with our other impractical ideas that no one has ever encouraged us, even Mom and Dad. George and I are deeply grateful. Fred took a deep breath and said very seriously, this is all we could produce now. George also nodded in seriousness to match. Felix's gaze shifted over them, and after almost a minute, he said non-committally, I'm looking forward to your product changing the wizarding world in the future. It definitely will. The twins said in unison. With all the hustle and bustle, the time moved to the first weekend after the Easter break. Quidditch arrived. 152, Chapter 152 Quidditch. It is 10 a.m. and the Quidditch pitch is buzzing with people. Felix walked into the bustling stadium and stepped into the nearest spectator's elevated platform when the field suddenly erupted into an earth-shattering cheer as a blurry shadow in a bright red robe threw a quaffle into the goal. Commentator Lee Jordan said, beautiful goal. Gryffindor moved back into the game and the score is now with Slytherin ahead for the moment, 60-30, and it is their awesome broomstick that is making all the difference. I have to give credit to Wood, if it wasn't for him, the score would have been even more lopsided for Gryffindor. Felix's gaze kept sweeping over the other raised platforms, and soon saw a middle-aged man with platinum blonde hair, Lucius Malfoy, in the green-painted Slytherin seat. Next to him stood a cowering house elf. Lucius' eyes were firmly locked on his own son, Draco Malfoy, who, at the moment, tangled with Harry and, with his superior speed, flaunted a sharp mid-air stop and said back, you're a little slow on the uptake, Scarhead. Harry held his breath as he mentally ignored Draco, his eyes constantly roaming, whether it was Easter break or the last week, whenever there was a bit of time, Wood would shout at them to practice frantically. We're at the pinnacle of history. Wood said before the game, encouraging the players. Harry agreed, and this is the closest they'd come to a championship, as he rose higher and higher, turning, spinning, circling, hovering, and traveling east and west in a zigzag pattern. Draco is close behind him, but he did not have time to provoke Harry. The fierce chase lasted 2 or 3 minutes, and by the end, even Harry got a little dizzy, so he had to stop. Soon, Slytherin scored one more goal. Harry could not help but be a little anxious. According to the 3 tactics developed by Wood before the game, the most ideal situation, he could catch the golden snitch as soon as possible, not giving Slytherin the opportunity to expand the score. And Slytherin's strategy is the opposite, keep stalling, as long as the game lasts 2 or 3 hours. When the physical strength drops to a low point, it is the time for them to dominate the battlefield with the advantage of brooms. This is also the reason why Draco has been harassing Harry. On the high stage, Felix calmly watched the game, under the effect of accelerated thought and supersensory charm. His state is extremely dynamic and flexible, and the changes brought about by the slightest wind or cloud on the pitch can be picked up by him. The shadows that were blurred became clear, and he could even see the expressions that flashed across the players' faces. 14 people on the field were included in his calculations, and Felix tried to predict their trajectories. It is like conducting a quality duel. It gave him his first taste of Quidditch, though, not for the same reasons as the others. Surely, one must not be too stubborn. Felix's mind spun with the thought. When the score set at 110:60, a fussy golden shadow crossed the corner of Harry's eyes, and at the same time, Felix's gaze fixed on the tiny figure. Harry made a wink as he deliberately flew in the opposite direction. Draco unsurprisingly followed, and just as he was about to turn around and mock Potter once more, he found Harry had already disappeared from his sight in a single stride. He's at the bottom of the raised platform. A Slytherin player shouted at him. Lee Jordan also noticed the scene. Look. Harry's fooled Malfoy, and he's chasing the golden snitch. We can't see it, Harry must be down there in the wooden frame. The pitch fell silent and everyone held their breath. Even the players on both sides stopped in midair, waiting for the result. Wood, who was guarding the goal, yelled angrily, "Don't stop, Angelina, Katie, keep attacking." However, just after 10 seconds or so, before they could organize the next attack, Harry rushed out clutching the golden snitch and circled the pitch continuously to meet the cheers of the whole crowd. A wonderful scene. Harry has caught the golden snitch and the game is over. Gryffindor wins, final score 110:210. Lucius Malfoy stood up and raised his head expressionlessly as he kicked Dobby away and walked off the raised platform. Waiting for a moment, Felix also stood up and Lucius paused at the edge of the pitch, waiting for Draco to appear, as small groups of wizards came out one after another, enthusiastically discussing the match. Felix tapped his wand on his body, his blue robes fading a little until they blended in with the environment. He brushed shoulders with Lucius. As Harry walked out of the stadium flanked by Gryffindors, he caught a glimpse of Lucius looking down and lecturing Draco, who had a bitter face and didn't say anything. This cheered him up even more. Although there were still a few games to go, he believed that Gryffindor would eventually take the Quidditch Cup. Walking some distance away, Harry suddenly spotted the house elf beside Lucius. His eyes instantly widened. It's Dobby. He's Malfoy house elf. Harry stared incredulously at Dobby, who also noticed his gaze and looked over with wide tennis ball eyes, and he waved his hand at Harry. But Lucius had already finished reprimanding his son and strode off, with the elf following in his footsteps, giving Harry a pitiful look before he finally disappeared. Evening, the Great Hall. What did you say? Dobby is from the Malfoys. Ron looked at Harry with a surprised look on his face, the chicken leg in his hand left halfway hanging in the air to his mouth. Shhh. Keep it down, Harry whispered to Ron and Hermione as he looked around and saw that no one was paying attention. I saw it with my own eyes, right when I came out of the pitch. Hermione spoke cautiously. Harry, what do you think? Is this all a Malfoy plot, or is it the actions of Dobby acting on his own? Harry couldn't be sure. He could sense Dobby's respect for him, but couldn't ignore the long-standing tradition of a house elf. From the Great Hall, they walked through the garden, discussing intensely. I think Dobby can be trusted, Harry. Hermione analyzed. The danger he's referring to is the Chamber of Secrets, as we discussed. If everything was a Malfoy plot, there was no need for him to draw a line in the sand. Harry also leaned towards this argument. Ron's view is more neutral. While you guys have a point, I've never heard of a house elf going against his master's orders. At the Rune tuition that night, Hermione asked, can house elf disobey their master's orders? Professor Hap answered meaningfully, generally speaking, no. But the contract does not bind the free will. 153, Chapter 153 The Truth Brought by Dobby. That night, Harry couldn't sleep as he lay tossing and turning in bed, listening to the snoring of his roommates in his ears. He is thinking about what happened during the day, whether it was the big victory over Slytherin or seeing his nemesis Draco Malfoy being scolded by his father. It made him happy. But sudden loneliness welled up in him, and he wanted to experience being scolded by his parents. Everyone is looking forward to the summer holidays, only he is resistant to it. He even has the intention to stay with Hagrid as a guest. At least it would be nice if he can live alone. Harry Potter. An indistinct call sounded, a voice that is not unfamiliar to Harry, and he hurriedly put on his glasses and looked at the thin figure standing in the doorway. He had huge brown eyes and a nose that resembled a large chili in size. Dobby, Dobby, it's that you. Harry looked quickly around. They were sleeping soundly, even Ron's pet the fat grey mouse Scabbers, also lying comfortably on its master's pillow and sleeping peacefully. He gently lifted the covers, climbed out of bed, looked at the wand at the foot of the bed, and with a slight hesitation, took it into his hand. Lumos. Harry led Dobby to the common room, which only had faint light, and he picked a chair with an upholstered cushion and sat down. Have a seat, Dobby, you have something to say to me, don't you? Closer, he realized that Dobby had changed his clothes. No, not changed, still the same old pillowcase, but somehow the elf had found it somewhere and added 2 sleeves and what looked very much like pant legs for himself. You got new clothes? No. Dobby, you. He pointed at Dobby, unable to speak. From Ron, he had learned that house elf could not wear normal human clothes. There is only one possibility. Yes, Mr. Potter, Dobby is free. The elf's big eyes filled with tears and shrilled with joy. How could congratulations, Dobby. Harry said, but you're following Lucius Malfoy during the day. Dobby isn't sure, maybe the young master's failure during the day put Master in a bad mood, and when he went back at night, he reprimanded Dobby severely. Dobby got used to it, but to his surprise, he wanted to drive Dobby away. Harry opened his mouth to say something, but Dobby spoke freely. Never thought, this is something Dobby has dreamed of. Dobby loosened his fingers, and in his slender palm lay a magnificent button in silence. Master, no, Lucius Malfoy gave Dobby a button that he ripped from his body. He angrily told Dobby to leave Malfoy Manor forever. So you're free and don't belong to anyone. Harry said. Yes, Dobby is now a free elf. Dobby blinked his big eyes, all thanks to you, the great Harry Potter, for defeating Draco Malfoy on the pitch. Harry felt a sense of uncertainty, that his victory over Slytherin could have such a huge impact on Dobby. I didn't expect it either, of course, I feel honored. Harry said modestly, by the way, Dobby, you should not be bound by your status now, right? I have many questions I would like to ask you. You can ask, Dobby will do his best. Here's the thing, is the Chamber of Secrets incident a Lucius Malfoy conspiracy or not? Harry asked the doubts that the three discussed during the day. That's right, he brought the Dark Lord's relic, a diary covered in curses to Hogwarts, with the help of Ginny Weasley. Wait. Ginny. That's right, in the Flourish and Blots bookshop. A flash of light woke Harry up, and he said in a positive tone, he and Mr. Weasley fought then, and I remember he ended up picking Ginny's textbook and mocking her severely. Lucius must have sneaked the diary there, didn't he? That's exactly right, Mr. Potter, Dobby said, bending over. Then you stopped me from returning to school and attacked me on the field because of that same relic that opened the secret room. Dobby hung his head and whispered, "You're right about everything." Dobby overheard Malfoy, "Mr. Potter, you have no idea how dark the days of House Elf were during the reign of the Dark Lord, they are actually much better now than they used to be." Harry hardly predicted that time, the House Elf lived in what life. He said comfortingly, "You are now kind of bittersweet, are not you?" But Harry suddenly thought of something, almost jumped up, he said in a shaky voice, "So now that diary, is it still in the hands of Ginny? Could she be in danger?" Dobby whispered, "No, the diary passed through the hands of 3 people, initially Miss Weasley, then somehow it got to Draco Malfoy, and then finally, it fell into the hands of the equally great Mr. Felix Happ." Professor Happ. Potter dumbstruck. "Yes, but Mr. Happ realized the evil of the diary, and he destroyed it, completely and utterly. Right in front of Dobby's eyes." Harry felt his head spinning, overwhelmed by an explosive piece of news tonight, he had a bewildered look on his face. Early the next morning. "You mean the source of all this is Lucius Malfoy? He hid the diary in Ginny's textbook, and Ginny was controlled to open the chamber and release the basilisk, causing the petrification of Mrs. Norris and Creevy. And then the diary came to Malfoy, oh my god, he really had it coming. But the most outrageous thing is that the diary is now destroyed by Professor Happ." Ron had never said so much in one breath before, and then he took a few big gulps of pumpkin juice. "That's it." Harry nodded, his mind moving to tell his experience of accidentally bumping into Draco while saving Justine. He looked muddled, "But I couldn't think about it in time, and so much happened afterward that I completely put the suspicion behind me." My god, Professor Happ didn't miss a beat. Ron couldn't decide whether to complain or say in admiration. Hermione fell into memory as she added, "I was in the hospital during that time, remember? Professor Happ warned me that the danger was over and told us not to pursue it any further, and I think that's when he got the diary and, perhaps, destroyed it. And, the little witch broke her fingers, Professor Happ must have told Dumbledore, and Dumbledore probably told your parents, Ron. Speaking of which," she said with some frustration, "although, he didn't tell us." "Cool, so the adults have done all this behind our backs," Ron said. "So, what are Dobby's plans now?" Hermione asked. "Don't know yet, I guess, he might be visiting friends," Harry said uncertainly. Ron hurriedly finished his breakfast and left in a hurry. "Where are you going, Ron?" "I'm going to ask Ginny, and it occurred to me that in case the diary had any effect on her." "You're right." In Ginny's stammering description, they learned more. "You left the diary in the abandoned lavatory?" Harry asked, staring into Ginny's eyes in amazement. Ginny ducked her head sheepishly, a bright blush on her face. "Yes, when Fred and George told so many scary examples that I realized something was wrong." "Exactly right. Malfoy followed us, but we were urgently relocating the potion away from there. He swooped in and found the diary instead," Harry said. He couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. The blurred shadow he saw at the time should be Ginny dropping the diary, but because of the discovery of Malfoy, he couldn't take a closer look. In case the diary was picked up by him and took control of him so that he was seized in opening the chamber on the way, it would really result in 1,000 questions. You know, he was at that time also misunderstood by everyone because of the Parseltongue. "Ginny, do you have any sickness?" Ron asked. Ginny shook her head. "I took Luna's advice and went to the hospital wing. Apart from some weakness, there was nothing amiss. Madame Pomfrey gave me 2 bottles of potion and I recovered quickly. By the way, she also said one boy had similar symptoms." The trio looked at each other and said in unison, "Draco Malfoy." It took them a little over half a Sunday to barely piece together the complete truth. From Lucius' attack to Ginny being controlled to open the Chamber of Secrets causing 2 attacks, throwing away the diary after discovering the anomaly, but then being picked up by Draco Malfoy, Draco being bumped into by Harry while opening the Chamber of Secrets and saving Justine, followed by their feat of going deeper into the chamber to kill the basilisk. The diary then fell into the hands of Professor Happ and was completely destroyed, bringing the Chamber of Secrets incident to a complete close. It's so strange, Professor Happ is being present too much on the whole thing. It means he really got to the bottom of the entire truth. Harry, Ron, and Hermione sat lazily at the edge of the Black Lake, with a kind of refreshing feeling of solving the mystery that had been haunting them for a long time. They also let go of a huge stone in their hearts, fully ready for the exam. January passed quickly, and the rainy season came along with the exam season. I am going to open P_Atrian with 30. 154, Chapter 154 Exam. Early June. Felix woke up by the sound of rain pouring against the window. Outside the window is grey and cloudy, a dazzling lightning streaks above the greenhouse, followed by a continuous low burst of muffled thunder. The final exams had lasted for 3 days, but the Ancient Runes exam had been scheduled in the middle and latter part of all the subjects, So for him, today would be the first day of the final exams. Fortunately, the ancient rune he taught is an elective course. Excluding the 5th and 7th years, who are preparing for the wizard grading exam, he only needs to invigilate the remaining 3 classes. The professor of all the compulsory classes had to spend more energy duking it out with the young wizards, and Belby, who is in charge of the defense against the dark arts class, complained to him more than once. There are always students who have their minds left behind, can you imagine? I found a dozen cheating quills during the pre-test inspection. Felix consulted Professor Flitwick specifically about this issue, and he told Felix, you could have cheat-proof quill uniformly prepared for the students, and it would save a lot of effort. He gladly accepted the suggestion. In the ancient rune classroom, where long rows of successive tables were replaced with individual desks and chairs, Felix waved his wand and let a large section of test sheets and quill drop precisely on the small desks in front of the 4th-year students. I must remind you that the test papers and quills are under anti-cheating enchantment, and the consequences of cheating are very serious. The test began, and Felix wandered the aisles between the seats, announcing the time every half hour. By the time he warned a second time, a student had already finished his test paper. Very well, Mr. Andrews, you can choose to remain here or go out for some fresh air. Having completed the 4th-year invigilation, Felix finished correcting just under 100 of these papers that day. A total of 7 O's and 22 E's, which is very good compared to previous year's results. The former represents excellent, the latter is good. And with the extra marks for practical work in the area of golems, maybe I'll win the best record in the ancient rune class in the last 10 years or so. Felix thought with delight, this mood reflected in the rest of the exam as he had a smile on his face. Finally, at the end of the first week of June, the final exams were over. The other years of students were completely liberated, a few young wizards who were worried about their grades would be anxious for 2 or 3 more days, but most of them were already partying to their heart's content. There's laughter all over the school. Only the 5th and 7th years were still doing their best to prepare for their wizard grading exams. They were in a very anxious mood, and Felix, as a professor, confiscated all sorts of odd trinkets. Miss Shelton, can you tell me where did you get this onion-flavored amulet? Peter Shelton cried out, huffing and puffing. Well, I won't deduct any points this time, have some euphoric elixir, you're so down. Shelton glowed after drinking the elixir, her whole body brightened up, she thanked the professor happily and left with a light step. Felix got pleased with himself, but then he noticed that the number of people running to the hospital wing increased, with large numbers of 5th and 7th year students complaining to Madame Pomfrey that they were depressed and needed a euphoric elixir. The stock is significantly running low, Professor Happ. There's been a poor quality of euphoric elixir all over the school, and I've taken in 7 to 8 students who can't stop laughing. Madame Pomfrey said grumblingly. In addition to the euphoric elixir, the cheering charm also had a similar effect, and the charm is a 3rd-year content, which is a very simple charm for students preparing for the wizard grading exam. But at last, the wizard grading exam came chasing the tail of the announcement of the final exam results. One day in the middle of June, Felix saw some rather old wizards at the school, the inspectors for this year's wizard grading exams, an ugly man with a bumpy flesh, a round, short witch, a male wizard with thinning hair and glasses, and, of course, the head of the Wizarding Examinations Authority, Griselda Marchbanks. Griselda is a short yet very well-conditioned witch, with a high voice, and she was also the one who invigilated Felix's exams in both Owls and Newts in Transfiguration and Charms a few years ago, as a chief invigilator. And incredibly, she had also been an invigilator for Headmaster Dumbledore. This would be the oldest witch Felix had ever met that remained continuously active in the wizarding world. Oh, Felix, is that you? I'm glad to see you in the school. The short Marchbanks spoke loudly from a distance, and she's accompanied by Professor McGonagall. Professor Marchbanks, it's been a long time. Felix quietly used his wand on himself, making his voice twice as loud. It's been long, time always flies, and it seems like yesterday that I was invigilating Dumbledore. Marchbanks, who is somewhat deaf, said aloud. I'll never forget it for the rest of my life. It was an honor to invigilate him. Marchbanks talking, she looked at Felix, you are the same, but it is your charms which shocked me. I hear you're an expert on Muggle issues now? Do you teach Muggle Studies course? It's ancient runes, Professor Marchbanks, that's my area of research. Marchbanks turned her ear sideways, then said in a loud voice, I hope you don't fall behind in your study of magic, especially in charms, that incredible power. Felix smiled and nodded, and when her attention focused elsewhere, he turned to the thinning-haired male wizard and said, It's been a long time, Tofty. I just recently met Ogden. He mentioned to me that it was at one of the Ministry of Magic's award ceremonies, wasn't it? Tofty said. This was one of Felix's former examiners, though the two had little contact during his school years. Felix had visited him after graduation. Tofty is an expert in ancient runes, though theory-oriented, nevertheless he gave Felix a lot of help. That's right, he seems to be taking off well. Yeah, That old guy. I didn't believe him when he told me, but I didn't think you'd really come back to Hogwarts. I like the atmosphere at school, Felix said. Yeah, that's one of the reasons I stay at Examinations Authority, the hope of the British wizarding community, although most of the time these youngsters are a headache to be around. The old man rambled on for half a day, and old Vera, he gets anxious with me when I mention you to him, but I can clearly see your book on his desk. Felix stifled a chuckle and didn't say anything. Old Vera is the grandfather of one of his students, Clammy Vera, a very stubborn old man. He is also the vice president of the Ancient Rune Society and has always been quite cynical about Felix's practical ancient rune. 155, Chapter 155 Interesting Research. The compound is crowded with young wizards, who looked at the group of invigilators from afar with awe. A few of the 7th-year students exclaimed outright as soon as they saw Marchbanks's wrinkled face. There she goes again. Pretty much the same people. Honestly, every time I come, I'm treated like a troll by onlookers, Tofty muttered. Felix smiled and said, these people are anxious to come to see their goddess of fate. I'm not the goddess of fate, we're wizards. It's bound to be a long day, especially for the 5th and 7th-year students, but Felix did what he had to do, and the rest is up to them. At 9:30 the next morning, the wizard grading exams officially began. The spacious Great Hall got turned into an examination hall for the students to take the theoretical exams. Several small rooms next to the Great Hall were set aside as rooms for the practical exams. Theory in the morning and practical in the afternoon, the whole process lasted for 2 weeks. Felix took the time to glance at the entire Great Hall, except for the sound of quills rubbing against parchment, there was only the sound of sand slipping through the hourglass. He turned back to his class for the 6th-year wizards. Felix strides into the classroom, clutching a pile of parchment. Today it is time for us to announce your grades. The model student, led by Percy, Penelope, and Geoffrey, did not dare to breathe, as if waiting for their fate to be handed down. A total of 33 papers, 12 outstanding, 17 good, and 4 pass. Felix read out the overall results, congratulations. Then he handed out the test papers. The male and female wizards off stage applauded violently, exchanging pleasantries with each other. Of course, I must mention one more thing. The students quieted down and looked at Professor Happ on the stage. This grade is excluding the practical extra credit portion, and if you count these extra marks, I think I need to correct it, 15 outstanding and 18 good. On their papers, a new line of handwriting appeared, that is the bonus mark for the practical part, it is about the application of practical runes. The evaluation grade on the paper changed accordingly. The male and female wizards were ecstatic, and the classroom erupted into a huge celebration. In this class, in which we will discuss the test papers, the practical class will continue in the next class. With 2 fewer classes in the curriculum, Felix had a lot of extra time, which he spent entirely on the library. It isn't until the weekend morning that he saw his assistant in the flesh. She is working on a thesis. Is there any professor who is so inhumane? Leaving assignments at the end of the term. Felix speculated in his mind as he watched the busy head. There were less than 2 weeks until the end of the school year, and for the lower year students, professors were usually exempt them from assignments. In the evening, he solved this confusion. The young witch said to him excitedly, Professor, didn't you suggest me to look up about the relationship between wands and wizards? And recommended to me a book entitled The Wizard and the Wand. Indeed, Felix replied. I looked through it briefly earlier and found it interesting, in fact, I was fascinated by it. It was until finals were over, and I finally had the time. Hermione said to him, I want to write a thesis on it, not for publication just as a pastime. Felix asked with interest, have you finished writing it? Only part of it, a lot of it is information I've transcribed and haven't developed a complete thought. She pulled a stack of parchment from her book bag and handed it to Felix. It's got my scribbles and annotations and scattered thoughts and stuff, so it might be messy. That's okay. Felix said, you can do something different for now, like watching a film. He picked up this half a thesis and looked at it. On the other side, Hermione skillfully turned on the small projector, rummaging through the small box, picking out the desired film. After a few moments of hesitation between Whistling Woods and Tom and Jerry, Hermione finally decided to watch something lighter, the former is too heavy for her. Felix put some earplugs on himself and read slowly, and he soon discovered that it's truly a thesis for amusement, containing data on the wands of some friends around the Little Witch. Harry Potter's wand, for example 11 inches, Hollywood, phoenix feathers, soft and flexible. The note given by the Little Witch is, Hollywood, rare wand material, the general view that this material has protective properties representing patience and endurance, but also a symbol of death and rebirth, suitable for people who need to overcome irritability and emotional impulsiveness. Phoenix feather, difficult to tame. She drew 2 lines on overcoming irritability and emotional impulsiveness. But Hollywood wands also often choose wizards who experience danger together and have strong spiritual quests, the specific manifestations of which will be matched with the wand core material. Wands of Hollywood with phoenix feathers are extremely difficult to make, and they can create great conflict due to their different characteristics. But once this pairing is formed, no matter what, nothing can stand in its way. Hermione underlined the last sentence, put a question mark, maybe in disagreement, may also be because of the existence of doubt. It also contains Ron Weasley's wand 14 inches, willow wood, unicorn hair. The little witch's note reads, willow wood, an equally rare material with healing powers, suitable for casting silent spells. Unicorn hair, strongly rejects dark magic, very loyal, usually most compatible with the first owner. She underlined very loyal and most compatible with the first owner and wrote a small line next to it, matches Ron and Neville's case. Ron's old wand came from his brother Charlie, Neville's old wand inherited from his father. From his father, the wand core material is unicorn hair. Seeing this, Felix felt a little surprised that there were still people besides Ron Weasley using old wands these days. And from two famous wizard families, respectively. What did their parents think? Longbottom family members are not average characters, although not pure-blood representatives, but also produced a number of outstanding wizards, and they have always had a good reputation. The paper also included Hermione's own wand, 14 inches, grapevine wood, with a wand core of dragon heartstrings. The following is a slightly scrawled note: grapevine wood wands are usually chosen by wizards with lofty goals and visionary ideas, who tend to do things that shock their friends who think they know them. Felix chuckled softly. It looked like Miss Granger was not in a very calm mood when she wrote this paragraph. He then flipped through the following examples, both from her classmates and those transcribed from the book The Wizard and the Wand. Somewhat surprisingly, he also saw Hermione's speculation about his wand, Professor Hap, around 12 to 14 inches, ebony, wand core unknown, possibly a phoenix feather or dragon heartstring. Next to it were very tiny two-letter initials, which Felix guessed might mean dark magic, so that ruled out unicorn hair. With its impressive appearance and reputation, the ebony wand is perfect for offensive magic and transfiguration and will choose people who have the courage to be themselves, who don't follow the crowd, who are eccentric, or comfortable with the status of outsider. Their owners tend to ignore external influences and have strong beliefs. She marked heavily on ignoring external influences and having strong beliefs. I am going to open P_Atrian with 30. 156, Chapter 156. The end of the school year. Without realizing it, Felix finished reading the whole thing. Professor. Hermione looked over. She paused the display on the screen and turned to discuss some queries on her thesis. I read in the book Wands and Wizards repeatedly mentioned a point: wands are alive. How should this statement be interpreted? Well, I do not have deep research in this area, I can only explain in a broad sense. Of course. Hermione blinked and said in a relaxed tone. Every wand is unique. Even if they are made of the exact same materials and measurements, the effects that can be displayed in different hands can be distinctly different. Is it because of the owner of the wand? Hermione guessed. Yes, I personally think that the wand in the store is only a half-finished product, it is eager to obtain its own perfection. Hermione looked up and stared at Felix. This is a fresh perspective. Felix explained, the properties of the wand would, along with the properties of the magical creature from which the wand core comes, would have given the wand an extremely rich variety of variations, but there is another property that cannot be ignored, and that is the wand owner himself. Rather than saying that the wand is alive, I prefer to believe that it's the characteristics of the wand body, the wand core, and the owner of the wand are bonded together before the wand becomes complete and brings out its true power. So, this is the theory behind wands choosing wizards? In order to make itself complete, with both the wand and the wand core fixed, it prefers to pick the ideal master with whom it fits. Hermione said, following his train of thought. That's a household saying, Felix said modestly, and then added. Moreover, for a young wizard, acquiring the right wand is only the first step. The wand and its owner will partner with each other, learning from each other and promoting each other in the days to come, constantly developing such a mutual bond. We can understand it this way: every wand has a different history. But, Professor, I've heard that some wands can betray their owners. Hermione asked cautiously. Felix's expression became serious. This situation is relatively rare. Even the notorious, more deviant wand, would not cause a failure or two to offend its owner. The school confrontation is not even up to this level. But this certainly exists, does it not? Hermione trailed off. Indeed. I think the reasons for this are varied. There is the poor relationship between the master and the wand, there is the wand's natural sensitivity and worship for the stronger, there is the fact that the failure has affected the owner so much that it deepens this rift. However, based on the wand core material alone, the unicorn hair is indeed more loyal, while the dragon heartstring appears to be a bit too lively, and it is possible for them to succumb temporarily to a powerful enemy. Temporarily. For example, when a wand of this kind is forcibly taken away by an enemy, if you recover it in time, it can still be used as usual. That could, said the young witch, somewhat startled. Miss Granger, what we are discussing is too far from your realm. Felix terminated the topic. In fact, Felix believed that the conditions for the wand to change sides were extremely harsh and included at least one defeat in a rivalry filled with malice, a conclusion he had come to from some dark wizards. That's how Felix got his spare wands from his stockpile. But even so, these wands are temporary at best, they are not your own wands, and there will be various limitations on spell casting after all. And from the example of Ron and Neville, perhaps there is also a scenario of willing transfer, but he has not experienced it firsthand. Granger, let's discuss your modification of the beaded pouch. I originally thought that you would finish it in the next school year. Felix's new book is also on the agenda, and in order to expand his influence, he has chosen to complete 2 books at the same time. One is for underage prep wizards, with lots of dynamic illustrations, supplemented by a lively and interesting storyline. One is a science fiction title aimed at adult wizards, using the most rigorous logic and text to explain the most common underlying technology of the Muggle world. After he finished part of the manuscript, Felix had the illusion of explaining addition, subtraction, multiplication, and division to a retard, which made him want to give up for a while. But some of his selected audience did give good feedback. Belby looked at the manuscript. The first illustration is a boiling kettle, the mouth of the kettle constantly gushing hot steam. The second illustration is a tube connected out of the big kettle, steam flowing through the tube to a little windmill at the other end. The third illustration is the windmill driven by steam, quickly rotating together. The next illustration is a hand-drawn version, which looks more abstract, a train with a huge kettle on the top, connected by a pipeline to the wheels, allowing the train to drive. In order to make the whole process more straightforward, Felix deliberately colored the steam in a prominent way. It looks like a train carrying a gaping kettle monster, constantly spewing venom. This is the steam engine that the Muggles talk about? They rely on this to move the train. Belby said excitedly, you know a lot, Felix. 3 days before the end of the school year, Felix received an invitation letter signed by the International Federation of Wizards, an organization similar to the UN, except that the members were all ministries of magic. Why did they invite me? Felix opened the letter and after a moment looked up. So it's an invitation from the International Federation of Wizards to go to Paris for a meeting with the Muggle Issues research team? Tisk, never heard of it at all. It can't be a newly established one in the last few years. From the rather formalized rhetoric of the invitation letter, Felix could tell that this research team is adopting a strategy of casting a wide net and fishing for more fish. Maybe experts in Muggle studies who are slightly more famous will be invited. The next day, he found the opportunity to ask Professor Burbage, and the response he got is not what he expected. She also received an invitation. You too? Burbage looked at him with wide eyes. Oh, of course, you're qualified for that. I mean, you're so young, I didn't think of it before. Professor Burbage, do you know what this so-called research team is all about? I do know a little about it, Burbage said. It seems to be a project led by the US Ministry of Magic on the subject of responding to crises and whatnot. It's all the usual stuff, you know, they've always been sensitive to Muggle issues. Felix nodded thoughtfully. The two then agreed to meet in Paris and left on their own. He also wanted to see how the experts in other countries viewed the Muggle issue. For the next 2 days, Felix took care of various chores, assigning holiday assignments to the young wizards, seeing off Belby's smooth departure with the other professors, applying to Dumbledore to stay at the school, and attending the school dinner. In front of the station, the young wizards cheerfully boarded the train, while Felix watched silently from the corner. The most conspicuous one is the tall and large figure of Marcus Flint, who had been avoiding him ever since he finished his exams. Followed by Clammy Vera, wearing wide glasses, who approached Felix immediately after the exams, hoping to maintain correspondence after graduation and receive instruction in the ancient runes from him. Several other graduates expressed similar wishes, which Felix did not refuse. In addition to this, the young wizards who impressed him during the year appeared one by one. Blake Abbott, Percy, Penelope, Geoffrey, Peter Shelton, Warren Partis, the twins, Cedric, Harry Potter, Ron Weasley, Hermione Granger, Luna Lovegood. He also saw a somewhat depressed Draco Malfoy. Felix's mind went silent. He already knew that Lucius had struggled numerous times, but was still thrown out of the school board. His son could not help but be affected. Felix watched the Hogwarts express train whistled away. When the shadow of the train disappeared from sight, he turned and left the platform. 157, Chapter 157. The beginning of the holiday. During the holidays, Hogwarts went quiet, and the plants in the yard grew lushly, like a rich and colorful canvas. But without the chattering, book-clutching students, there is always a feeling that the picture lacks some vitality. This makes, originally a very low sense of existence, ghosts suddenly become conspicuous. Felix, often in the way to the library, caught a glimpse of the silver-white transparent shadow fleeting. In addition to these ghosts of Hogwarts, there are also some professors who have stayed behind. For example, Professors McGonagall and Flitwick, and Sybil Trelawney. The empty school made professors interact with each other more frequently, and during one small gathering, a drunken Trelawney made a prophecy to Felix. Unknown, I saw the unknown. Felix looked at her quietly as Trelawney stared drunkenly with wide eyes and a deadly gaze at a bottle of sherry, examining it carefully. Sybil, you're drunk. Professor McGonagall's face flushed as she, too, drank some wine. No, I'm not. I saw a big black dog. With an army of darkness that covered the sky and totally engulfed you. Trelawney's arm rested on McGonagall and used her other hand to nudge Felix's chest, hiccuping, this is a turning point in your life, foreseeing the details, sincerely give me 3 galleons. Professor McGonagall made a gesture, before joining this job, she's reading people's fortunes. She waved her wand and dropped Trelawney on the couch, and a small blanket flew over to cover her. A big black dog? Felix thought for a moment, is it Fang, or is it Fluffy the 3-headed dog? He did have the idea of going to see the 3-headed dog with Hagrid, just did not mention it to anyone. On the side, Professor Flitwick used magic to turn the cups into various small animals, and soon Professor McGonagall and Felix joined in. They had a game of tabletop Quidditch with their wands. On the way out, a summer breeze laced with the strong scent of seasonal laurel whisked by, refreshing Felix's mind. It had been a week since the holiday, and he had returned to his own house in London a few days ago, and after visiting a few of his common friends, then returned to Hogwarts. At that moment, he came to the top of the grand staircase on the west side of the castle and stood at the entrance to the Ravenclaw common room. A bronze eagle door with a ring blocked his way, there is no doorknob or keyhole other than that. This is a feature of Ravenclaw House. The entrance to the common room is not passworded, instead, the eagle door with ring will give riddles, and if you answer them correctly, it will give you away and welcome you in. Felix tapped on the door ring and the eagle's beak immediately opened, but instead of an eagle's cry, it said in a soft, musical voice, which comes first, tomorrow or the unexpected? Felix said thoughtfully, it depends on how much preparation you have done today. Makes sense. The voice said, and the door opened. The Ravenclaw common room is empty, and Felix surveyed the circular room, the interior decorated in a fairy tale style in shades of blue and bronze, with stars painted on the dome, and dark blue carpets, with elegant arched windows draped in brightly colored silks. Felix went to the window, which had an excellent observation spot, with his eyes poised high above the school's black lake and forbidding forest, and a distant view of the surrounding hills. The room had tables and bookshelves, and a tall white marble statue stood in the niche opposite the door. It is a statue of Rowena Ravenclaw, and he looks at it for a moment, and then his eyes settle on a bookshelf. In a divider within the bookshelf stood a foot-high statue of a slender woman with her head slightly raised, looking leisurely and serenely ahead. The statue appeared slightly rough, even the figure's face quite blurred. Good thing she had a plated nameplate in front of her with a line of descriptive text, in memory of Ravenclaw House Ghost Ms. Grey, March 7, 1993, Student Memento. Felix could not help but smile. Half a second later, he looked back and thought of the purpose of his trip. He began to examine the magic traces on top of the bookshelf. In the room of requirement, Ms. Ravenclaw's memory mentioned that she had left some hidden magic legacy in the Ravenclaw common room, leaving it for later discovery. Felix is in the mindset of giving it a try to see if he could find something interesting. His interaction with the Lady Ravenclaw had been too brief, which, it had to be said, was a pity. Felix caressed the designs on the bookshelf, simply found nothing. He went back to the other bookshelves to examine them more closely, and finally, on the third one, he sensed a very hidden magical fluctuation. He tentatively used his magic to touch this enchantment ban, there is no danger. But it seemed to be hidden within the space, and Felix took a lot of effort to drag it out. Milky white light bloomed from the air, and the next second, his eyes blinked, and then everything returned to normal. He remained standing in the Ravenclaw common room, as if the glow he had just experienced was just an illusion. But the books on the shelves suddenly became very attractive to him, and the voice in his head told him, I want to read all the books on the shelves, and I can do that. This emotion came inexplicably, as if it had suddenly been planted in his head. This is. As a new master of memory magic, Felix quickly blocked out the strong longing in his mind as he carefully analyzed and speculated about this magic. Very similar to my thinking room, able to pull people into a world of thinking, only, Lady Ravenclaw's approach is much more brilliant than mine, with a longer timescale and fewer side effects. He casually flipped through the books on the shelf, ordinary, nothing profound, so he turned to study the illusory Ravenclaw common room he's in. He couldn't see a single flaw in it at all. Funny, I never thought I'd ever be pulled into a thinking room of someone else. Felix chuckled softly as his fingers moved quickly, and runes appeared out of thin air. Well, Ms. Ravenclaw also has a very in-depth study of ancient runes, which is normal, she lives in a time when the old and the new are in harmony. 10, 100, soon, the number reached 500, and is still increasing. This is Felix's harvest in the Hogwarts library for this year. Then, Felix explored with his hand. With his thoughts, a dozen runes instantly flew to his hand, linked into a mysterious pattern. Blazing flames bloomed from between his fingers. The whole world suddenly shook violently. Felix put away this ancient magic and waved his hand to make all the ancient runes disappear. That was close, almost ruined this place. Then Felix carefully kept trying, testing the magic trove left by Ravenclaw. Time passed little by little. After an unknown amount of time, he got kicked out by the magic prohibition. Felix looked up outside the window. The time is already evening. I may have been in there for days, surprisingly not too tired. Good, it indicates the way forward for my thinking room. And this sudden pull was so brilliant that I didn't even notice it. Memory magic, memory magic. There's a lot of potential. 158, Chapter 158 Exploring the News. Felix suddenly thought of a Hogwarts school legend about a Ravenclaw student who read the entire collection of books in the common room in one night, which was considered an unexplained mystery. Perhaps this magic had done the trick. He perceived it carefully. The magic seemed to have disappeared completely, and not a single trace of it could be found. After thinking about it, he simply switched his perspective. In the world of black and white, subtle magic could barely be seen converging like stars, and as he pressed his finger in the air, he could faintly perceive a magic vortex. Magic is slowly recovering. I wonder who the next Ravenclaw student destined for this would be. Felix left the place. It had got dark, and he returned to his office, where a short house elf stood in front of the door. Dobby. The elf looked up at him in surprise. Mr. Hap. In the office, Felix handed him a jar of butterbeer, pumpkin juice and fruit juice both gone. This tastes pretty good too, with less alcohol content. Dobby hurriedly thanked him. Felix looked at the new costume he is wearing. So, you free from Malfoy? Yes, Mr. Hap, you wouldn't imagine how lucky Dobby was. He began to tell his amazing experience. Felix smiled and listened to him finish his story. You're lucky, Dobby. Dobby said gleefully, thanks to the great Harry Potter. He's the one who saved Dobby. So, do you have any plans lately? Plans? Dobby wants to make a little more money and save up for a birthday present for Mr. Potter, even though it's hard. Dobby took out a small palm-sized box from his pocket. This is a present for Dobby's friend, Mr. Felix Hap. Felix took it with interest and surprised to find that it isn't something tattered and torn. It looks exquisite, but I didn't recognize it. What is it? A music box, sir. The elf looked at him restrainedly. It didn't cost much. Dobby earned it working at the Leaky Cauldron bar. The owner there is very nice, and you can earn 2 sickles a week. Soon after, Dobby offered his farewell, praising the butterbeer in passing. It tasted great. Dobby really liked it. I will recommend it to my friends. Felix watched his disappearing figure and thought to himself, I can afford to hire him for 2 sickles a week. Next time, I will ask him if he is willing to do so. Time lapsed to July 14th. Felix's figure appeared in a hidden corner in Paris, France. He entered a narrow, shady alley. A man in a hood leaned against the wall, his right hand in his pocket. He glanced at Felix. Felix's face distorted and blurred, his silver eyes faintly glowing. The man subconsciously avoided his gaze as he said in French, What are you doing here? None of your business, just be aware that I am not your enemy. Felix reached out and took out a brown wand, the silver glint in his eyes intensified. Well, remember to stay out of trouble, and I don't think anyone will actively mess with you. The man scowled a little and moved out of the way, where an empty wall remained behind him. Felix curled the corners of his mouth and walked straight ahead to the wall, causing a ripple in the wall, and his figure disappeared. The man stared at his back and turned his head to continue gazing at the alley beyond. Felix looked at the scene inside. It is a makeshift bar, with various large and small wooden crates twisted and put together with magic to act as tables and chairs. Not far from him, 2 hooded wizards argued loudly, a silver artifact in front of them. 10 galleons. No, at least 12. The same scene took place in this modest space, except that most of the wizards had covered their appearance with hoods. This is a wizard black market cum bar in Paris, France. Felix stood directly at the front, ignoring the hidden gaze of the others, sweeping his gaze over everyone present, and when his glowing silver gaze fell, the wizards either met his gaze without fear or ducked their heads in panic, cursing under their breath. It is smart to show some strength in the black market, and it is the best way for strangers to blend in here. Felix soon spotted his target, a dirty, shaggy-haired wizard gulping down a bad beer on a makeshift bar built out of wooden crates. Aladdin, it's been a long time, he said in a hoarse voice. The male wizard looked up. He had very rough cheeks, and he's one of the few people who didn't cover their face. Oh, it's you, would you like a pint? No, what's new in Paris these days? Do a lot of foreigners coming count? Be specific. 2 galleons. Clink, 2 golden coins fell on the box in front of him with a crisp clink. Aladdin grinned and put the coins away as he suddenly yelled toward the surroundings, "What are you looking at? There's no room for you." The other's gaze quickly left. In the last week, a number of foreigners have come, all bearing the name of Muggle research experts, seemingly to attend a conference where the Ministry of Magic is in charge of security. That's not amusing enough, Aladdin. Felix stared into his eyes. Hey! Don't look at me like that, you want to know about the time I wet my pants as a kid? Aladdin said rudely. He turned his head sideways. Well, that is, I can't beat you, otherwise. There was a minor hiccup, they encountered an attack. He said. What type of assault, did the group get caught? Felix asked in pursuit. No, those Muggle experts are all rubbish, they were blasted by 2 or 3 people who raided the venue and in less than a minute, a dozen or so people were knocked out, Aladdin said with a disdainful face. Where's the French Ministry of Magic's Aurore? They're guarding the outside, there's a woman from America who's said to be very arrogant, she's the head of this meeting. Aladdin shrugged, my guess is that she is the one who induced the attack. Why do you say that? Aladdin looked around and lowered his voice, do you want to know? Want to get first-hand information? I paid a big price for it. Ding 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 ding. 4 gold galleons landed on the box, and Aladdin's eyebrows raised. If the information does not satisfy me, don't worry. It's definitely worth it. He then revealed a secret. It is said that the assailants were so arrogant that they warned the woman and left a blood-stained badge behind. What badge? Ilvermorny School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Felix went silent. It's outrageous, isn't it? There are thousands of students there, and they're on the edge right now, with 6 of the 7 American leaving that day. No one died, did they? No, that's why they were arrogant, they came, it seems, to announce something. Felix walked out of the wizard black market and looked at the bright sky, people chatting leisurely in the distance, a young couple pushing a baby pram and walking slowly past the sycamore trees. There is a constant feeling that this trip is not appropriate. I am going to open P_Atrian with 30. 159, Chapter 159. A speculation about magic. Felix strolled through the streets of Paris. A few hundred meters ahead is the south bank of the Seine. Along the shore, is a variety of elaborately decorated stores, many of which are exotic. A paper cutting store, for example, had a wide range of paper decorations on its doorstep, from small colorful animals to elaborate and sophisticated interior ornaments. The store owner is a young woman with a brightly colored hair ornament. When Felix walked into the store, she enthusiastically promoted the product to him. Finally, Felix picked out a colorful pinwheel that he could hold in his hand. A week before the official start of the conference, Felix enjoyed 2 days of shopping. From the Musée d'Orsay to the Louvre, and then to the world-famous Notre Dame, he treated himself as a pure tourist, enjoying the customs and exquisite cuisine of Paris. After all, he intended his trip to Paris in 3 days in a note to the French Ministry of Magic. On a gorgeous street, crowded with tourists from all countries converging, one could look up and see the Eiffel Tower, the landmark of the 7th district of Paris. A young couple held a child in each hand, holding half a gelato. Mom, Mom, I want flowers, I want flowers. The little boy said, pointing a short distance away. The couple followed the direction and looked over. About 10 meters away from them, 7 or 8 small children and their families were gathered around a young man who looked very handsome, slender, and had a gentle smile on his face. Black hair and light blue eyes, like a clear sky that give people a sense of tranquility. Felix put his left hand behind his back and snapped his fingers lightly with his right hand, and a bright yellow tulip suddenly appeared in his hand, which he handed to a child in front of him. It's a street magician. The child's father said. It looks great. The child's mother stared at Felix's hand, not seeing anything wrong with it. The couple walked over with the child, and Felix showed the crowd his empty hands, empty except for an emerald ring on his left hand. Under the inquisitive eyes, he clasped his hands together in a prayer motion, and from his closed hands came a chirping sound. Wow! Several small children's mouths grew wide in an exaggerated manner, and even their parents also showed an unbelieving expression. Felix slowly opened his palm. There is a small bird with colorful feathers in his hands. The bird nimbly turned its neck, fearlessly surveyed the surrounding, tiny black eyes that made people love it. The bird groomed its own feathers and flew away with its wings when a child tried to touch it. The crowd looked up, their eyes followed its flight path until it disappeared into the sky. Felix gave a salute, declined some coins and bills, and departed briskly. At a large Paris, Felix roamed through the famous French University of Higher Education, a picturesque place where many people of his age sat leisurely on the lawn, talking freely and leisurely. A pair of young girls gawked at him curiously, and a student with grape purple hair whispered to the girl next to her in her ear, "Look, that guy is very handsome, which department is he in?" Her friend said in an affirmative tone, "Definitely not from our department. So maybe from another department, or a tourist." You can just go and ask him. Why not? The purple-haired girl stood up, and she walked over to Felix and said in somewhat lazy French, "Hello, I'm Amandine Zoe." Felix looked back and said gently, "Hello, Miss Zoe, you can call me Felix, Felix Hap." Zoe froze for a moment and said, "You have beautiful eyes, and, you can call me Amandine." "Okay, Amandine." The girl named Amandine is very talkative and cheerful, and she acted as a guide to introduce Felix to her university. "This is the history department, and this is the humanities." "Oh, I remember, there is a very famous philosophy professor's public class today." Amandine's eyes widened, and her expression is very hesitant, as if she keeps swaying between Felix and the open class. "Can I come and observe?" Felix asked with a smile. "Of course, I didn't think you'd like philosophy." She let out a long sigh of relief. "I really don't know much about it, but it's good to listen to it once in a while." Amandine led Felix into a large, spacious classroom, and in the corner of her eye she saw her best friend looking at her in indignation. She smiled sardonically and pulled Felix down. The classroom became dim, and light is cast in the center. A middle-aged man dressed formally and sternly stood at the podium, his gaze abstruse and his tone nonchalant. "What is existence? What is the meaning of human existence? Before you were born, we went through a time when our faith was shaken, and, in the words of Nietzsche, we never realized as clearly as we did then, God is dead. We experienced a change of thought, a war which made us think about the meaning of living, starting with Kierkegaard and Dostoevsky, culminating in Sartre and Camus after World War II, until now it is silently fading. Someone invented the term existentialism, but existentialism cannot be considered a systematic philosophical category. There is no such discipline as existentialist philosophy. At best, it is a label. I will share some common reflections on existence. For example, you are the result of your choices. Another example is that time is the only measure of existence and non-existence. Many people feel that existentialism was born in the cafés of the left bank in Paris, the product of the imagination of a group of disillusioned people, but this is a complete stereotype, and many people are physically and silently implementing certain praiseworthy existential ideas. Suffering and hardship make people desperate, desperation makes people think about the meaning of existence, and thinking brings new life. Before we knew it, 2 hours had passed. A student raised his hand and asked, "Normally we don't think about the meaning of existence, but only under pessimism and despair. Does this mean that existentialism is actually a pessimistic argument? We study existentialism in order to avoid others studying existentialism." The professor said humorously, "Very interesting point, you could enroll in my graduate program. I need to emphasize that existentialism is an optimism supported by reason and logic. Imagine your life plunged into a grayness, war, famine, the alternative to science and technology. In short, you can't find the meaning of existence. This is when existentialism will tell you that although your life is full of tragedies, we still have to try our best to live and choose for ourselves the meaning of our lives. You will find that your very existence will add variables to the world, good, bad, and constantly fluctuating." Many hands went up. The professor pointed to Felix. Felix stood up. "Professor, in one of the categories you mentioned in your lecture, you believe that to exist is to see, to perceive, to experience. So how do we perceive and experience things that are distant, things that may never even appear in reality, like magic in films?" Felix's question caused the students to whisper and laugh. It is fun to insert the topic of magic into a serious philosophical question. 1 or 2 students whistled in approval of Felix's boldness. The professor thought for a moment and replied, "Magic is a product of our imagination and currently exists only in terms of imaginary media, such as films, novels, and so on. So do they really exist? Or are they simply a product of the imagination, a product of our brains that make us think it exists? What if one day magic does appear in reality?" Felix pressed. The professor laughed. "If magic really existed in reality, no one would not be unaware of it. Technology has developed to the point where we have the ability to travel to every corner of the world. Even the sky and the ocean cannot stop mankind from exploring." But he soon realized that he had met a persistent student today. "I mean, if you'll pardon me, we could make the assumption that there is a small collective of magicians who conceal their existence with all sorts of miraculous magic, but one day you find out about them." Felix paused briefly. "What would you do?" 160, Chapter 160 Uncle and Nephew. Felix truly wondered about this, especially from the point of view of a philosophy professor. A murmur rang out in the large classroom, and they also tried to bring themselves into the situation he set up, thinking incoherently about a question they never seriously thought about before. If magic really exists, how are we going to face it? As the professor watched the reactions from others, he felt he needs to answer this question seriously. He looked at Felix and inquired, "In your hypothesis, are there enough magicians?" "Not many, but not negligible either." "Do they fall under the conventional definition of evil, judging from the perspective of a group?" Any talk of group issues aside from proportionality would be fallacious. Professor. My view is equivalent to that of ordinary people. The professor and Felix exchanged questions and answers, and when they encountered sensitive ones like how strong are magicians as a whole, they would pass by vaguely, pushing that they hadn't thought about it yet. Other students were also attracted by the tug-of-war questioning process between the two, looking at the professor one moment and Felix the next. In the crowd, a young student with curly brown hair looked at Felix with a cold sweat and a frightened expression. The professor gave a pleased expression. It seems that you have thought very deeply about this issue, which will help us to explore further. Felix gave the explanation. I intended to write a fantasy piece like the Chronicles of Narnia. To complete his new book, he had deliberately collected a collection of fairy tales during the holidays, and was surprised to find that this series had been published back in the 50s. So? The professor thought seriously for a moment, looked up, and said, philosophical aspects aside, my view as a scholar is to communicate. Communication. Felix repeated. The answer did not satisfy him. Professor, I want to write a real novel, so that the content in it will have to withstand the scrutiny. My answer remains the same, no matter what the end result is, but between two strange groups, the first step to take is definitely to get to know each other better. The open class ended, and the students walked out in a line. The young student with curly brown hair hurried into the restroom and knocked over a man in doing so. Excuse me. On the other side, Felix politely offered his farewell. Amandine shrugged her shoulders with a breezy face. Well, if you have a chance to come to France in the future, you can call me up here, and I'll show you all over Paris. As Felix walked out of the famous university, pondering slowly under a row of sycamore trees, he sensed keenly that someone had been staring at him. He came around the corner and entered a narrow alleyway. A young man with curly brown hair and a middle-aged man with a full beard appeared in a hurry. They chased him directly into the alley and turned two corners before realizing that the road had ended with a wall. The middle-aged man jerked back, wand raised high and imposing, but the next second the wand in his hand seemed like a short stick falling loose from his hand. A man with black hair and light blue eyes looked at him with a calm face, holding an ebony wand in his hand. Maxwell Colbert opened his mouth and watched as the oak wood wand which belonged to him floated obediently in front of the young man across the alley. It happened so quickly and silently that he didn't even have time to react. Uncle, he disappeared, did he apparity away? The curly-haired young man gawked at the empty wall, and when he saw that his uncle did not respond to him, he turned around as an afterthought. It's him, he's the one who exposed the existence of the magic world. The youth uttered in one breath with the slurred French. Felix looked at him with amusement. I certainly know the international statute of wizarding secrecy better than you, which one did I violate? The curly-haired youth looked very unconvinced. I saw it with my own eyes and heard it with my own ears, don't you dare deny it. Hey, uncle, why is your wand on the opposite side? A bearded Maxwell Colbert reprimanded with a black face. Shut up, Calamy. He looked at Felix. I think there's a misunderstanding here. You're a research expert on Muggle issues who came to the conference, right? Misunderstanding. That's right, I'm an auror from the French Ministry of Magic, Maxwell Colbert. In charge of security for this conference. My nephew is studying for a major in Paris, and he may be mistaken. I'm sorry, I probably did misunderstand, Calamy said slowly, reaching out to withdraw the wand which is behind him at the same time. Felix raised an eyebrow and with a flick of his finger, the wand in the youthful Calamy's hand also flew out. One big and one small were looking at each other with different expressions on their faces, looking at the man across the alley as he said with satisfaction. Now we can talk properly. A restaurant on the street in the 5th district of Paris. Felix took the menu handed to him by the waiter, a salade, a bouillabaisse, a plate of escargot, the main course should be beef bourguignon and, well, dessert for later, that's all. He handed the menu to the uncle and nephew across the table. What about you? Maxwell is still hesitating, but nephew Calamy has taken the menu. Uncle, what do you want? How about this Roquefort? Maxwell pointed at Felix and said to the waiter, the same as his. Calamy ordered a number of odd dishes instead. We recommend you pair it with a light wine. The waiter said. Felix had no objection, the other two were completely clueless. The waiter took the order and left quickly. Maxwell Colbert said with a complicated look on his face, I'm now convinced you're an expert in Muggle research. What's your name? A little late, but let's introduce ourselves. My name is Felix Happ, published 2 books on Muggle studies. Maxwell went silent, and half a minute later he spoke. Given your fame, I believe for now that you have no intention of exposing the world of magic, but I will go back and check. As for your assault on Oro. What Auror? I was facing unidentified wizards, and after just learning that there was an assault against Muggle research experts, it's only natural for me to be a little on edge mentally, isn't it? Maxwell's expression became serious. You knew about the assault? How did you know about it? Emerson Kane, Iris Alpha, Galsworthy Moore. Felix reported a string of names, and Maxwell's face became more and more ugly. These were all the names of officials from the French Ministry of Magic. I have a wide range of sources. Felix picked up his knife and fork and revealed a gentle smile. Perhaps, I can recommend one or two of them to you. Throughout the meal, Maxwell looked somewhat depressed, eating in silence, not even tasting what is in his mouth. Kalemi, on the contrary, quickly became acquainted with Felix. What's up with your studying at this side? Felix inquired about the topic that interested him. Kalemi said, my mother's side made the arrangement. Oh, I'm half-blood as an external student, without a certificate. Felix's mind clicked. Out of the restaurant, Kalemi left and Felix used the apparition to take Maxwell to the Furstenberg Square in Paris. This is where the headquarters of the French Ministry of Magic is located. In the middle of the square, 4 ancient trees were arching over a bronze statue, and when they stepped into the range of the trees, their figures magically disappeared without being seen by the people around them. The two stood next to the statue, the roots of the 4 ancient trees suddenly came to life, entwined with each other forming a birdcage-like elevator. Felix's step shook slightly, and the elevator began to go down. He glanced at Maxwell and returned his wand to him. Thanks, Maxwell said sincerely. I am going to open P_Atrian with 30. 161, Chapter 161 Eavesdropping. The elevator descended quickly, and after a brief period of darkness, Felix caught a glimpse of the light that is zooming in beneath his feet. A cacophony of voices reached their ears as they came to a huge underground building. Felix surveyed the design and murals on the arch-shaped ceiling. Maxwell noticed his gaze. We've adopted a new style constellation patterns, and some historical events, see that big orb. He pointed to the silver-white sphere over the dome, which is emitting a soft light that illuminates the entire foyer as if it were daylight. It isn't used to be there, all thanks to the previous minister. The elevator landed and Felix stepped out of the birdcage. He looked around. The lobby is divided into 2 levels, he is on the first floor, the open space in the center of the several parallel long desks, most of the seats are full, people walk to and fro, walk in hurry. The second floor consisted of a number of corridors supported by pillars, the very edge of which happened to be an aisle with a railing, and he saw someone standing in front of it, looking down from above. Is the building here arranged horizontally? Felix inquired. What? Oh yeah, similar to a spider's web, and we're standing in the center of it. Maxwell said, not quite the same as the British Ministry of Magic. I heard that you have opened up a dozen floors down. As far as I know, it's 10 floors, Felix said. Next, Maxwell led Felix out of the foyer and straight down to a small office along an open passage. There is a piece of paper taped on it, temporary registration point number 2. I'll bring you straight here and save you the trouble of asking the receptionist at the front desk, which is always full of long lines. Maxwell pushed the door open. Good afternoon, Willie, I'm bringing a friend to register for the Muggle Research Conference. A light-haired male wizard looked up. Of course, so many people have been coming lately that I don't even have time for pastime. He suddenly looked at Felix. Do you like playing exploding cards? Maxwell interrupted impatiently. Willie, we're in a hurry, we have to go to the hotel later. The thought of that American woman gives me a fit. Ha! But you have to listen to her command, don't you? The male wizard named Willie registered Felix's wand while handing over a form. Just fill out the form, mainly the columns for name, country, and purpose of visit. Maxwell's beard twitched. I'm following the minister's orders. Felix quickly filled out the basic information, ignoring the column on the form for specialization in magic, and when he handed it to Willie, the male wizard didn't even look at it and stuffed it in a drawer, turning to Maxwell with glee. But the minister told you to listen to her. Did the woman ask you to do the waiter's work? Maxwell returned a rude gesture. As they walked out of the office, Maxwell explained, this conference was requested by the Magical Congress of the United States of America at the International Confederation of Wizards, and we hosted it after all the members approved and agreed. Why not in the United States? They asked for it, who knows what they were thinking. Maxwell clearly didn't want to talk much, and Felix guessed that it might have something to do with that woman he was talking about. The 2 men came to a fireplace. Hotel Boathouse, remember? After you. Felix grabbed a handful of fluo powder, shouted clearly over the turquoise flames, Hotel Boathouse, and his figure disappeared. Felix walked out of the fireplace, the interior decorated in red and gold. The most conspicuous is the red carpet and gold stone pillars, which reminded Felix of Gryffindor House at Hogwarts. He felt faintly amused. Soon, Maxwell appeared from the fireplace. He took Felix to a room and left in a hurry. Felix pushed open the door. The furnishings inside were simple. He took some time to apply some protection ward and then wandered around the hotel. The hotel has 7 floors. Felix paced to the first floor, talked to the receptionist, and quickly determined that it is a Muggle hotel in a very isolated location. You tour groups really odd. It takes until fall for tourists to flock here to enjoy the flowers and scenery and all that. Now it's bare all around. And once they checked in, we weren't allowed to clean your rooms, and there were all kinds of weird requests. Felix responded with a few words. He did not know how the French Ministry of Magic negotiated and did not want to dwell on it. There were two men standing at the door, one hand in his trouser pocket, looking very much like Maxwell in temperament, and he guessed they were guards arranged by the Ministry of Magic. Felix asked the waiter if anyone named Charity Burbage has arrived. The waiter checked the service list. No, her room is 203, it is still vacant, just cleaned it in this morning. After a polite thank you, Felix started walking up from the first floor, taking notice of any signs of dark magic. Halfway up, he met several wizards from different countries who were also invited experts. Felix chatted with them, and most of them were friendly, except for those who really couldn't speak the language. On the fourth floor, he found a huge auditorium with hundreds of seats. Looks like the meeting is taking place here. The fifth and sixth floors were empty, but Felix walked past them one by one until the seventh floor, when he heard some movement in it. Did I really bump into it? Or is it actually a staff member in the hotel? Felix's figure gradually blended in with the surroundings, his footsteps were low and inaudible, and at the entrance of room 705, he stopped. There is very little sound inside, but Felix sees two brightly shining sources of magic with the help of his black and white perspective, and he nudges the wall with his wand, the tip of which softens as it meets the wall. Then the sound of the conversation in the room reached Felix's ears clearly. Have you got the list yet? It is a woman's voice. No, he's got a tough mouth. A low, manly voice rang out. Can't you just? The woman's voice stopped abruptly, as if a langlock had been cast. You realize the problem too, we can't afford to take the hard approach, or at least I refuse to. The woman whispered a curse. After a long interval, when Felix thought the conversation ended there, the man said dismally, this is a complete and utter disaster. Footsteps came and Felix left swiftly. In the room, he pondered the information he had stumbled upon. It turned out that one of the last assailants had actually been caught, and from the conversation between the two sides, the identity of the assailant is special enough to give them something to worry about. Is he a relative of some bureaucrat? Felix suddenly felt worthless for the gold galleons he had spent. The information he got is not as good as what he had overheard while standing at the door. 162, Chapter 162 Assault. In the evening, oddly dressed wizards appeared across the hotel, and Felix stood in the hotel garden, watching as several wizards made their way up a small hill. His eyes caught a glimpse of Maxwell talking to a serious-faced woman who looked impatient. This is France, Celeste. Not America, and you can't use the name of the head of your institution to get me to do your bidding. The witch known as Celeste had a delicate and serious face, wearing a meticulous attire that could not be picked out. She looked like a competent government official who had just arrived from the Muggle government office building dozens of kilometers away to attend a solace event in the slums. Especially since she stood next to various witches in puffy dresses and iris hats, who are seriously pointing at the automatic sprinklers, which further adds to the credibility of her identity. At the moment, flame seemed to erupt from her grey pupils, and she pursed her lips to restrain herself from saying anything hurtful, but her response remained strong. The law is a bottom line that cannot be trampled, and we have to do something about it. We'll take care of it. Maxwell said stiffly, focusing on the word we as if to remind the woman across the table that they interpreted the word completely differently. The two parted ways quickly and unhappily. Felix paced over to the French orer, who still had an angry look on his face. She's so arrogant, she thinks I'm her subordinate. She is? Felix inquired. A hard woman to deal with, Noelle Celeste, the #1 person in the Macusa at Mugglefield. What does she want to do? Get the American side to send Aura over here, on the grounds of assisting against possible convicts, Maxwell said with a stern face. Felix tsked, such a request is indeed excessive, just short of pointing straight at the French Ministry of Magic and cursing, you're so rubbish, I can't trust you, I need my own people dispatched. If she's uneasy, why didn't she just hold the meeting in the US in the first place? Felix asked, having asked a similar question before. Factional strife? Hard feelings? Anyway, I understand there is quite a bit of opposition against her. Felix asked sensitively, which ones are opposed? I don't remember. Maxwell showed an embarrassed expression as he muttered in a small voice, the ministry prepared some information for me, among which were various newspaper clippings and whatnot, and put them in my room, but I didn't look at them carefully. Do you want to see them? If it's convenient, thank you, Maxwell. Ha, we don't really know each other, and your taste in food matches mine, I like the beef bourguignon stew. Maxwell joked. Some previous bad blood just disappeared. On the second day, the day before the official start of the meeting, more wizards came, and by rough count, there were already more than 100. One of the consequences of this is that the staff at the hotel looked at them even more strangely. Tell me, are you some kind of strange group, such as Strange Dress Fetish Club or something like that? The hotel receptionist chatted with Felix. Of these people, only a few were dressed normally, and Felix is the youngest and most handsome among them. You can totally understand it that way. He said, saving the trouble of her actually trying to understand and getting a shot of the obliviate put on her. Soon, he caught sight of Professor Burbage, and he greeted her, taking the small luggage in her hand. You're a little later than I expected. Burbage sighed, I modified the paper for my presentation at the conference and have been struggling with it for the past few days. Felix led Professor Burbage to her room and the two made small talk along the way. You advocate wizards intermarrying with werewolves? Felix asked, flabbergasted. Not just werewolves, Burbage corrected, I see the advantages of interbreeding, and I propose that purebloods intermarry with half-bloods, muggles, and even some humanoid creatures. Felix's expression stiffened, and he leaned against the door of the room for a long time before speaking. Do you have any theoretical justification? Professor Burbage said, this is my inspiration from the Muggle books, although the Muggle named Mendel used peas as material for the experiment. But I also checked a lot of wizard data, and it is true that hybrid wizards have achieved more in the last 100 years. Felix had some headache, he did not know how to persuade his colleague. Once her theory is thrown out, it is just like detonating a nuclear bomb. What's more, whether the theory is correct or not is still a distinction between two possibilities, but it will definitely be madly resisted by pure-blood families all over the world. Professor Burbage, Felix said politely, given the current trend in the wizarding world, most wizards were not mentally prepared to accept this theory. Perhaps we can modify the topic a little and start from a safer perspective. Professor Burbage looked at him and asked softly, what do you suggest? Use the current self-imposed lockdown of the wizarding world as an attack point, appeal to the ministries of magic to focus on the outside world, Muggle technology, novel theories, or even start a limited cooperation with the Muggle government, or from the perspective of ordinary wizards, call on young graduates to engage in social practice in the Muggle world, so that they can at least gain a job experience. Most wizards have been out of touch with society for a long time. Felix also gave the example of Kalami. He graduated and enrolled in a Muggle institution for postgraduate, and maybe a few years later he will be an authority on Muggle issues in the French magic community. Burbage pondered. Felix persuaded, it fits with the theme of this meeting, and once the avalanche of snowballs forms, even the most stubborn pure-blood families will be swept along by the tide of the times. But Burbage is not very satisfied with this statement, although she is a professor of Muggle studies, but does not think that the two can cooperate, or rather, there is a need to cooperate. She simply saw the irrationality of pure-blood thinking in the wizard community and proceeded to propose her own solution. The next day, July 20th, the meeting officially began. Noelle Celeste, as the representative of the International Confederation of Wizards and the initiator of the meeting, presided over the entire meeting, but she seemed distracted. She kept looking in one direction, a tall, bespectacled man who, every few minutes, would go out and return giving her hand signals. One by one, the representatives of each country took the stage, and Felix became somewhat drowsy. It's hard to imagine that these old ideas came from the mouth of the most famous group of current experts in the study of Muggle issues. The only amusement was when a wizard raised the Muggle threat argument and was angrily accused by a German wizard of being a Grindelwald remnant as he threw his shoes at him. Perhaps Burbage's point of view will be drowned in this kind of desperately watered-down speech. Felix thought to himself. Professor Burbage, what is the order of your speech? There are two other wizards in front of me. Soon, Professor Burbage stood on the stage. She cleared her throat, with a sad expression on her face, and Felix knew she didn't listen to his advice. But at that moment, the man with the vicissitudes of life hurried in, and he shouted, there is an assault. Boom! A huge explosion rang out behind him. 163, Chapter 163 The Fight. The solid wood doors of the auditorium were blown into countless pieces, and a laser-like red beam swept through the room amidst the smoke and dust. Felix smoothly flicked off that spell. It is a stupefying charm. What a weak magic! He wondered in amazement. But the next second, a red beam came straight at him, crashing into an invisible barrier with a low thud. Felix curled his mouth. That's somewhat decent. He smoothly grabbed Professor Burbage as she panicked and smoothed out her ginger hair that was in the way. What's wrong? What's wrong? What the hell is going on? Felix didn't respond to her, the dual effect of the supersensory charm, and thought acceleration slowed down everything around him. Burbage's question seemed to drag on for a long time, and the accelerating curves of the spell arced slower. When a dozen or so spells arrived, he had already prepared the shield charm to deflect them away. Snib. A light sound. Felix used apparition to bring Professor Burbage to the 7th floor of the hotel. Professor Burbage, I previously explored and checked, the 6th and 7th floors are not inhabited, it will not be the target of the assailants, you just find a room to hide. This is what he confirmed, before Celeste and that masculine face male wizard was simply found this secluded place to talk about confidential topics. Okay, okay. Burbage swallowed nervously, that scene just now was too stimulating, she had never seen so many spells appear before her eyes at the same time in her life. The words Felix had advised her earlier flashed through her mind one by one. Felix's body twisted and disappeared, leaving a faint black smoke in the same place. In the next instant, he emerged out of the void in the auditorium and appeared at the second-floor railing of the auditorium. After tilting his head to dodge a red arrow that missed him, he stood on high ground and looked down. The room had fallen into shambles, the door had blown open, tables and chairs were falling apart, and there were burn marks everywhere. It had happened so suddenly that a large portion of the Muggle research experts had collapsed on the floor, but judging from their state, they were unconscious at best. Had this group of assailants showing mercy? His gaze quickly swept across the entire room, his brain running at high speed as he brought all the details of the room under control. This is the starting requirement of the instant kill move, reading the battlefield to obtain usable information. The two fighting sides, one side is divided into three camps. Celeste, the masculine-faced man hiding behind the podium, they belong to the Macusa. Maxwell and two unfamiliar young Aurors who were hiding next to the stone pillars, should all be guards assigned by the French Ministry of Magic. The remaining dozen or so Muggle experts from different countries were scattered around, barely defending themselves. On the other side were the assailants, who were uniformly dressed in black robes embellished with white stars and wearing masks on their faces. 27 in total and still flooding in. Noelle Celeste! Come out! Someone among the assailants shouted, and as they spoke, the windows of the fourth-floor auditorium exploded open, and 7 or 8 black-robed wizards on broomsticks burst in, hovering above the ceiling and swooping down to cast a spell. Felix swung his wand directly at 2 wizards who cast spells at him, causing the others to move far away in fear. Celeste hid behind the podium, she looked angry as a lion. It has been abolished in 1965. Do you know what you have done? Fighting against the Macusa. She seemed to be explaining something, but it provoked the other side's anger instead. Liar. This is deception. These attackers were clearly divided into 4 squads, front and back. In each squad, someone is responsible for attacking and someone is responsible for protecting, shielding each other, and advancing in layers, occupying most of the auditorium, almost forcing the Ministry of Magic's side into a corner. And what is even more frightening is that there are black-robed wizards constantly pouring into the room, and the number of enemies seems to have no end in sight, which caused Maxwell's heart to despair. The last attack was only 5 people, but this time I'm afraid it's not 10 times as many. The French Ministry of Magic had been cautious enough to transfer a total of 12 Aurors, forming 2 combat squads, enough to sweep a black market. But this time they were losing too much, 7 were knocked down in one shot. There is only one reason, that is, there are simply too many people on the other side. With spells coming from all directions, there is simply no room to dodge. Maxwell gritted his teeth as he glanced around at his comrades. Counting him, there are only 3, and the remaining 9 have fallen at the hands of the opponents. He could only pray that the ministry would soon discover the anomaly and send reinforcement. Felix is somewhat confused. The purpose of the assailants is simple, it is Noelle Celeste, and Celeste seems to know that their target is herself, and even knows who they are. Because she told Maxwell from across the 2 stone pillars, don't use the killing curse. But the battlefield is not under her control, and it's a bad idea to show mercy in the middle of a fight if there is no overwhelming advantage on your side. A red light struck Maxwell, causing him to stiffen, followed by 7 or 8 more red lights that followed. With a stunned expression on his face, the spell lifted his entire body off the ground and slammed him hard against the pillar behind him. Maxwell! A young Auror's eyes reddened as he gritted his teeth, as he cast a dark curse, and a black mist condensed in midair to form a sharp dagger that stabbed an assailant across the room in an unstoppable manner, whose chest instantly burst with a large amount of blood. Bethany! A grief-stricken voice came from the opposite side, and then their spell became vicious. Though he still failed to get to the bottom of it, Felix felt he had to intervene before things became irreversible. He raised his hand to cast a Fenestra spell, and the spell struck the ceiling chandelier, shattering it in part of the ceiling, sending dust and stones showering down. The red light in the sky diminished significantly in a moment. Felix's figure appeared very abruptly in the center of the auditorium. He calmly and precisely waved his wand. Stupefying charm flew out from the tip of his wand like water. As smoke and dust dissipated, 7 to 8 assailants fell to the ground. Finite. Felix thrust his wand to the ground with his backhand. Red light poured out like a horrible wave, with him as the center. The assailants, Muggle specialists, Aurors, and Macusa officials fluttered out like wheat. The spell that were still being prepared soundlessly dimmed down. All eyes looked at the figure that suddenly appeared, watching him slowly stand up and raise his wand expressionlessly. The auditorium went so quiet that even breathing could be heard, and after about 7 or 8 seconds, "Strike him down," said a deep, steady voice among the assailants. But a dozen spells only hit the black smoke he left in place, and then everyone in the room saw a scene they would never forget. Felix's figure kept flickering, and each time he appeared, he shook his hand and waved a dazzling red light. And the most exaggerated thing is, they saw 7 Felix simultaneously appearing at the same time. The squad of an assailant that barely managed to break into the auditorium in front was almost swept to the ground in a second or two, and the remaining 3 squads collapsed to their knees in submission. Too weak, despite the decent formation, the individual quality is too poor, losing when they lost their team protection, even the most basic sense of self-protection is not present, it kinda looks like I'm bullying kids. Felix did not feel the pleasure of casting spells, on the contrary, the disbelief in his heart is even more. If we have to draw an analogy, some of their spells were not as good as Percy Weasley's. There is a huge gap in strength between the members, they aren't used to using killing curses and dark magic, they don't have enough combat experience, and their spells are weak. Where did these assailants come from? I am going to open P_Atrian with 30. 164, Chapter 164 Revolutionary Society. Felix kept thinking about the origin of the group of assailants. He suddenly remembered the information from the dark wizard Aladdin. It is said that the assailants were so arrogant that they warned the woman and left a blood-stained badge. What badge? Ilvermorny School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Was that badge really a warning? Or was it accidentally lost? At the moment, the 4 lineups of the assailants were scrambled by him, leaving only 5 or 6 of them still able to get up, and the frontmost squad left with only one lucky little wizard. But of course, he didn't recognize this luck at all. He wished he would have passed out, because the devil-like figure stood less than 2 meters away from him, looking at him calmly. Felix took a step towards the short wizard in front of him, walking slowly and steadily, to ease the dizziness caused by over 24 apparitions in a row, but to the others, his steps seemed like a leisurely stroll, his gaze seemingly gentle, but like a huge unchained dragon, with hideous spikes all over his body. The air seemed to freeze, the remaining assailants struggling to get up, the young Aura who looked sad and angry, Celeste who tried her best to remain calm, and the man with the vicissitudes of life, all seemed to have been pressed the pause button. The short man's eyes were full of fear, and he instinctively turned to run away, but tripped over the unconscious body of his companion and touched his forehead and blood seeped out a little as he hit the gravel. By the time he got up from the ground, Felix already stood in front of him. Let's see what you really are. He reached out and grasped the mask with one hand. To the short wizard's eyes, the extended hand seemed to contain magic that prevented him from moving a muscle, and he desperately told himself to run, but ended up like a cold stone statue, his mood hitting rock bottom. His lips mumbled. Don't. Don't. 2 voices overlapped, the other surprisingly coming from the mouth of Noelle Celeste, her grey eyes reflecting panic that should not have been there. But Felix didn't stop, he lifted the mask decisively. For a moment, Felix froze, his hand holding the mask stopped in midair. He expected a witch under the mask, not only because of the other party's short stature, but also because of the shrill voice. All these features lead him to associate with a female identity. But under the mask is the face of a bloodstained, excessively youthful boy at best, 15 or 16 years old, and probably younger than Percy Weasley by the looks of it. The young man looked at him dumbfounded, the expression suddenly becoming unfathomable and elusive. He gathered his courage, grabbed the mask, and stumbled back. Felix stayed where he was and did not pursue. Stomp, stomp, stomp. Another dozen black-robed wizards rushed into the auditorium, and one of them shouted loudly in excitement, "The people are rescued, we can withdraw." Did that old witch Celeste get caught? But the scene is not what he expected, the newcomers froze, their eyes fell on Felix, who had just lowered his wand with him as the center. A dozen or so of their companions sprawled around. Less than a third of them were sober, several of them still just woken up from the magic, with blank expressions on their faces. Run! The short male wizard said in a hoarse voice. What? Run! But the leading wizard didn't want to leave the men behind, he raised his wand and the others chose to follow. A dozen red beams came at Felix, these men were clearly elite, fiery spells like lasers, but all were deflected in front of Felix, with a ring-like barrier looming. Exquisite lines of silver and white intertwined with gold continued to be outlined in the air, and as the spell struck it became more powerful, its appearance became clearer and clearer. It is a magnified half-body armor, shadowed and pulsating with magical flames. The armor made up of the shield charm enveloped his entire body, allowing him to completely ignore their attacks. The black-robed wizards attacked in vain, but their mood inevitably sank into despair. Get out of here, before I change my mind, Felix said. After a brief silence from the assailants. He's locked by his own magic, get the unconscious people out of here. The leading wizard made up random reasons to speak, whatever the reason, this powerful enemy seemed to have no intention of attacking. The others woke up, and they used the levitation charm and transfiguration to drag their fainted companion away and quickly evacuate this dangerous place. In a short but lengthy minute, no one opened their mouths. Celeste, a masculine-faced male wizard, the French Ministry of Magic Aurors, and even the Muggle research experts, all remained silent for a rare moment as they tacitly accepted Felix's approach. Felix removed his magic and his gaze fell on the last few people, who looked at Felix as they ran, their eyes full of inquiry. Don't look, run. A black-robed wizard said. The assailants left quickly, leaving behind the devastated hotel. 3 to 5 Muggle specialists on the field looked around in bewilderment as if they had had a rare dream. From an orderly meeting, to an unexpected attack, to a powerful young man who jumped out and ended the fight in less than 30 seconds, is this not just a dream? Felix came next to Maxwell and carefully examined his state. He is unconscious, and his face is riddled with small, dense bumps. This, gentleman? Is he all right? The young Aura asked restrainedly. Nothing's wrong, got hit by too many stupefying charms, with a vicious hex mixed in, Felix said somewhat indifferently, the vicious hex which would certainly taunt everyone present. Celeste walked out with her hair disheveled and covered in dust, followed by the masculine-faced male wizard. You? She said with a rare hesitation. What exactly is the identity of the assailant? Felix asked dryly, having actually made a conjecture. I'm not sure, it could be a remnant of the Purgers, or a Grindelwald wannabes, Celeste said. I think that you are fooling me, Miss Celeste. Felix stepped forward, the silver glint in his eyes completely overriding the original light blue pupils. Her expression froze for a moment as a picture quickly flashed by. Secret reports show that the Revolutionary Society has been formed by minors, and our Wizarding Society has been further fragmented because of that damned law. Cecil, we can't budge, 1 step back would mean 10 or 100 steps back. But wizards of Muggle origin are also part of us, and the laws we created were harming them. Since 1965, more and more people have felt tricked, Celeste and their patience has reached their limit, which is why it gave birth to organizations like the Revolutionary Society, which brings shame to all. We have gentlemen in Congress sitting on a barrel of gunpowder, still gloating and sipping wine. The Congress won't support it. So you cover the lid, Celeste? We are the Congress and should be responsible for the laws of the American Magical Society. And what would you have me tell them, honorable counselors, that because of our outrageously stupid laws, the students and graduates of Ilvermorny colluded to organize a revolutionary society to prepare a revolt against the Macusa? I should remind you, Celeste, that this is already a fact. I can't appear like a fool in front of the congressman. At the very least, get a list of names. How do you intend to do that? Patience, Cecil. Wait until summer holiday, set up a trap that looks harmless and yet holds sweet bait, and if you catch 1 or 2 people, you can pull out a string of names. Celeste, you're an excellent bait yourself, and they're targeting you. Thanks, Cecil. I'm not complimenting you. Cecil, remember to tell the New York Ghost to spread the word when the time comes. 165, Chapter 165 Rescue. Celeste's gaze kept struggling as she desperately resisted Felix's prying into her memory, and Cecil, who was standing by, drew his wand and hesitated to attack. The truth is that Felix's previous performance was so exaggerated that he had no slightest assurance. But Felix had got what he wanted, he said softly, Ilvermorny. Ilvermorny's student, that's all. But why, and what kind of law invokes such a resentment? Celeste's face paled, and she shut her mouth tightly. But Felix showed a look of recognition. Yes, Rappaport's law, but as I recall, this law has been annulled. You just said that right. During the fight, Celeste had angrily yelled at her assailants. It was revoked back in 1965. She was rebuked for being a liar, and that was the crux of the matter. The male wizard named Cecil rubbed his chin in dismay. Only a small part of it was abolished. Felix's gaze went over, and Cecil looked away and explained in a low voice, the remaining articles were merged into other laws, especially no mage and wizard interactions, and the restrictions are still strict pure-blood wizards, as well as no mage-born wizards and next-generation hybrids born to them, must file lists of interactions and undergo regular inspection by the Magic Congress professionals at their homes, and we have special memory erasure teams ready to eliminate superfluous and dangerous memories. Celeste whispered, to prevent the exposure of the wizarding world. There are many of these types of students. Felix looked at Cecil. Depending on how you interpret it, the most are definitely hybrids, for sure. But which side, do you think, they will lean over? So, you are fighting a doomed war. The male wizard closed his eyes in distress. Felix didn't say anything else, it originally had nothing to do with him, he simply felt a little irritated before. As his eyes swept over a ruin, his expression changed, the wand in his hand rapidly fluttered, large swathes of rubble, dust and broken tables and chairs floated into midair, and the others looked at him uncertainly. At the edge of the ruins, the figure of a black-robed wizard emerged, blood stained the ground from his chest. Who is this? Celeste let out a startled cry as she whispered silently, never a student, never a student. The young Auror who had been looking after Maxwell had a dumbfounded expression. This seemed to be the one who he used magic against. Felix took a big step forward and crouched on the ground. He lifted the black mask, which has turned out to be a pale-looking witch, likewise not very old. The others gathered around in an agitated mood, her face bloodless, her chest heaving as she lost the blood mixed with the dust on the ground, making her look like a corpse that had just been dug up. Did I kill someone? Still a student? The young Auror muttered. It's over, it's all over. Celeste slumped to the ground. Several Muggle research experts had solemn expressions, and one of them took off the iris cap on his head. Felix did not speak, he carefully examined the young witch, his finger gently pressed against the wound, a trace of black mist diffused along with his finger, and soon made the tip of his index finger turn black. Is this a curse-type dark magic? Felix asked the young Auror. Yes, yes. Felix nodded as he took out various vials and bottles from his ring. Is there anything you can do to save her? The young Auror asked hopefully, and he looked at Felix with an expression as if he resembled a god. Can you bring back the dead? Everyone in the room looked at Felix with full expectation, hoping to hear an affirmative answer from him. At this moment, they hoped for a miracle. No, I can't. Felix said cruelly, and the next second he changed his words, but she is not dead. He picked out a black vial and dripped the potion from the bottle over the witch's chest, the wound tingled and spilled out wisps of black mist. Then Felix took out another white vial and dripped it on the wound, which healed quickly. She survived. Celeste stammered and asked. Felix waited quietly, and after almost half a minute, the witch's chest rose and fell, then he let out a huge sigh of relief. You did it! You did it! From now on, you are the person I admire the most. The young Auror got agitated so much so that he sounded incoherent. Felix smiled and said with a lot of emotion, you have to thank a friend of mine who is a potion master, he is a great help. Of course, thanks to my company to his adventure. The potion in the black vial, the main material, is exactly what Felix and Damocles Belby found when they were exploring the Forbidden Forest, that black root herb moly. At that time, Belby told him that the potion made of the black root of moly is miraculously effective in treating dark magic injuries. After returning, he took off a portion of the material and gave it to Belby, who in turn gave him back a vial of the potion half a month later. Sir, your finger? Young Auror asked. Right, there is this, I almost forgot it if you didn't mention it. Felix stared at his pitch-black index finger, twirled it gently, and a wisp of black mist is snuffed right out. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. In a single stream, a team appeared, the backup from the French Ministry of Magic arrived. Mr. Muir. Felix greeted one of them. Mr. Happ? It's good to see you. Just a moment, I'll deal with this business first, and we'll catch up later. The middle-aged man with curly blonde hair said. He turned his head and ordered his men, inform the healing team and the memory team to check for muggles in the vicinity. Also, where's Cooper? Tell him to meet me. Maxwell, who had just awakened, got pulled over to explain, so he angrily accused Celeste, the soothing tone of French being spoken in a jarring tone, mixed with various national curses. Celeste stood aside with a black face. After a solid 10 minutes, the director of the Magical Law Enforcement Division, Galsworthy Muir, came striding over and shook Felix's hands warmly. Thank you very much for everything, Felix. Our lad does get a little too impulsive sometimes, but we can't blame all on him. He eyed an awkward Celeste and Cecil across the room. If some people hadn't pulled off the act, we would have been kept in the dark from start to finish. I'll bring this matter to the attention of the International Confederation of Wizards as it is, and I'm sure Dumbledore won't stand by for this. We are also fighting against criminals, Mr. Muir. Celeste took a deep breath and explained. Muir glared with his ginger eyes and questioned loudly, you call a student who is still in school a criminal? Celeste pursed her lips and said stiffly, age and whether you broke the law are two different things, and you should have been aware of that, Director Muir. And did they do anything over the top? Don't try to deceive me, I know more than you think. Secret meetings, expanding their members, dropping leaflets, running private newspapers, and writing anonymous letters, all of which you probably threw in the rubbish without even looking at it. That's why this happened today, right? Uninterested in their quarrel, Felix offered his farewell, to which Muir merrily agreed, and made an appointment to meet later. The next second, his figure appeared on the 7th floor of the hotel. Professor Burbage. He stood in the hallway and spoke aloud. Halfway through, a door pushed open and Burbage peered over, smiling when she realized it is Felix. Thank goodness you're back at last. The raid is over, Felix said mildly. I am going to open P_Atrian with 30. 166, Chapter 166 The Man Behind the Plan. It's not over yet. In a mountain pass amidst whispering whines, a dozen black-robed wizards argued fiercely. It had been less than an hour since the assault, and they efficiently woke up their companions and split into 3 groups to hide. It is a pre-selected hiding spot. Bethany stayed behind. Jura, you have the best relationship with her, what do you think we should do? The short boy whose mask was removed by Felix asked. His face looks bloodied, and his brown hair is stained with blood. Juro looked around at his pessimistic companions and spoke with difficulty, we can't go back. That man, that gentleman, he is too strong, we don't have half a chance, your sister. Buyers, Jura also worried, if not that gentleman did not make a move in the end. We can't run away ourselves. One person finished the sentence. The French Ministry of Magic's aura must have arrived by this time, too. A student irritably removed his mask, revealing a round face. Can we contact Brother Daniel? He must be aware of the situation. Someone suggested. Jura shook his head, his communication is restricted, and our previous contacts were intermittent. Before the operation, I only told him the time of the assault and the hiding spot, for that matter. We'll wait another half hour, if he didn't come, it either means he's exposed or he can't leave, so we'll just move back. Byers wiped light scarlet tears and said with trembling lips, Sister she is seriously injured. Will they treat her, Jura? I'm terribly worried about her, I don't even know if she's still alive. The others also took their masks off, revealing a face full of sorrow. Jura gritted his teeth, it's all my fault. At this moment, a strange voice suddenly appeared, Jura, you acted too recklessly this time. The men turned around with a look of surprise on their faces, Brother Daniel. And Ebuk, it's good to see you. Two adult wizards appeared there, one with long fiery red hair and a slender build, the other with short dark brown hair and a sturdy, short build. The crowd surrounded the two wizards and asked questions excitedly. Brother Daniel, do you know how Bethany is coping? Yeah, did she get any treatment? Daniel, a male wizard with long fiery red hair, listened to their words with a somewhat embarrassed face, I'm not sure of the specifics yet, as promised, Ebuk and I pretended to be lured away by you guys, and passed on false information to the others, and didn't go to the Boathouse Hotel yet. But Bethany, will be fine as long as she's alive. Celeste can't bear the price. Next to him, the short and stout Ebuk nodded nervously in agreement. Byers slightly put down the worries from his heart, he immediately thought of something, so can you guys go scouting for news about my sister now? Nominally, you guys are Celeste's escort, right? Daniel showed an apologetic expression, Byers, my whole squad has been sneaked here, it's impossible to appear in front of the French Ministry of Magic, besides, I guess Celeste is now in trouble on her own. It's all because of that guy named Corey Messon, he's the one who captured Matt. Nonsense. Daniel reprimanded, Matt has the guts to attack a high-ranking official of the Magic Congress, and he is one to be blamed for being arrested. The crowd fell silent. Daniel's tone eased a bit, and he looked at Jura, the situation was urgent before, and communication was not smooth, so I didn't have time to ask detailed inquiries. How did you make such a big show? I don't remember passing information to you. Was the intelligence from someone else? Fury? Herman? Kylie? The others looked to Jura, who had initiated this operation. It was from New York Ghost Paper, Daniel. Jura said blushingly, Matt read that Celeste was going to a conference in Paris, France from it, so he and me privately contacted a few people, all graduates, and we thought we were strong enough, so we didn't bother to tell anyone. We were going to kidnap her, get evidence of the crime and some intelligence from her about the top levels of Congress. Daniel looked at him with a scrutinizing gaze. Jura said frankly, at first it went very well, we found the right opportunity to launch a surprise attack. Celeste and her followers were completely unable to rival us, not to mention the few Muggle research experts, but then suddenly two auras appeared, they are very strong, we retreated together, and yet we were nevertheless pursued. Matt was caught in order to buy time for us to escape. Daniel added the information, that was Celeste's hidden force, the French Ministry of Magic only allowed 2 people, she and Cecil, and did not allow the auras from our country. Celeste chose 2 of her most trusted people to sneak in to protect her, Corey Messon being one of them. No wonder they stealthily acted only when we were about to succeed, and deliberately avoided the French auras. Jura came to a realization. Brother Daniel, weren't you there then? Daniel said in a not-so-good-natured manner, if I had been there, these things would not have happened. He calmed down and said, let's run through the story again. You and Matt got the information from the newspaper and organized the first operation privately, only to be defeated by Celeste's hidden force, and Matt was captured by mistake. Subsequently, in order to rescue Matt, you gathered more men and planned this operation. Jura nodded. Daniel continued his analysis, this is from your perspective, next I'll talk about how Celeste and I saw this operation, and it's a warning to you, be aware that in the process, you made too many mistakes. The crowd looked at him in silence. Because of me and some others, her first 2 trap plans failed. Thanks to Brother Daniel's intelligence. We are all part of the Revolutionary Society. Daniel shook his head, this meeting. I'm uncertain whether she used it as a trap, after all, it was too risky, the slightest mistake would have caused international disputes, but of course, it could have been a rushed plan. She certainly took precautions, and ordered her two most trusted Aurors to sneak into France and hide in the shadows. It was in this setting that your first operation failed. And Ebuk and I, along with the others, knew nothing about it. After that, Celeste, because she captured Matt and had a chance to get the list, also thought that you might launch a rescue, so she contacted our country Aurors to send more people, and Ek and I were in the second group. Celeste's excuse was to defend against Grindelwald's wannabes, but I pried some inside information from Corey Messon and guessed it might be your handiwork. Up to this point, Ek and I acted as another significant element of influence, following Celeste, as well as you and the French Ministry of Magic. The others listened with great attention. Jura only knew that Matt was captured and assembled the people to rescue, but did not know that there are so many twists and turns. 167, Chapter 167 Perspectives and Decisions. Daniel went on as he explained. That's when Celeste started making blunders. The first blunder was that she did not anticipate that the French Ministry of Magic would not agree with us in sending additional manpower from the US to assist in the defense, so our 7 American Aurors could not appear in plain sight. So, despite the additional manpower sent from the French side, the power and information channels belonging to her became flawed. But she also made a plan to make up for it. 1 is to send Cecil to contact us, and 2 is to let us take turns to monitor the movement around the hotel, especially the day the meeting took place, which is today. But that's her second blunder. Daniel laughed. She didn't realize that Ebuk and I were spies, which gave us the opportunity to tamper with the situation. Actually, we only did 3 things, and luckily, they all worked. The first, figuring out where Matt was being held, which was just down in the basement of the hotel. The second, contacting Jura, but we actually ran into the same dilemma as Celeste: miscommunication, even worse than her. He glanced at Jura. Otherwise I would have advised you to simply call off the second assault and find another opportunity to rescue Matt. But the good thing is, we gave you the most crucial information, including the fact that Ebuk and I were on guard duty from 2 to 5 this afternoon, and the location of Matt's custody. The third thing is that Ek and I falsely claimed to have found your trail and brought the others with us, as agreed, to give you time to act. It was actually only 5 minutes, but those 5 minutes were the key. As for the third blunder Celeste made, Daniel's expression turned serious. It was also your fault. She underestimated the extent of your recklessness. She did not expect that you guys had organized a rescue team of more than 50 people altogether. Jura, a large part of the people who followed your operation are still attending school. Have you thought about how irrational your actions were? Have you thought about what happens if there are casualties? He said sternly. Jura lowered his head in shame. He really hadn't thought that much ahead. Next to him, Byers said stubbornly, we were prepared for that. Anyway, they'll erase my parents' memories, won't they? Daniel looked at the tears that desperately swirled in that boy's eyes and wanted to say something. Jura pulled Byers' arm and looked at Daniel. It's indeed my fault. I shouldn't have involved them in this, let alone started the operation without investigating clearly. If not for that gentleman's mercy, we would have been wiped out. Daniel asked curiously, French Aurors has sent an expert there. Jura said bitterly, no, a Muggle research expert. He simply. I can't describe how powerful he is. Daniel is very curious about the Muggle research expert he is talking about. Is there an expert in this profession too? But he knew this would not be a good time to inquire. The others listened to the whole event in some trance, which was much more complicated than they expected. Brother Daniel, did you guys come straight here to our side? Jura asked. You gave me 3 hidden locations. I've already gone to the other 2 places. Matt is fine. He said to me that he didn't spill a bean, Daniel said with a smile. Good job, Matt. Good job. Brother Daniel, Jura asked worriedly, Matt has been exposed. Will Celeste go after him? Daniel thought for a moment. I don't think so, but the surveillance will definitely be there, and you definitely won't be able to contact him in the near future. The people looked at each other speechless, and the original excited mood became gloomy. Jura went silent, also pondering over the series of events that made him grow up a lot. After a long time, he suddenly lifted his head and said to the crowd, I'll turn myself in. What? No, Jura. Consider what we are doing this for. They clamored, and a stout male wizard yelled angrily, let's just call everyone and kill them head on. The 2 adult wizards looked at each other, and Daniel said, if you want to confirm Bethany's status, there's no need to rush now, there's no need to put yourself at risk. No, Daniel. Jura said calmly, glancing across everyone, waiting for everyone to stop talking before he started to speak. Guys, this might be an opportunity. Jura raised his voice, think about it. Celeste previously went to great lengths to try to cover it up, and when she saw that our revolutionary society had grown, she tried to make a secret trap to get the list of members. But the 2 traps she laid before, both failed because of Daniel Big Brother's advanced warning, and she grew alarmed. This time she also made precautions, and in a sense, she succeeded. She caught Matt. The other's eyes fell on him, following his as he kept walking. But she also failed, as Daniel said, she probably expected us to launch a rescue mission, but she didn't expect so many people to show up, nor did she expect our peers to be in the orders allocated to her. Jura kept organizing his thoughts as he looked at everyone sincerely, so this is a chance to make a complete fuss out of the whole situation. You guys send a letter to the French Daily Journal, the Spirit Cat Observer, and I'll turn myself in. If I'm guilty, let the law judge me, let my crimes be known worldwide. Felix organized his book manuscript in his room. He reckoned that the meeting won't go on. A few Muggle research experts slipped away during the very moment the assault happened. The rest of the unlucky ones were either sent to the hospital or demanded an explanation after waking up. The French Ministry of Magic can be said to be burnt out, and it still hasn't died down yet. What's more, the hotel was partially collapsed. How can the meeting still be held? Fortunately, no one died. Celeste is in even bigger trouble. Although she avoided the most serious consequence, the death of the girl named Bethany, the matter can no longer be covered up. She will most likely be facing quadruple responsibility from the public, the French Ministry of Magic, the MACUSA and the International Confederation of Wizards. Felix picked up the stack of newspaper clippings at his bedside, which Maxwell had handed him, containing mostly reports about Celeste herself, from her political claims to public statements and the laws and regulations she had devised. The list goes on and on. In particular, a one-page headline showed her raising her wand in an emotional speech with her famous headline, "Law is the cornerstone of order, and we are the cornerstone of law." Felix tossed the newspaper clippings into the air and watched them turn into ashes. This news evoked a sarcastic smile on his face. There is a sudden clamor from outside, panicked shouts, the sound of footsteps running to and fro are extraordinarily clear. Felix showed a puzzled expression. He walked out of the room, to the first-floor hall, the French Ministry of Magic officials whose faces were full of incredulous expressions. Felix grasped an arm of the young orator. "What's going on?" "Mr. Hap." He stammered, "something big is happening. The reporters are here, and Muggle research experts from all over the world are crowding around." "Crowded around whom?" "The assailants. Or rather, 2 students of Ilvermorny." 168, Chapter 168. The Snowball of the Time. Things got really messy. Felix walked out of the hotel. The flash of the magic camera flashed dazzlingly and a stream of purple smoke puffed out of the camera. The French wizarding journalists were so excited they looked like they had taken a potion that caused mania, with an unnatural flush from their necks to the nose. 2 black-robed wizards stood in the yard, surrounded by an open circle. People seemed to have a conflicted mentality, wanting to get a closer look, but also harboring some kind of hidden worries, so they picked an awkward position. Both of their masks had been removed, revealing 2 young faces. "Byers, you have no reason to come along," Jura whispered. "I've already got seen anyway, so what's the fear? I just want to catch a glimpse of Bethany before getting locked up," Byers said indifferently. "Maybe you'll regret it. At least not yet. Why haven't they arrested us yet? The reporters have been shooting us for a while now, and to be honest, the flashes are blinding me." Jura said sensibly, "The longer we drag this out, it's better." See, Celeste is dumbfounded. Celeste is indeed confused, and she is warning Muir, who keeps wiping his sweat, in a commanding tone, "Mr. Director, you can't let the press stay here, it's a matter of diplomacy between the 2 countries." Muir blurted out a string of vague French, "I can't control them, the reporters do have this right. At least take the 2 students away, will you?" "I can't do that, it's a matter of diplomacy between the 2 countries." Muir retorted the same words, "I've informed the minister, and I won't do anything until he arrives. Perhaps you can handle it on your own." Celeste certainly isn't foolish enough to do that herself. Can't you see the reporters waiting outside ready to explode with excitement? How would she add fuel to the fire? What would her reputation become tomorrow? Celeste once again felt that she had outplayed herself. She walked over to Cecil and squeezed the words out of her lips, "Where are our people? They got lured away by the Revolutionary Society, and when they came back, the assault was over. They're out taking their chances now to see if they can find anyone. No news yet." Cecil said. "Let the fools come back. What's the use of going to catch people now, when they're sending themselves to the door?" Celeste said in exasperation, feeling as if her chair in the Woolworth Building office had grown legs and her hat gained wings. In short, everything seemed to have gone out of her hands. "Sorry, I couldn't get in touch," Cecil said with a shrug. "Look over there. There's someone here again," a short reporter said. "The minister is here?" The reporter next to him inquired. "It's more black-robed forces." The short reporter couldn't wait to give Jura and the rest a new name for tomorrow's front-page headline. "No, it's the headline for tonight." A dozen reporters rushed out carrying black cameras, and amidst their excited expressions, dozens of black-robed wizards appeared at the Boathouse Hotel, their faces masked, silent all the way, their footsteps neat and tidy, a spectacle that particularly caught the reporters' eyes. Maxwell asked for advice. "Director, what should we do? Muir looked up at the sky and studied intently the shape of a cloud, as if there lay some great discovery on it. So, under the gaze of a group of French Ministry of Magic staff, the students of Ilvermorny entered the yard without any hindrance. Jura and Byers looked at their arrogant companions with dumbfounded expressions, and they did not look at them back until they walked up in front of them. Why are you guys here? Didn't I tell you all to leave? Just write a letter. Hey Jura, we have finished the task, but before leaving, we made up our minds and felt bad to miss the fun. A voice full of enthusiasm said. Matt, Jura whispered. It's me. The wizard who spoke lifted his mask to reveal a wide smiling face. And me too, Jura. A witch with a ponytail lifted her mask and winked at him. Haha, can't just walk away like that. A cheerful male wizard laughed and lifted his mask. That's right, Zachary's right, I'm not willing to leave like this either. Coincidentally, I think so too. One by one, the black-robed wizards lifted their masks. They were both male and female, tall and short, fat and thin, but all overflowing with youth. Celeste saw the scene and became completely dumbfounded, her lips opening and closing soundlessly, her expression blank. Not only her, Muir, Cecil, Maxwell, Burbage, the journalists, the Muggle research experts, the one who are present, were all stunned by this image. After a brief pause, the hotel yard boiled up, and the shutter of the magic cameras became constant and noisy as bees. Above Paris, an owl streaked across the sky. Faced with this situation, a small director of the law enforcement division couldn't afford to hide it. The French Minister of Magic arrived first, but he also found it tricky. He hesitated between arresting and not arresting, and just then, a group came through the apparition. The Americans. The French Minister of Magic said in surprise. A woman came striding over. Hello, Minister, I came here to communicate with you first, on behalf of President Marcus. He will be arriving a little later, as you know, to appease the Congress. You have received the word on that. The woman said helplessly, that is one of the things that has to be communicated, and gosh, they are really something. We are the first group with the help of the reserve portkeys and apparition. Some wizard folk who are following this closely may follow behind. Her words were a bit reserved, definitely not just some enthusiastic people. After 3 or 4 hours, the people who got the news filled half of the entire area. The French Minister of Magic urgently deployed a third of his staff to take over the security of the area around the hotel. Cancelling apparition, prohibiting theft, through overtime. All kinds of concealment and protection wards sprinkled like rain, and the hotel temporarily disappeared in the eyes of ordinary people. Felix stood in the corner, silently observing, not knowing how things would eventually end up. But the girl named Bethany, and the young men who leading the group, I'm afraid they will go down in history. Even if he is just an outsider, he is expecting more pioneering solutions. Big names kept coming. The president of the MACUSA, the headmaster of the Ilvermorny School, the board member of the International Confederation of Wizards, and a familiar figure Albus Dumbledore, who is a chief of the International Confederation of Wizards. Dumbledore, you are here too. Marcus, the president of the MACUSA, greeted him with a big stride. Marcus, I needed to be here, the commotion has reached my dysfunctional ears, so you can imagine how big the impact of this matter is. No one expected, counselors were furious, and they wanted to strictly punish the students. How? Put them in jail. Dumbledore's expression looked very serious, his silver-white beard twitched. With all due respect, Marcus, any move you make now will affect the future years and decades from now, and eventually directly reflect on you, and no one can escape. Yeah, I just learned that they did break the law, but again, it's not of a serious problem. The most crucial thing is the impact is so great that once it is not handled properly, maybe next Monday at the latest, all these people here will pour into the Woolworth building to overturn the whole Magic Congress. Look, Dumbledore, there are almost 1,000 people out there. Felix did not listen attentively. He walked out of the hotel and looked at the crowd that still converged. More than half were American guests. With these enthusiastic people in the hotel, the big shots will not be able to walk out without making a decision. A French staff member who is maintaining order said with dissatisfaction, in fact, they can all be counted as illegal migrants, only at this moment no one can regulate them. But I hope we can punish these punks severely afterward. Felix stood on a small hill, looking over the hotel from afar. There seemed to be something particularly abstracting about watching the raging crowds from this angle, which made his mind more rational. Ministry of Magic. Ordinary wizards. Students. He had a whole new understanding of how the wizarding world is organized. A man next to him chimed in and said, I never thought I would see such a sight in my lifetime. Felix had long been aware of someone approaching. He looked back and saw an old man moving over with trembling little steps. His face looked very pale, as if it had been painted white. It is hard to say whether his hair is whiter, or his face is. He hurriedly walked over and held his arm. Ouch! The old man yelped in pain. Excuse me. Felix looked at him uncertainly. It doesn't matter, people get old, and their bones become a little brittle. Felix looked at him wryly, thinking whether to suggest that he should take some calcium tablets. Speaking of which, does it work for wizards if they take calcium tablets? I am going to open P_Atrian with 30. 169, Chapter 169 Nicholas Flamel? The old man gasped briefly after saying a few words, his nostrils producing a subtle whistling hum. You don't look healthy, and yet you've come to join the fun. Felix cast a glance at him with admiration. I live nearby, otherwise I would not come, I could not bear the ordeal of the apparition. The old man shook his hand and his arm made a crisp click sound. Felix suddenly felt a little toothache, he gradually, subconsciously extended his hand. In the distance, there came a loud noise, a cranky wizard fired fireworks above the hotel, and his behavior brought forth plenty of imitations. Both showed a look of interest. Interesting, isn't it? The old man said gleefully. Indeed, I like the Thunderbird design. Felix said, I guess he probably came from Ilvermorny's Thunderbird house. The old man's eyes trailed the firework that looked very much like an eagle and said with some emotion, I have rarely traveled outside over these years, but now I want to travel some more. There are always a lot of new things out there. The old man first agreed, then shook his head and said, people are different, but what happens is always similar. Felix said, is that so? I'd like to think that whatever I've experienced is unique. The old man laughed briskly for 2 seconds, the vigor that belongs solely to the eyes of the young, the habit of defining the world with their own eyes. But I'm old, and old people prefer to nestle themselves into a single place on their own world by using various rules as their ties. Rules. It's really just some self-imposed restrictions based on certain disciplines that you tell yourself what you can or can't do after experiencing some things with some people, and then strictly abide by it. It's kind of like signing a magic contract, but with your future self. Does that make some sense? Felix asked. I'm not sure. The old man replied, but at least it keeps me entertained. By limiting yourself. It's a philosophy of survival I've acquired by walking through a long life. The old man said. Felix did not approve of this type of practice, he hated being restricted and limited, especially self-imposed limits. The old man dozed and rummaged through his pockets, and it took almost half a minute before he fished out a brass pocket watch. Click. The pocket watch popped open, and on one side there is a dial, and on the other side, there is a photo. In the photo, there is a young couple. The old man murmured, her name is Pernell, my wife, we met when we were at school in Beauxbatons, a nice girl, 3 years older than me, I still remember the first time I saw her, in a sea of flowers, I just laid my eyes on her. Felix winked, I can see that you have a happy marriage. Yet. His voice is almost inaudible. For a while, neither of them spoke, and the fireworks in the distance had been stopped by the Ministry of Magic staff. Do you think they'll come to some kind of resolution? Felix asked, changing the subject. Frankly, I think it's rather difficult, I've dealt with this kind of people, the Macusas suffered a big loss on the Secrecy Act and won't compromise easily. The old man said, they are very stubborn in this regard. Felix said optimistically, someone would force them to change their mind, if not this time, there will be another time, their opponents are still young. That makes sense, the younger ones have a natural advantage. I'm leaving. After a while, the old man said, and before parting, he gave Felix a small gift. Is this a sneakoscope? Yes, very interesting gadget, I send out plenty of presents these days, probably has to do with the fact that my days are numbered. The old man said with a smile. There are always some means for a wizard to live a long life, I know a witch who must be 120 or 30 years old and still in very good health. Felix reassured the old man. He is referring to Professor Griselda Marchbanks of the Wizard Examination Authority, who once invigilated Dumbledore's Newt's exams. The old man smiled, it may not suit me. It is a pleasure talking to you, Felix Happ. You know me? Felix looked at him in wonder. Ha, a friend of mine recommended your book, it's very interesting, Wizarding World needs a pair of eyes like you to look at the outside world. The old man waved his hand and left trembling. Felix returned to the hotel, where the broken auditorium and scorch marks were all gone, and the hotel remained intact, as if the assault never happened in the first place. He saw a Muggle research expert who is staring out at the statue in front of the hotel. Its head had been smashed out a while back. Felix received no difficulty from the staff and found the French Auror Maxwell without incident. He acted like a door guard at the moment, guarding the entrance to the auditorium, with 3 other French Aurors performing their duties alongside him. Still negotiating in there. I would say, they're still bickering. Maxwell said. It's rather quiet. Wait a little longer, he said with great experience. 3, 2, 1, here we go. From inside the auditorium came an exaggerated roar, Marcus. As President of the Magic Congress of the United States of America, aren't you to be responsible for the actions of your people? Look at the mess you've made. I'm so ashamed on behalf of you. See, I was right, wasn't I? Maxwell gave Felix a pleasant look. I love the minister, he's been bashing that American bastard for half an hour. Felix looked at him a little speechlessly. After the joke, Maxwell got down to business. The meeting is cancelled, everyone else in the hotel has been told to leave, and this will be used as a temporary conference venue to discuss the current series of troubles. It also means that I have to pack my things and leave. No, it's that colleague of yours, she left first and asked me to give you a heads up. He winked. Lucky guy, you've gained the friendship of both the French and American wizarding communities, and while the latter is of little use, at least, no one can kick you out, and you can even request to sit inside through the entire negotiation process. Felix guessed that Celeste must not have mentioned that he snooped into her memories, but even if she did, it wouldn't hurt him, and he had too many reasons to justify it. On the bright side, he is the hero who had stopped the assault and prevented things from slipping in an irreversible direction, and he had saved the life of a student of Ilvermorny School. In that sense, everyone from the President of the Magic Congress of the United States of America, to the headmaster of Ilvermorny, had to be grateful to him. The same goes for the French Ministry of Magic. Felix is part of the unfortunate horde that was invited to the meeting and was unlucky enough to be targeted, but he saved the day with his own strength, and one couldn't ask for more. Forget it. Felix refused, he is not interested in this, there is so much chaos inside, he felt some sympathy for Dumbledore. What about the group of students? Being observed by the two professors of Ilvermorny. Felix also did not want to stay any longer, he had to wait until a satisfactory outcome could be reached, maybe it may take the whole summer to end. He prepared to go back to his room to get his things and leave. Hogwarts still have a bunch of things left for him to do. But just as he tidied his room, he abruptly felt he missed something. What is it? He quickly recalled the day's experiences backward from this moment, from the conversation with Maxwell to the Muggle research expert in front of the statue to the casual encounter with an interesting old man. Pernell, I think I've read that name somewhere before. Felix pondered, no, that's not the point, it's a common name, but I'm feeling a strange buzz. He laid back on his bed and stared at the ceiling. The thinking room kept showing the scene of the conversation with the old man. Half an hour later, he suddenly sat up and said in an uncertain tone, Nicholas Flamel. 170, Chapter 170. Looking in a mirror. Under the bright light, Felix carefully examined the sneakoscope on the table, which looked like a gyroscope, slowly rotating. As the most commonly used alert device of wizards, it would glow and spin at high speed if there were suspicious people around. There were also some special sneakoscope that would issue an ear-splitting alarm. In fact, Felix is no stranger to this alchemical creation. The first book he saw when he returned to Hogwarts, Ancient Alchemical Mysteries, featured 7 different methods of crafting sneakoscope. As a type of detector, it has detailed information about the production of sneakoscope for dark magic, lies, and even to detect a specific group of people. At the moment, what makes him puzzled is whether this pocket sneakoscope is a small gift from Nicholas Flamel to him incidentally, or does it contain any deep meaning. Do I have to disassemble this thing? He fiddled with the nonchalantly spinning sneakoscope, his mind filled with the question. Nicholas Flamel obviously knew him and claimed to have read his book on the recommendation of a friend. Who was that friend? Dumbledore? Or some other old geezer? Did he just read his Muggle research work, or did he read it together with the book Explorations of Ancient Magic Runes? Did he find him by coincidence or specifically? Was it an inspection in disguise? Felix thought to himself, what if Nicholas Flamel developed the idea of looking for an heir? He would probably fit the bill. Alchemical creations and runes were deeply connected, and as the most famous alchemist, Nicholas Flamel would certainly have insight into this affiliation. In fact, Felix suspected that the number of practical ancient runes that he had mastered might even far exceed his own. Thinking about it, he felt a little tingling in his heart. But Nicholas Flamel just walked away, without even saying his name, only leaving him a sneakoscope. What exactly did it mean? Did it suggest that the sneakoscope glowed while the two were talking? Felix. After some hesitation, he finally made up his mind. Half an hour later. He looked at the parts on the table and froze. There is no reserved enchantment, there is no small note hidden, there is nothing. Did I guess wrong? That was just an ordinary, old wizard with bad legs. He now had only one way left to verify if that old wizard is Nicholas Flamel. There is one person who must know something. In the late afternoon, Felix blocked Dumbledore, who came out of the auditorium looking a little tired. Felix inquired, Headmaster Dumbledore, has there been any progress in the discussion? You can practically assume that such things do not exist. The two walked down the steps to the yard and looked at the stars in the sky. Dumbledore spoke up, all I've heard this half-day are all kinds of complaints and excuses, too few people who can actually take the responsibility. Felix did not quite understand, what is the problem? It is reasonable to say that the demands of the revolutionary society are very clear, it is only a question of whether to change the law or not, and if so, which articles to change and to what extent. There is no progress in this regard. Dumbledore said patiently, you think too simply, Felix. Everyone's claims are different, and the things to discuss are different. Do the laws need to be changed? Do the revolutionary society need to be punished? Do the Magic Congress of the United States of America need to give compensation? Even Fudge wrote from thousands of miles away, imploring me to help the French Ministry of Magic and demand greater benefits. Felix said in surprise, what's it to him? It's not like he can claim a single nut. There's you and charity, Dumbledore said wisely, besides, money has never been the most important thing, and for as long as records have been kept, there have been near zero official exchanges between the American and European wizarding communities, and they want to break the status quo in American wizarding community. How? In a small way, exchange students or organize large events, in greater schemes, it is to radiate our influence out of our country and get all kinds of advantages. Felix shook his head, it really isn't something he would think of. I am more optimistic about that student named Jura. He changed the subject. Ah, he does have a lot of courage, Dumbledore said. I will do my best to get a pardon for him. Felix hesitated for a moment and inquired, Headmaster Dumbledore, I seem to have met Nicholas Flamel today. Dumbledore looked back at him, his gaze is remarkably calm. I mentioned you to him, and in recent months, his attention to you has significantly increased. And what is he paying attention to me for? Felix's heart suddenly raced. I think, Dumbledore winked and gave a smile, that it might be about exchanging some knowledge of alchemy with you. Really? But he didn't leave any contact information. That's for sure, Nicholas rarely goes out and spends most of his time in his safe house. Not many people can get in touch with him. Dumbledore pulled out a photo from his pocket and handed it to Felix, this is what he left for you, you can communicate through Nicholas's picture. Felix took it, it is empty. He can be away at the moment. Dumbledore explained. At the end of the conversation, Felix couldn't resist asking, Professor Dumbledore, do you know what the meaning of giving someone a sneakoscope is trying to convey? Dumbledore couldn't help but say, perhaps, it could simply be that it's the only thing he has in his pocket to give to someone. Felix returned to the room with a blank face, he glanced at the sneakoscope parts on the table and could not resist the urge to bestow an exploding charm to it. I've digressed. He said through clenched teeth, I'll give away a sneakoscope too someday, so he can guess what I think. Hey? That's a good idea, a sneakoscope, which is a typical runic creation with an extremely low lower limit and a high upper limit, there is a good deal of second-rate junks on the market, but even Wizengamot won't refuse a high-end sneakoscope. Sneakoscope and golems are similar in some ways, and can be used as a complement to the curriculum, or as a teaching element in the Magic Rune Club. Felix's mind began to wander, and by the time the new school year began, in addition to his regular classes, he had a dueling club and a Magic Rune Club in his hands, making him feel like he had more things to do all of a sudden. I should pull in another professor for a dueling club permanently, it's usually just Severus and me. It's going to be a lot of pressure when school starts. Who should I invite? Flitwick? McGonagall? Or, maybe the new professor of defense against the dark arts class? I don't know Dumbledore's choice yet. The next morning, Felix bid farewell to the crowd. He also met the President of the Magic Congress of the United States of America and the French Minister of Magic for the first time and exchanged courtesies. The French Minister of Magic also hinted that he could recommend him to be included in the rank of Order of Valor, which he politely declined. Felix directly apparted away. When Hagrid's hut appeared in his sight from afar, he felt a long-lost peace and elation. I am going to open P_Atrian with 30. 171, Chapter 171 Shrunken Yuan Tree. The wind brushed through the forbidden forest of Hogwarts, the green leaves and branches swayed and the combination made a soft lullaby. Felix felt as if a hand caressing the nerves of his brain, his whole being soothed down. He passed by Whomping Willow, arrived at Hagrid's hut with brisk steps, Fang. The black hound wagged his tail and barked happily towards him. Hagrid pushed open the door, his big hands in the door frame, the corner of his mouth covered with the red sauce. Felix? I'm eating, please come in, it's a bit messy in there. He wiped his mouth in a panic and blushed. In the evening, in the office, the blank photo on the workbench flickered, and Felix looked at the old man who suddenly appeared in the photo and greeted him lightly, Hello, Mr. Nicholas Flamel. Late July. Felix looked at himself in the mirror, a light-colored checked vest under a casual blue suit, covered by a dark double-breasted trench coat that remained loosely open. He touched his chest lightly, and the trench coat pulsed with a crystalline magical glow. The trench coat made of dragon hide blended with basilisk skin, which feels comfortable to wear, and the snakeskin vest is also good. The sunlight shone through the window over his fine black hair, which complemented the gleam on his clothes. The end of July. Felix looked over the data of the young wizards that had learned magic, trying to get some useful findings. Knock, knock. Professor McGonagall sent over the list of students who selected his class, and when he saw the densely packed names on it, his whole body froze at the same place. Minerva, did something gone wrong? Professor McGonagall smiled and patted the list in his hand. You should be happy, Felix, the students like you. One day during August. Felix excitedly counted the runes in the thinking room, 3 times exactly, and he finally determined an exact number. 1,300. In a year's time, he had grown the number of ancient runes by nearly 1,000 with the help of Hogwarts' vast library, and this rate of progress would only get faster in the years that could be expected. As he mastered more and more runes, his understanding of ancient magic is no longer hovering at the door. More often, he got a flash of inspiration. The most obvious example of this is the huge progress he made while studying the fragmented ancient magic Flitwick gave him. Hagrid would testify for him. Under Hagrid's dumbfounded gaze, the branches of a yuan tree swayed desperately, shrinking rapidly from 17 or 18 meters in height to 10 meters, 7 meters, 3 meters, leaving a brown mound in place, and hundreds of botruckle fell to the ground, grimacing at the two. After no brave man led the charge, these little guys jumped and climbed the yuan tree nearby, discontentedly gesturing. Where's the tree? Where's that big old tree? Hagrid outstretched his hand in midair to draw the shape of the tree. Felix reached out his hand. Oxio yuan tree. From the deep, hideous pit flew a foot-tall little tree, which he caught in his hand. Hagrid picked it up, and the tree wasn't even the size of his palm. This is the tree from before. Yet, one of my spells has improved, and I can do some things I couldn't do before. Felix is rather satisfied with the effect of this spell. The yuan tree is magical, but it still couldn't resist his spell. At the next exchange, Phileas would be amazed. Hagrid looked at him, and then at the little tree in his hand, and hesitated to speak. Half a moment later, he suddenly came up with a fantastic idea. Felix, if you use this spell on Fluffy, will it also become smaller, and I can keep it in my yard, right? Ahem. Felix coughed twice and said with some embarrassment, Hagrid, I haven't tried this spell on a magical creature yet, I don't know exactly how it works, especially a magical creature as large as a 3-headed dog, in case something goes wrong. He didn't go on, but he worried that this spell will produce irreversible effects. Hagrid said with some regret, not possible. Fluffy has always been alone, and I wanted to keep him and Fang together. There will be a chance later, Hagrid, when I have perfected it a bit more. Hagrid said with great interest, do you need my help? I can provide some less important magical creatures, such as Flobberworm, Moke, Billywig, Pond Slime, Grindalow, or something that should be helpful to you. Felix brightened up. That would be great. I think that what this spell needs most right now, is practical data. However, Hagrid, I must remind you that spells have a time limit, and even if I prolong the effect as long as possible, the expected duration of effect is only a few hours. Hagrid smacked his lips. That's fine, at least I can still hug it. Poor Fluffy, since it grew bigger than my house, I can no longer afford to have its paws on my shoulders. The two squatted on the ground and watched the little yuan tree carefully. Green lines of magic flowed on its surface, and after about half an hour it went from a foot to 2 feet, but after just another 10 minutes it had grown to 2 meters. And its growth rate is getting faster and faster. Hagrid, get out of the way, I'm going to put it back in the tree pit. Hagrid took 2 steps back, and Felix tossed it back into the pit and set it in the right place with magic, and he saw the yuan tree rapidly expand, and it is a magical sight. As Felix had read in the book, when unskilled wizards used animagus, the process is often extremely slow, and it is easy to have a weird scene where a part of the limb change first and the other body parts follow. This yuan tree is the same. Its recovery process is definitely not wonderful. A branch abruptly stretched out a section, and then the boot as a whole expanded outward, like a huge pumpkin Hagrid had planted. Then it shrank back, but the overall length jumped up a meter. After half a minute, the unlucky yuan tree finally returned to its original state, only looked a little miserable, branches slumped, a small part of the roots was bare. Felix used magic to bury them one by one back into the soil. Finally, he poured a bucket of nutrient solution, and the yuan tree seemed to be getting a little better. Felix carefully examined it, and after a long time, he turned his head to look at Hagrid. Do you think it's a little crooked? Does it? Hagrid failed to notice. Look here, I remember it was straight, and it turned out a little bulged after recovery. Hagrid thought of his own Fluffy recovering and growing a big lump on his back, and couldn't help but shake his head repeatedly. Felix glanced at him. You did not notice it? From my angle, it's quite obvious still. In the evening, Felix received a copy of the Evening Prophet. The headline of the evening is, The conference at the hotel in Beauvais comes to an end and the beginning of a new era. 172, Chapter 172 Newspapers and Letters. Felix read it carefully. and beneath the caption is a huge picture with Cornelius Fudge standing in the middle of it, his chubby hand shaking hands with the President of the Magic Congress of the United States of America and the French Minister of Magic, with a very wide smile. He dressed formally, his clothes looked so tight that even his protruding stomach looked smaller, though it resulted in 2 dents of strangulation. When did he join the fun? With a question, Felix searched for an answer in the article, and came across a large paragraph describing Fudge. Minister Fudge closely followed the progress of the meeting across the strait and exchanged views through correspondence, as well as personally attending the meeting 3 days ago. Through his good counsel, the student protests at the Boathouse Hotel, which shocked the international community, brought a positive conclusion. The temporary signing of the Boathouse Hotel Memorandum will play a huge role in guiding the development of the whole case, and the U.S. Magic Congress intends to amend some key laws, including the 3rd and 4th sections of the original Wizards and No-Maj Interaction Registration Act, to abolish the periodic door-to-door inspection supervision in favor of magic contracts with wizards. It must be mentioned that Minister Fudge provided a great deal of his own experience and advice from governing the British wizarding community, thus playing a key role in the smooth proceeding of the meeting. In an interview with this reporter, Minister Fudge claimed that the 3 countries would cooperate in more areas in the future, revealing that, according to the existing work plan, it would be related to a mysterious large-scale traditional event. But when we pressed further, Minister Fudge refused to provide more detailed information, saying that everything is under negotiation. Apart from that, the name of Felix Happ deserves to be remembered for decisively putting an end to the irrational behavior of the Ilvermorny school students at the beginning of the event and effectively rescuing a seriously injured female student, ensuring that the whole negotiation unfolded within a peaceful and friendly atmosphere, without veering towards a more violent and bloody conflict. Our journalist believes that his merits are sufficient to receive an Order of Merlin. It is also worth mentioning that the young witch named Bethany expressed her gratitude and admiration for Mr. Happ in an interview. Felix got dumbfounded as he flipped to the end of the article, and isn't surprised to see the name Rita Skeeter, who became active again after a few months of inactivity. Her articles are always deeply personal, containing a lot of out-of-fact descriptions and highly fanatical words, and she has always been fond of describing celebrity gossip. If you read her article, you will feel that Cornelius Fudge played a huge role in this, while Dumbledore's name only appeared haphazardly in a few key places, something that must be mentioned. She is a clever one, but I still have a hard time convincing myself to like her. Felix looked through the other paper article, which is much more impartial and objective, with Dumbledore's name appearing several times, and in the margins, he found what he is looking for. Notably, the student leader who led this thing, Juria, will be detained at the Ilvermorny School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, under the personal supervision and care of the school headmaster. The precise punishment for him is yet to be determined, but he has undoubtedly become an object of worship for young American wizards, and people have traveled to Mount Greylock spontaneously to cheer and celebrate in front of the Ilvermorny School. Over the next few days, Felix also received some information from other sources. For example, a short letter written to him by Maxwell Cooper, the French orator, mentioned information that was not published in the newspapers. Dear Felix, that woman Celeste has been demoted. The Magic Congress of the US lost a fortune. Too bad you didn't see the ugly look on her face. I am radiating joy from my every pore. The head of the International Confederation of Wizards Exchange Division is less thrilled, though, because the woman's new position happens to be linked to his, but who cares? The bouillabaisse at that restaurant is still as good as ever, and I tried it twice more. I am enclosing the relevant newspaper clipping. As well. What surprised Felix the most is that Juria, whom he read about in the newspaper only 2 days ago and who is said to be detained in the Ilvermorny School for reflection, sent him a bulging letter as well. Dear Mr. Felix Happ, please forgive me for taking the liberty to mail you. I got the address from Headmaster Albus Dumbledore, who is a very kind man. Learning from many sources and piecing together what you have done, we have learned about the situation with hindsight, how inappropriate our action was. The following content is transcribed by me in the presence of 52 students. Bethany, Mr. Happ, I'm healed, perfectly well. I received information from the doctors, about how at the time when everyone thought I was dead, and it was you who brought me back from certain death. Knowing that you are a professor, I hope you will come to America next year's holiday break to play. Byers, Mr. Happ, first, I thank you for saving my sister, and secondly, I would like to ask, are you usually that serious? I admit I am quite scared of you, and have nightmares now and then, oddly enough. I am grateful to you when I am awake, but when I am asleep, there is only fear. XXX, don't listen to Byers' nonsense, Mr. Happ, I don't feel that way, maybe it's you who lifted his mask. Haha, but your magic is truly amazing. I asked several professors, and they all said they couldn't do the same. I'm curious. Felix rubbed his forehead. It is really a matter of patience to try to read a letter written by 53 people who came together. Different tone of speech, different wording, but the same handwriting. When he read the back, he almost thought he got schizophrenic. The letter is enclosed with the same newspaper clippings from the 3 countries, and if you put them together, you will find a very interesting fact. With the results unchanged, you'll see 3 versions of how the story started and what happened, and with different protagonists in each story. For Felix, this is the end of the whole thing. Next, Felix focused his attention on improving the ancient magic that he had previously been working on, and Professor Flitwick was impressed with the results of his work and practiced the magic in person, and another ancient tree suffered. Professor McGonagall hastily stopped them. She looked at them with an annoyed expression and said with a serious expression, "Phileas, I thought you wouldn't join in their nonsense. The Yuan tree is a valuable property of Hogwarts, and I heard that you also want to experiment with Whomping Willow." She pursed her lips tightly, and her body oozed with an imposing air. "Honestly, if you were my students, I'd detain you guys. And deduct 200 points each." 173, Chapter 173 New Book. Professor Flitwick waved his hand repeatedly. "I'm very sorry, Minerva." A moment of excitement. "As you know, I've been studying that magic for years." Professor McGonagall's anger calmed down a bit, and she asked with wonder, "How effective is it?" "It's great, thanks to Felix. We agreed that this ancient magic has great potential to be tapped, and it might even work on creatures like fire dragons. We called it Great Zooming Charm, a fusion of the Shrinking Charm and Enlargement Charm, but with a much stronger effect." "Is it, truly, that exaggerated?" "Yes, Minerva, it's that exaggerated. Of course, it still needs to be refined." Professor Sprout hurried back and carefully tended the 2 Yuan trees, but she had nothing nice to say to the originator until Felix gave her 3 big packets of magic plant seeds that he got from the black market. "These seeds are very precious, where did you buy them?" Sprout looked at him in amazement. Felix said vaguely, "I got them from a friend in France. It's purely a lucky find. Next time I won't have such a good chance." Sprout thought he had got it from the French Ministry of Magic by using his connections, so she did not pursue it further and instead discussed with him the usefulness of these seeds. "This is the seed of the Snargaluff pods, which looks somewhat like a brown thorny vine in the pod. It can be used in 6th year classes." She described it. "This is the seed of the Ailahotzi. And this, the seed of the Wigontre, which emits an aura that repels low-level dark creatures. I'd love to plant it around Hogwarts. Oh my god, there are even seeds of gillyweed. Felix, did you see that? Gillyweed. It originates from the Mediterranean Sea and is a marvelous aquatic plant that can be consumed directly to breathe underwater, but that would be a pure waste, and its role in the field of potions is even more irreplaceable." Sprout rambled on, her chubby body constantly shuttling through the 3rd greenhouse, finding bottles and jars from the corners and storing the seeds in separate containers. She hummed cheerfully, cheerful as a bee, chubby, but very hard-working one. Felix looked around the place, the smell of dirt and fertilizer mixed in the air, accompanied by a heavy scent of flora, leaving his nose in a state of conflict, wanting to breathe freely, but also somehow wanting to cover his nose. The huge canopy of flowers hanging on the ceiling looked like a colorful umbrella, which laid out the space above the greenhouse in a staggered and highly layered manner. Felix inquired, "Are these umbrella flowers?" "Yes, they are highly fragrant flowers, but beware, do not become too enamored." Felix agreed with a smile as he looked at the rows of umbrella flowers gently swaying their bodies above the ground, and next to them were some empty pots, a leaf half hidden in the dirt. "Is this the pot used for mandrake?" Felix picked up the leaf and examined it carefully. Professor Sprout looked up. "Oh, indeed. The adult mandrake is way too dangerous, so I only have 2 plants in my collection, but the effect is really strong. The little wizard who got petrified recovered in less than a quarter of an hour. I seem to remember his name is Colin Creevey, Severus mentioned him to me." Felix tried to remember and ended up shaking his head after reminiscing. A freshman, not even 3 months after school, was petrified, laid in bed for most of the year, and the 3rd day after he opened his eyes final exams came. Kinda tragic. Felix returned to the office happily with a pocket full of complimentary gifts. Later that night, he and Nicholas Flamel worked through some questions via photo. Frankly, Nicholas Flamel looked younger and healthier in the photo, and although he had a full head of white hair, the photo appeared more vibrant than in person, and he had a feeling that the Nicholas Flamel he had met at the Boathouse Hotel seemed somewhat dull and sullen. It's not exactly convenient to communicate through photo, but it's not as troublesome as one might think. Because Felix is not a zero-basis student, but a deep-rooted rune master, they focus more on communication than teaching. The interaction between the two is usually the same. Felix will ask a question, Nicholas Flamel thinks about it, and then provides him with a way forward. Or Nicholas Flamel introduced him to some out-of-the-way, but very useful books. For example, Callisto's Palace. Such unknown titles like this, Felix would not have paid attention to it before, unless he really idle one day, randomly looking for a book to read. But even if he reads a book casually, he will pick an interesting name. For example, the LCA comic book publisher published The Adventures of Martin Miggs, the Mad Muggle, a record of a Muggle from France, Martin Miggs, who entered the wizarding world by mistake and what he experienced. After reading it, Felix's impression is that a big reason why the wizards did not introduce film devices for their common people may be that magic is just too convenient, and the little wizards watching comic books would feel like watching a split-screen film. And it's useless to introduce it. It's hard for wizards to empathize with normal people's lives, and they'll be curious about why they don't use magic. Anyway, the pair would chat about Muggle issues, including parts of his own book drafts. Today Nicholas Flamel recommended 3 more cold books to him. Felix didn't expect that he would be left with a list of books, and it is true that the world is unpredictable. That's all for today, Felix, I'm a little tired. Nicholas Flamel in the photo had drowsy eyes. Good night, Nicholas. After the exchange, Felix organized his workbench. He put away the postcards his assistant had sent from France in the drawer and took out a thick stack of book manuscripts. He had completed his scheduled plan of preparing 2 books to confront both the potential soon-to-be wizards and the adult wizards. In one book titled The Strange Adventures of Young Wizard Mick, he used the format of the Wizarding World's dynamic comic book to describe the story of a 10-year-old prep wizard who will be sent to study in a normal school for a year. Mick originally intended to mingle and quietly wait for his acceptance letter to Hogwarts, but unexpectedly became fascinated by the life at school. From fresh and interesting lessons to diverse forms of games, as well as visits to museums, amusement parks, volunteer work, and other practical activities, introduces an otherwise foreign world from a child's point of view. The other book is a popular science book for adult wizards, with the eye-catching name Muggle World Magic. The idea is to explain the most superficial basic technology of the Muggle world with the most rigorous logic and words. After checking the manuscript and not finding any omissions, Felix reconfirmed the appointment time on the calendar. Tomorrow at 9 a.m., 126A Diagon Alley, Little Red Books. Tomorrow at 10 a.m., 15B south of Diagon Alley, LCA. Comic Book Publishers. The former is the book company he all along cooperated with. It had successfully published History of Magic and Home Life and Social Habits of British Muggles, both of which are Hogwarts current textbooks. Because there is a good experience in cooperation, so there is not much trouble. The latter LCA. Comic Book Publishers, specializing in the children's market, he has never dealt with them, and can only see when the time comes, but it is good that he has made some preparations. I am going to open P_Atrian with 30. 174, Chapter 174 LCA. Comic Book Publishers. The next day at 9:30 a.m. 126 Diagon Alley. At the door of a low-rise white building, Felix smiled and shook hands with a woman in a long purple dress and said goodbye. No need to send off, ma'am. It's been a pleasure to continue working with you. Oh my, Mr. Happ, you are being too humble, your books are always quite enlightening. Felix walked down the dark brown wooden steps and blended into the crowd. A wave of relief washed over him at that moment. First book negotiated, with barely any effort. But it's the next one which will be the highlight. He made his way through Diagon Alley, took a turn in front of the Gringotts Wizarding Bank, and turned into another side street, counting the door numbers along the way. Diagon Alley South Side 13A, 14B, 15A. So, store 15B should be on the opposite side. Felix turned by and saw a 7-story building. The building looked dirty and in such a state of decay that the letters on its sign were peeling off. He could barely make out the letter L, which cast a shadow over whatever he wanted to do next. In the gap between the building and the house next to it, there are huge rows of rubbish cans stacked up, also with traces of the letters LCA on them. He made his way up the pitch-black stairs to the first floor and pushed open a scraped oak door, and a fine stream of creaking noise broke into his ears. He seemed to have entered another world, where the walls were covered with dense, colorful comic sketches that concealed the walls themselves. Most of the drawings featured a young boy with a beret and striped shirt, who live in different scenes, being chased by a group of Bowtruckle, holding a small wooden stick in his hand and constantly waving it, riding a one-horned rhinoceros, excitedly turning his head to greet his companions, standing on the roof of a farmhouse wearing a wizard's cloak. But Felix can also see that these paintings are quite old, part of the color of the manuscript has faded, a few in the corner are also filled with purple mold patches. All of this suggests that this publishing house used to be glorious, but now it is somewhat in decline. Is there anyone there? Mr. Endies? Felix shouted. After some time, a door pushed open beside him. The door is hidden in the layer of sketches. Felix did not notice it at first. A thin, middle-aged male wizard stared at him, unshaven, and he asked in a heavily nasal voice, Felix Happ. It's me, and I suppose you're Mr. Endies? We made an appointment. The male wizard unclasped the doorknob. Come in, it's a bit of a mess in there. He backed away from the door with a self-conscious smile. Felix frowned slightly, but he didn't say anything and followed the male wizard into the room, which reeked of unpleasant smell. Various miscellaneous things were piled up haphazardly, and he saw a few plates of leftover food in the corner. This makes his scalp numb. Subconsciously he wanted to apparate away from here. The only thing that gave him some relief about the place, which might be barely considered as a painting room, as he saw fresh paints and canvases with excellent half-drawn sketches on them. He decided to take a deeper look, but only if the room met his aesthetic. Purgato. Purgato. Scour Jiffy. There's no incantation mentioned for cleaning charm, so I used Purgato. Felix waved his wand repeatedly, clearing the room of all kinds of rubbish. A sudden gale of wind repeatedly raged through the modest room, the windows emitted a gra sound, and the table and chairs shook desperately, but the dust and dirt on them were quickly stripped and swept into the gale, finally forming a cloudy mass of air. He pushed open the window and a silver rain swallow flew out from the tip of his wand. Do me a favor, I remember seeing a dumpster on the way in. The rain swallow nodded at him and flew out the window, wings up, followed by a long grey trail behind it. You. The male wizard named Andes looked at Felix dumbfounded, his tongue tied for a moment. Please sit down, Mr. Andes. Felix waved his wand and pushed the chair that had been swept away in front of him. Andes sat down with a bewildered expression. He looked around, and only after a while did he respond, "This seems to be my place." He first muttered in a small voice, and then he turned red and blurted out indignantly. Felix sat across him with a calm expression and said, "Mr. Andes, let's make it short. Since you agreed to this visit, I will assume, for now, that you have a need and demand for outside submissions. And I, as your potential collaborator, have the right to make demands to you, at least until you explicitly refuse this." You. Felix tapped the ring with his wand and out of it flew a stack of manuscripts. "This is my manuscript, The Strange Adventures of Young Wizard Mick, which is mentioned in my letter. You can read it first, and afterward you will decide whether we should continue the conversation or not. I don't want to waste the time of both of us." The male wizard on the other side clutched the manuscript and looked at him with eyes full of confusion. "What are you waiting for?" The male wizard swallowed and laughed dryly. Nothing. He quickly looked down and read it, while mentally labeling Felix, a wizard with a strong personality. The male wizard decided to pick out a few random flaws and quickly kick him out, and if he wasn't satisfied, he would simply run out into the street and ask for help on his own. Time passed bit by bit, and Andes became serious from the initial carelessness. Various comments came out of his mouth from time to time. "It's not bad. A bit interesting. What is this, the MOT, or, wheel? What does it rely on to spin, and is it truly not magic? Geez, 2 glasses of water can turn red when poured together? I guess it's some kind of transparent potion." At some point, he dragged his chair next to Felix and discussed it with him. "I like this section, I think it's very clever." Felix looked over to the scene where Mick, the young wizard, and his new muggle friend went to the store to buy clothes. "What should I say?" Little Wizard Mick looked at the wide array of clothes in the store and asked timidly, "I'm totally confused, I look like a country bumpkin." "Don't worry, I don't understand either, but Mama told me a trick," his friend said. The friend looked at Little Wizard Mick with confidence and said to the clerk, "My friend here has a budget of 15 pounds, and he needs a top, pants and hopefully a bow tie. Can you do that, ma'am?" The young clerk smiled and said, "Of course, little gentleman." She sized up Little Wizard Mick's figure twice and turned around to get the right clothes. The friend flashed a smile towards young Wizard Mick. "Well, that wasn't so hard, was it?" After almost half an hour, Felix asked him, "What do you think?" Andy's expression became refined as he quickly judged the value of the manuscript, and after 7 or 8 minutes, he hesitantly said, "Frankly speaking, I'm not sure." He added, "Personally, it's a rather interesting children's comic book, but I'm not so confident in my own vision. As you can see, the publisher did have a brilliant run, but since I took over, it has failed a dozen times in quick succession. Finally, I had to put the 30th anniversary issue of the old book on sale." "Mr. Andes, I didn't know, what do each of the 3 letters of LCA stand for?" Felix asked. "It's the initials of the 3 founders' names, the A of which is referred to my grandfather who founded it, and C is 2 of his best friends," the male wizard said. "Then your company's masterpiece, The Adventures of Martin Miggs. It was my grandfather's idea, and sort of his own personal experience. When he was a child, he once hosted a muggle boy who had strayed into the wizarding world, and they had fun for a week, and then got found out. The staff of the Ministry of Magic erased the boy's memory and sent him back to his home." Felix nodded knowingly. He took several sheets of parchment from his ring, filled with various tables and data. The parchments fluttered and stuck to the wall. "Mr. Andes, I can't prove that this manuscript will inevitably help your publishing house turn over, but we can analyze from the data. Your company has published a total of 17 sets of comic books since its establishment. Of course, The Adventures of Martin Miggs is the most famous, and I got some data from my friend who is in charge of publishing journal in the Ministry of Magic, and it can be clearly found that relatively new and novel content is much more popular. At the same time, the manuscript, which targets children, which doesn't look too childish, is also very suitable for adults. If you want, we can cooperate." Andes didn't really have much choice, unless he still wanted to continue eating the leftovers from 30 years ago. So when Felix gave him a reason that made sense, he logically agreed to do so. Their initial plan is very conservative, first to publish 100 books to test the waters, even if it fails, it would not hurt them. At best, it would be a waste of time for the Andes, but time is the last thing he needs right now. After finalizing the cooperation, Andes showed him his ancestral craft, he scribbled on one of Felix's manuscripts, and tapped with his wand. Soon, the whole picture is filled with color, the manuscript also became exquisite. In the picture, a little boy standing in a huge Ferris wheel, and looking down from the window, by his side is a half-chewed, floating vanilla ice cream. Half an hour later, Felix walked out of the LCA building in a very merry mood. He is prepared to return to his office through the public fireplace in Diagon Alley, saving him from the apparition to the edge of the forbidden forest in a further walk. But just then, Professor Hap. Felix looked back and saw a familiar figure in the crowd, and he said with some surprise, Potter. 175, Chapter 175 Accidental Magic. Felix inquired, Potter, are you here for shopping for your school supplies? Harry looked a little shaky as he said vaguely, I'm currently living in Diagon Alley, in room 11 of the Leaky Cauldron. He couldn't say that he had blown up his Aunt Marge, and had no place to stay, so he's staying in the Leaky Cauldron with Minister of Magic Cornelius Fudge's help? Felix, somewhat curious about Harry's demeanor, so asked tentatively, just by yourself. There are certainly quite a few tenants in the Leaky Cauldron bar, but it is quite obvious, for Harry to understand what the professor meant, just me. He quickly added, trying to divert his attention, I'm quite comfortable on my own, shopping, eating, and going to Florian Fortescue's ice cream parlor to do my homework. By the way, there's Dobby to keep company with me. Felix also revealed a smile, if I remember correctly, he should be working at the Leaky Cauldron bar, right? When he noticed that Professor Hap didn't pursue further, Harry let out a long sigh of relief in his heart, and he responded enthusiastically, yes, Dobby is working at the Leaky Cauldron, he woke me up in the morning for the past 2 days, but he should be busy serving the customers in the bar at this time. As the two walked and chatted, Harry introduced more about the slightly odd house elf. Dobby sent me a birthday present and a greeting card. He said on it that he earned it, and I've always wondered where he works at. The letter didn't mention it, but it turned out to be the Leaky Cauldron. He snapped back to his senses and turned his head to look at Felix in surprise. Professor, how did you know that? Felix said briefly, Dobby and I are sorts of friends, and he mentioned it in conversation. Harry nodded, and then Felix asked him, so, you saw me while you were window shopping? That's quite a coincidence, another second later I might have left. Harry explained, actually, I saw your patroness the Silver Rainbird, Hermione mentioned it to me. I thought there seemed to be some resemblance at the time, so I waited in the store next to it for a while. Did you? A keen observation, Felix replied somewhat carelessly, his attention focused entirely on Harry himself. From a moment ago till now, he had been feeling something wrong with Harry somehow. He did not move and switched the perspective. In the black and white world, the magic on Harry's body kept jumping around and looked unusually active. Professor. Harry felt a twinge of discomfort as he felt his gaze. Professor Hap is looking at him with scrutinizing eyes. Potter, Felix said softly, the whole thing must have affected you a lot. Harry froze in place as he stammered, you know all about it. A cold chill ran through him, and he explained in a panic, I didn't mean to do it, it was Aunt Marge who insulted my parents first, and I just got angry. The professor wouldn't have a bad impression of him, right? He just bought the Ancient Runes textbook yesterday. No, you misunderstand, Potter. The two walked through the wall, then left Diagon Alley, and arrived at the Leaky Cauldron bar. A little past the counter, Felix heard a shrill greeting, Dear Mr. Hap, Dobby didn't expect to see you and Mr. Potter at the same time, what a day to celebrate. The eyes of the others in the bar looked over, they murmured noisily. Felix calmly looked over in return, his voice lowered before he looked over at the elf, Dobby, it's been a long time. Dobby's eyes widened, and he wiped the corners of his eyes with a dirty rag, Oh Mr. Hap remembers Dobby, it's so touching. Dobby, please arrange a seat for us, Potter and I have something to talk about. Felix looked at him softly. Dobby understands, both gentlemen, please follow me. The elf took them to a relatively secluded seat, served food and drinks, and respectfully left the table. Harry looked at Felix with a slightly bewildered expression. After he had taken the night bus and been caught by Minister Fudge in front of the bar, the two of them sat in this seat to have a conversation. Felix did not rush to speak, he pondered how to start a conversation. Harry stared at the doorpost to his right, where a wanted notice hung, a picture he became very familiar with after 2 days at the Leaky Cauldron. Potter. Professor Hap's words brought his sense back to his body and he listened quietly. I heard you like dueling course. That's right, Professor. Harry said, I think it's a great class, and I can learn a lot. Only thing is that we can only get to the class once every 2 weeks, and some spells are pretty hard. By now, I'm not even proficient in the shield charm. Felix nodded. So, do you need some private instruction for a while, Potter? I personally would be happy to oblige. Harry froze directly. He really did not expect to encounter such a good thing, so good that he could not believe it a bit. He felt that since he had blown up his aunt, all the acquaintances he met had become strange. Dobby greeted the bar guests skillfully, the Minister of Magic, Cornelius Fudge, turned a blind eye to his violations, and now, even Professor Hap had offered to train him? Of course I do, but why? He asked cautiously. Potter, to be open and honest, your current state is fascinating. Your magic is in a very active state, like a constant dancing and burning flame from my point of view. All in all, I think it's worth studying. Felix decided to tell Harry straight up, and there is nothing to hide about the whole thing except that he wanted to study Potter, which sounded a bit strange. But put another way, he is concerned about the young wizard who is in a peculiar state, is not much better? Harry gulped at the words. I don't quite understand what you mean. Harry, if I am correct, you should have experienced an accidental magic burst recently a few days ago, right? An accidental magic burst. You should have heard similar terms: uncontrolled magic, magic awakening, underage magic. Many people see it as a sign of magic awakening for a child with magic, but in fact, magic remains throughout all our lives. There are just times when, because of violent mood swings, little wizards display all sorts of magical powers. Harry listened quietly as his memory returned to a few days ago. Aunt March, who kept dogs in the countryside, had come to visit, a rather rude and cynical woman. These 2 words could not describe a tenth of her character. Every time she came, it became a nightmare for Harry. But in order to get a signature on Hogsmeade's permission form, he put up with her for a whole week, allowing her to verbally humiliate him. The last day she stayed as a guest, she got drunk, mouthed off, and insulted his father and mother so much that it blew his mind. He didn't have a wand in his hand, but he is a wizard. By the time he came back to his senses, Aunt March had swelled like a balloon, like the giant pumpkin Hagrid had grown in the garden last year, but one with tiny, ugly eyes. He ran away from home in anger, never intending to return to 4 Privet Drive, and waited until he had calmed down before he began to fear that he would be expelled or even imprisoned in Azkaban, in the company of a group of dark wizards. He even thought of wandering the world, drifting through life to escape the Ministry of Magic, but he needed to fetch some money first. But things always go beyond his expectations. 1 foot to the door of the Leaky Cauldron bar, the next foot got caught by the Minister of Magic. Fortunately, Fudge not only did not hold him responsible for anything but also offered him a room at the Leaky Cauldron bar, telling him to stay in Diagon Alley until the start of the school year and that he must not return to the Muggle world privately. What reason did he have to refuse? Professor Hap's voice seemed to come from far away, but this basically occurs during childhood, and by the time the young wizards enroll in school, it mostly won't happen. So, Potter, your case is very rare. Harry looked up and said in a relieved tone, I agree, Professor Hap. When do we start? I am going to open P_Atrian with 30. 176, Chapter 176 Test. Felix chuckled, anytime, Potter, I'll temporarily move here. But first I have to go back to school and arrange some things. You can think about your own schedule, too. He stood up. The special training will be hard, Potter, be prepared. In my personal experience, the period after the accidental magic burst is an excellent time to learn spells, as you will improve by leaps and bounds. Harry agreed without any hesitation. Felix found Tom, the owner of the Leaky Cauldron bar, a hunched-back, wrinkled wizard, and at his suggestion, Felix chose room number 12, right next door to Harry's. He waved his hand at Harry, who is standing at the top of the stairs, and turned to walk out of the bar, using the public fireplace to return to his office. He sorted through his recent work, and in addition to attempting to add the sneakoscope to his curriculum, he came up with some good ideas. Then he rolled these half-finished plans together and tucked them into his ring. Then he looked at the observation log of the Yuan tree, which he and Professor Flitwick were doing every day, but this job would be handed over to Phileas alone for now. So he went to the Charms Professor's office and informed Phileas of his conflict in time, and the short professor quickly agreed, smacking his lips and saying, the accidental magic burst, also I don't know what happened to Potter, and with you by the boy's side, Minerva will be relieved. Felix then also saw Snape's figure in the school. He took a big step, his black robes floating behind him. Severus. He greeted him, you're back so early. He knew that Snape would go home for the holidays every year, and usually return to school only a day before the school started. Snape said with a stern face, suppressing his discontent, you'll have to ask our esteemed headmaster Dumbledore, who called me back in order to brew a disgusting potion. He seems to be in a bad mood at the moment, throwing off his cloak and quickly walking away. Disgusting potion, What could it be? Felix watched his back curiously. 10 minutes later, Felix returned to Diagon Alley again. He knocked on room 11 and saw Harry's bed littered with miscellaneous items, textbooks for various subjects, parchment, bottles of ink, and a broom repair kit. Professor, I'm going over my assignments. Well, I have 3 History of Magic thesis, 2 Potions thesis, and a Charm thesis left to write. History of Magic. Harry clearly heard a groan of discomfort from Professor Hap, but the professor said nothing more as he took a seat across the table in front of him. Time is precious, Potter, Felix said, I will guide you through your homework in your spare time. The owner of the Leaky Cauldron bar offered an empty basement that, according to him, had been abandoned for a long time. Old Tom hunched over with a toothless grin. I remember there are still some protective wards here, but that too may have expired, and you'll need to deal with it yourselves. He snapped his fingers a few times, and the torches stuck in the wall lit up. He then bowed and stepped back to leave. Felix waved his wand and cleared the room of the dust and cobwebs that had accumulated. And smoothed out a few broken bits of flooring. When his wand touched the floor, the ground like waves undulating, Harry seemed to be in a small boat, which reminded him of the first time Hagrid took him on a boat ride. When everything quieted down, the wooden floor turned into an exotic carpet. Harry took a few steps back and forth, and it didn't feel as soft as he thought it would, to which Professor Hap explained, I didn't create a few cushions, so you could practice your magic in comfort. As he watched, some bits and pieces of trinkets flew out of Professor Hap's ring, and they popped into a small square table, 2 armchairs and some human-shaped targets. At the moment, Felix is sitting in the chair, watching him from behind the square table. Here, Potter, let's practice your best spell for the first 100 times. Harry's hand holding the wand shook unnaturally. This does not seem to be what he thought. He also thought that he would struggle to dodge the professor's attacks, like a chipmunk constantly jumping, while Professor Hap easily waved his spells, to show off his might. But now, Professor Hap behaved like a scholar, sitting quietly in a chair. If he put a gold-rimmed glasses, it would look more like a teacher he saw in the Muggle school. Harry looked at the target 7 or 8 meters away from himself. He waved his wand and shouted, Expelliarmus. A red light flew from the tip of his wand and hit the wall, but it was a full 2 feet away from the human-sized target. Sorry, I missed. That's okay, keep going. So Harry waved his wand continuously, a red light flew out, and after almost half an hour, he shouted out in a hoarse voice breathlessly, Expelliarmus. Which resulted in his wand merely spewing out a string of sparks. Well, we stop, for now, come and sit over here, Felix said. Harry walked wearily to the other side of the square table and sat down. He looked at Professor Hap across the table. He is writing and drawing on parchment. Half a minute later, he looked up. I know enough about this spell of yours. Good, we finished the first step of the test. Just a mere test. Harry shouted out in surprise. He was going to die of exhaustion. Every cell in his body was desperately screaming in pain. Felix curled his mouth and whispered in an enchanting tone, Potter, at your age, I already understand the disarming charm no better than an ordinary adult wizard, and you have every potential to do so. In addition to the disarming charm, the not quite skilled shield charm, as you said yourself. And the tongue-tying curse, I will even throw you an extra simple and practical spell or 2. Harry swallowed. With the help of the bright firelight in the basement, despite the respect, he felt he saw the devil's smile. But he must admit that his heart thumped. Professor Hap hadn't said what would happen if he learned the spells, but he couldn't help but make the connection, the adoration of his classmates, the extra credit in class, and maybe the chance to show off his abilities in front of the girl he loved. With a little tremble in his voice, he said, Professor, I'm at your disposal. He felt like he sounded tragic when he spoke, as if he was about to head to the execution ground. Felix took out a piece of chocolate and handed it to him. Eat something first, and we'll do the second test next. 10 minutes later. Felix and Harry were 7 or 8 meters apart, facing each other. Potter, we're here to test the maximum power of your spell this time. You have to fully mobilize your emotions. Remember what we mentioned in the dueling class? Determination, confidence, and most importantly the intent. The disarming charm is meant to protect yourself and disable your enemy's ability to harm you. Harry nodded. He took a deep breath and imagined that across the room stood Malfoy, who suddenly turned into a gargoyle with peregrine hair, waving a club towards him. Puff! He burst out laughing. Sorry. After brewing his emotions for a while. Expelliarmus! Harry hissed and shouted as a finger-thick red light rushed straight at Felix, and stopped by an invisible barrier. Not enough, Potter, let me see your potential. Felix jeered. Harry gritted his teeth, mobilized his magic with all his might, and for a moment, he really felt the difference. It seemed to be the active magic as Professor Hap had said, and he thought to himself, disarm, make the enemy lose the ability to hurt me. He thought of the real enemies, Professor Quirrell, the Basilisk, and Voldemort. The red light became as thin as a hair after a few tremors. Felix almost thought he had failed, but the next second, a searing beam of light flew out from Harry's wand, spanning 7 or 8 meters, and instantly crashed into Felix's shield charm. The two magic spells wrestled in midair, and a low rumble echoed through the basement. 177, Chapter 177 Harry's Special Training. Potter, wake up! Potter! Harry opened his eyes slowly. The light of the torch is a bit glaring, which made Professor Hap's shadow a bit blurred. For a moment, his expression looked somewhat dazed. He then rose from the ground and straightened his glasses. What's happened to me? Exhaustion plus dehydration, a very normal phenomenon. Felix looked at him. That's enough for today, let's go up and get something to eat, and I'll also work on your special training plan. Harry felt very uncomfortable, his limbs were weak, and he felt light. He followed Felix's footsteps stumbling on the stairs, his stomach turned upside down. It wasn't until he downed a large glass of juice and ate 2 pies that he felt alive again and is in the mood to think about something. Professor, you said this is normal, do you have a similar experience? Also, you told me that the period after an accidental magic burst is perfect for practicing spells, is this your personal experience? Harry's tone slowly lightened, he remembered Hermione once very emotionally expressed sympathy for Professor Hap. It was a time when the news of the dueling club was released and the topic of discussion revolved around the word dueling. Professor Hap's brilliant experience was once again brought out and talked about, the boys all wanted to take his place, and the young witches were adoring or sympathetic to the injustice during his school days. And Hermione is one of them. At the time, Harry could not understand her thought process, but now, he suddenly understood a little. In the face of his question, Felix said shortly, indeed. What indeed? As Harry lay in bed in a room where he stayed, he's still thinking about this question. Early in the following morning, Harry is woken up by Dobby's knock on the door. He opened the door in a daze. The elf respectfully passed over the toiletries. Next to him stood Professor Hap. Come on, Potter, we've got a big day ahead of us. Harry felt a novel experience, similar to the feeling he had when he was a guest in a burrow and woken up by Mrs. Weasley. Rarely would any adult intervene in his daily life and remind him to brush his teeth at the right time if you didn't count the angry rantings of the Dursleys towards him. All morning they hunkered down in the basement as he kept casting the disarming charm, and in the words of Professor Hap, we want to maximize the benefits, and you'll find that at the student level, one trick pushes all the right buttons. He feels like he's about to throw up, but Professor Hap takes great trouble to point out his mistakes and spends a lot of time explaining the trick to the spell's advancement. You have to imagine yourself as a duelist, or a newcomer auror. Your magic is very active, and you can feel it, mobilize it so that you can control it, and let it flow out in a stream. Felix said as he applied a supersensory charm on Harry. Also, this is a good time to learn silent casting of the disarming charm. And the theory of the spell part, I'll only cover the ones most related to the disarming charm, it probably won't help you learn the other spells, but we're going to speed up time and I want to see how far you'll go. Harry found that in the basement, Professor Hap always seemed unsympathetic. He would wake him up again and again after he collapsed on the floor without even a second's delay, but after the special training, he would take him to Florian Fortescue's ice cream parlor, or just stand with him outside the window of the quality Quidditch supplies, as he admired the latest model of Firebolt. Of course, Harry guessed that the broom was not on Professor Hap's mind, because once again, after wondering for 2 minutes he would ask him about the disarming charm, isn't there a feeling of euphoria? Like you were born to know this charm? His reply at the time was a bit sloppy, and he couldn't remember if it was kind of like that or an unassuming just like that. They also ran into Neville Longbottom, his classmate, a round-faced, fidgety boy. He followed his grandmother, who looked ghastly, carrying a large red handbag in one hand, and was sternly reprimanding Neville. Harry wanted to run away because he had impersonated Neville while riding the night bus, and he hoped that Neville's grandmother would never find out about it. But Neville saw Harry and waved excitedly at him. Harry, Harry. It's so good to meet you, I lost my book list. Harry hurriedly borrowed a piece of parchment from Professor Hap and wrote the name of the new course material on it. Ah, you are Harry Potter, right, Neville mentioned you to me, a good boy, very talented. You guided him in disarming charm, and he said you were a quick learner, unlike him. Neville's grandmother clutched her handbag tightly, her eyebrows knitted together. The boy did not inherit his parents' talent, and I was worried until he received an admission letter. Neville grimaced and peeked at Harry, and Harry did not dare to speak. The old woman is really intimidating, but to his surprise, a silent Professor Hap spoke up. Neville Longbottom, I saw you on the list of students who chose my class. I am glad you will take my class. You're a professor at Hogwarts? Neville's grandmother asked. Felix Hap, I teach ancient runes, ma'am. I've heard of your name, Mr. Hap, and I admire your courage. Not anyone would dare to face a despicable pureblood family. She pointed proudly at Neville, like his parents, who were on the front lines resisting Dark Lord's rule all through the war years, even when tortured by some scum. She wiped the corners of her eyes and led Neville away. Neville mouthed at Harry, "See you on the train." With that, he is dragged away. What happened to Neville's parents? Harry asked as he looked at his back. Felix replied, "I'm not really sure, I think they were killed in the battle with the Death Eaters." A week passed in a blink of an eye, and Professor Hap showed him a thick pile of charts. "These are the data of me practicing the disarming charm?" Harry asked in surprise, pointing at the thick parchment. "There is no need to make a fuss, to tell you a secret, I have made a fortune in the Muggle world based on this," Felix said jokingly. Harry looked at the curve above, with 10 casts as a unit, his progress isn't obvious, but if you take 100 casting as a unit, his progress rate is a bit unbelievable. "Interesting, isn't it? No one has ever really worked on this," Felix said in a brisk tone. "Professor Hap, I've reached level 4 on the disarming charm." Harry couldn't help but stare at the note on the parchment that seemed to be at the level the aura had reached after a few years of service. "Ah, you remember the division of it?" Felix said, "In a way, it does meet that requirement. You can flexibly control the power of the disarming charm and make more delicate manipulations, such as drawing an arc, casting a silent spell, and so on." Harry's mood became delighted, like eating a row of 10 strawberry ice cream, from head to toe with a surge of pleasure. But Professor Hap quickly threw a bucket of cold water. "Only this one charm, Potter, if you want to go further in the field of dueling, you should consider establishing your own fighting style in due course." "Fighting style? Like which spell to use as the core?" "Disarming charm," Harry said without thinking. "Don't decide easily, besides, there should be complementary spell structure, such as, what spell you use to defend, what spells to attack, which spell is used to hold the opponent down, which is to deal with tricky problems, all these, you should think clearly. Needless to say the pace of battle, critical judgment, scenario foresight, and so on. Of course, there is targeted knowledge, well, maybe I'm asking too much from you, this is beyond the level of the average auror." Harry excitedly took a notebook to write down, "That's okay, you can say as comprehensive as possible." He got inspired to imitate Hermione's tone of voice, "Professor, in fact, I want to write a related thesis." "Very well, I will say it." In the days before the school began, Professor Hap did not ask him to continue to cast the disarming charm, a relief that he had finally been exposed to a second spell. "Potter." "Professor, you can call me Harry," Harry said with some apprehension, having practiced in the mirror several times this morning just to say this phrase. After a few moments of silence across the table, just as he was somewhat remorseful for his recklessness, Felix said, "Yes, Harry, I'll call you that in private. Your disarming charm will hardly improve in a short time, even with my all-round assistance you can't." "Professor, I'm already satisfied," Harry said contentedly. He had changed for the better, at least he didn't think beating Malfoy and his 2 followers would be a problem. He saw Professor Hap smiling at him. "I also got the test data I wanted, and you are gradually getting your magic activity back to normal. I've tried to prolong the process as much as I can, but alas, I can't defy the laws of nature yet. In the next day or two, we learn some spells to surprise, the results will be 3 to 5 times quicker than your regular results." Harry nodded his head hurriedly. 178, Chapter 178 End of Special Training. On the morning before school started, Felix sat in a relaxed manner eating his breakfast in the Leaky Cauldron bar, flipping through that day's newspaper in the meantime. "Gee, Sirius Black, how come it's been on the front page for so many days?" Felix stared at the man in the picture, his face hollowed and his long black hair tangled. He had wax-like skin and looked a bit like a vampire. The newspaper didn't spare the ink to retell his crimes over and over again, including the fact that he supported the Dark Lord, as well as blowing up half a street, killing 13 people, and currently on the run when he got driven to the edge. The words "extremely dangerous" and "most notorious prisoner" appear several times in bold red letters. Is it really hard to escape from Azkaban? Felix took a sip of coffee and took 2 seconds to simulate the scenario. Step 1, take out the spare wand and, well. First, the assumption itself won't happen, as I would never let myself be captured or cornered, so why bother? But at least it explains why Fudge is so on edge about Harry. While this is happening, Harry yawned and walked down the stairs. Dobby followed him carefully with a worried look on his face, as if he feared which step he would take and roll down the stairs. "Harry, Dobby, here." Felix tilted his head at them. "Morning, Professor." Harry sat down in the empty seat across from him, and to his surprise, Dobby sat down as well, sticking to his chair. "Dobby, don't you need to greet the guests?" Harry asked. "Mr. Potter," Dobby resigned from the Leaky Cauldron, "this is Dobby's last day here, and the boss approved that I don't have to do anything." "Oh, Harry, obviously not quite sober yet, his mind not functioning for a moment, froze as he half-heartedly asked, "But where are you going?" "Mr. Hap has offered Dobby a job, and Dobby's willing to do his friend a favor." "Dobby, Dobby, feels honored. The elf stared at Felix with big eyes. Harry turned his head as well, and Felix said briefly, I hired Dobby to act as my spokesman for some book publishing matters. Dobby, congratulations, Harry said sincerely. Felix finished his breakfast and said to him, Harry, I will not arrange training tasks today, you have reviewed the shield charm, the stupefy charm, the tongue-tying curse, and additionally learned the incarcerus spell over the past few days, it is more than enough at the moment to give you an advantage. Harry listened in silence, he knew this special training coming to an end. The incantation of the incarcerus spell is incarcerus, the effect of which is shooting a thick rope from the tip of the wand to bind the target. The advantage of this spell is that it can be cast from a very long distance, allowing him to attack from across a corridor. He had only managed to learn it last night and was only barely able to cast it, but the attack distance reached 12 or 13 meters, already more than the majority of spells he had mastered. I have to thank Ron for learning this spell. Harry thought to himself, after many failures, he remembered the way Ron learned the disarming charm, so Harry let Professor Hap use the incarcerus spell upon him, hoping to get a closer feel of its mysteries. And Professor Hap is also very interested in this, I have long wanted to tie someone, but never got the chance. The result was that he was tied up again and again with thick ropes comparable to a devil's snare, binding him into an all-pervasive cocoon, and he felt like a large shaved caterpillars. In the desperate struggle in between, he also finally mastered the magic, the cost is a full-body bruise, like being hung up by the Whomping Willow and whipped for half an hour. Speaking of Whomping Willow, he couldn't help but think of Mr. Weasley's car. Last year at the beginning of the school year, Dobby blocked the platform entrance, and in order to return to school on time, he and Ron flew halfway across Britain in Mr. Weasley's privately modified magic car, only to pass through the Forbidden Forest. The car became too overloaded and fell face down on the Whomping Willow. Mr. Weasley, therefore, came under investigation, for which he felt guilty, for a long time. Now the culprit not only shared breakfast with him, but also became his friend, which made Harry wonder at the marvels of the world. There is a buzz from outside the bar, and a large group of people suddenly come into the bar. Most of them were redheads, carrying suitcases and cages of all sizes. Daddy, is Harry here? A little girl with fiery red hair asked, tugging on her father's arm. This is the 7th time I've answered you, yes, Ginny. Her father said as such. Harry already revealed an expression of surprise. It is the Weasley family, and next to them stood a couple dressed in Muggle clothes, and Harry is no stranger to Hermione's mom and dad. But nothing could catch Harry's eye more than his two best friends, and he couldn't wait to share his experience. Over here. Ron, Hermione. Harry waved vigorously, jumping out of his seat and running towards them. Ron looked exotic in his strange outfit, Hermione's skin tanned, and they had big smiles on their faces. Ron hammered Harry in the chest and grinned, Hey Harry, did you really blow up your aunt? I didn't mean to do that. Harry said, noticing that Hermione's parents were looking at him in a very peculiar way, and he subconsciously explained, I lost control of, the accidental magic burst. But things seemed to get worse as he twisted his head to look at Professor Hap, who approached him and asked him for help with his eyes. Ron also realized he had said something wrong, and Ginny kicked him through Percy. Felix nodded at them as he looked over at Harry, accidental magic is a result of extreme emotions, and I'm surprised you managed to retain an ounce of composure while you were out of control, to say the least. He turned to face Hermione's parents, Hello, I'm Felix Hap, Professor of Ancient Runes at Hogwarts, and I know a fair bit about the world of ordinary people. Mrs. Granger looked at him with a smile, she heard her daughter mention this professor. Instead, Mr. Granger looked at him with a surprised look, I've seen you before much earlier. A strange client, hey? I didn't realize you were a professor at the school, is just too young. Felix passed over the subject with a remark, yeah, the wizarding world doesn't care about that. Hermione greeted in a small voice, Hello, Professor Hap. Felix nodded at her, Hello, Miss Granger. He turned to Arthur Weasley, Mr. Weasley, we should have exchanged letters before. Arthur Weasley slapped his forehead, That's right, I asked you some questions about Muggle technology. Ah, Molly, come on, it's just simple research. Mrs. Weasley glared at her husband and said enthusiastically to Felix, Professor Hap, thank you for Ron's Christmas present, it is a bit pricey, to be honest, but little Ronnie is loving his new wand. Mom. Ron said with some annoyance that she always called him by his nickname, regardless of the occasion. But Mrs. Weasley ignored him, Ron kind of adores you, and he took your class this year, and of course she looked at Harry and Hermione, who nodded in sync, and these two little ones, both naughty kids, who don't let anyone worry about them. She rambled, we got the news from Dumbledore very early, Arthur and I got giddy, trembling, but we didn't dare to write a howler for fear of affecting Ginny, after all, it's dark magic. She said vaguely through it, also about the chamber, her brothers have shown her a bad example. Mom, this didn't involve us. Yeah, we didn't get into any trouble this summer. The twins next to her desperately cried foul, as Mrs. Weasley pursed her lips and looked at them with a stern expression. And you guys, don't think I don't know what you've been studying. Percy stepped forward, puffing out his chest with a shiny silver badge, the symbol of the perfect mum. Ginny has me as her brother, who is a good role model. With a sour look on their faces, the twins lowered their heads and muttered. Perfect, right. How about Big Head Boy instead? The two quickly showed heartfelt smiles. Felix watched the extended family's interaction with interest and waited for them to stop before he said, Don't worry, Mrs. Weasley, I know them all fairly well. The hunchbacked old Tom came over, his mouth filled with teeth. A few guests, looks like you need a big table. He moved his fingers and the 3 tables in the bar were put together, and a dozen small round stools landed next to the table. And then, do you need something to eat? Don't need to think about me, Tom. Felix said, I'll leave now. He gave a small nod toward the crowd, excuse me. Turning to greet Dobby, let's go, I need to get you a new outfit. Dobby excused himself toward Harry and bounced after him as he waved goodbye and followed Felix. I am going to open P_Atrian with 30. 179, Chapter 179 Ouroboros. Passing through the wall behind the Leaky Cauldron bar, they went directly to Madame Malkin's robes for all occasions on the north side of Diagon Alley. According to Professor Flitwick, while this store sells school uniforms, robes, and travel cloaks, Madame Malkin will be happy to make you a custom outfit if you are willing to chip some money in. Madame Malkin is a short, chubby witch with a big smile and wearing a dark purple robe. Welcome, would you like to buy a robe or a ball gown that exudes glamour, sir? She held a tape measure and wand in her hand. Felix pointed to Dobby, not for me, ma'am, for him. Madame Malkin's eyes fell on Dobby, and she said with difficulty, oh, ma'am, I was referred to you by Professor Phileas Flitwick, who had nothing but praise for your handiwork. It is my pleasure as well. Under Felix's verbal and monetary onslaught, Madame Malkin made a small suit on the spot, which made Dobby look fresh and brandish, like an English butler. Sir, you are so kind to your house elf, but I don't know if I should remind you that clothes. Ma'am, Dobby is my friend, and he is free. All along the way, Dobby kept saying thank you to Felix in different ways, then Felix told him it is a uniform and a required dress code, which made him relent. Felix led him to the dilapidated LCA comic book publisher building and knocked on Andy's door. The room seemed to have gathered some of its smells again after 10 days of absence, but the Andys looked in much better spirits, and at least he had changed into a clean shirt. He pulled Felix into the room, then pulled out a stack of original manuscripts, and said with a heavy nasal voice, I redrew part of the book, adding unique magic, see how it is. Felix looked carefully, each page of the comic strip is divided into 5 to 10 grids. Opening a page, the characters in that grid will begin to move in a fixed order when the plot of the first grid ends, only then the second began to play, the time precisely nailed. It can be said that a page of comic books is an episode of the same film. The magic on it is interesting, Felix said. If he added everything in one page from the left to the right side of the book, is it possible to show the contents of all the frames of the 2 pages in one sequence? Would it achieve the effect of a film? He expressed this idea to Andys. Hey! Andys thought about it in his head, it seems doable. He said in an unsure tone. It's not like I know your publisher's magic, unless... That's an untold secret, Andys said in a rush. Well, Felix smacked his lips as he looked at the drawing in his hand and kept rubbing its surface, then, using your professional eye, is the idea I just described feasible? Andys did not answer, this time he took longer to think, and as a result, the more he thought about it, the more excited he became and kept circling around the room. It's absolutely feasible. It's a new breakthrough in the wizarding world, oh my gosh, will be a hit. If you were to improve it, how long do you think it would take? It's hard to say, it's a new technique, it will definitely take time. I already have 2 ideas, it's not like I haven't done anything over the years, the research of my grandfather could also help. But the magic has changed, and the entire process has to be adjusted, including rearranging the selection of the most appropriate medium and pigments for the comic book. It takes both time and Andys paused awkwardly. And it takes more money. Yet. Felix calculated, I can offer you almost 20,000 gold galleon, but what can I get? Andys struggled for a moment, he hesitated, this is a key decision, maybe LCA comic books will be reborn in his hands. But he made many wrong calls over a decade before, what about this one? You're Felix Happ? He asked through clenched teeth. Felix gave him a look that said, what do you mean? I've introduced myself. Dobby the elf did proudly come forward and said, yes, this is the great Mr. Felix Happ. Andys glanced at Dobby, not paying much attention, he looked at Felix and said slowly, I have asked people to inquire during this time, they said you have a lot of connections and power. Let's be frank, Andys, don't beat around the bush. 5,000 galleons. If you can help me handle the Ministry of Magic, I'm willing to convert this money into an investment for 20% of the publisher, no. 30% of the shares. Dealing with the Ministry of Magic. I want the book to get an official recommendation and be placed in bookshops in other countries. It will save a lot of time. Andy said. What's the trouble? Something to do with some pure-blood families who might not like the book. Andy stammered. But none of my previously published books had any impact. Felix inquired curiously. It's different from publisher to publisher, and I have a previous record, plus the subject of your book. He hinted, and Felix understood, so your previously published works offended some people, didn't they? I need to see those controversial sketches of yours first. Felix didn't rush to agree. If this person Andy's had problems, he would decisively refuse. Half a minute later, Felix looked up from a manuscript of books. He had only obtained the sales data of LCA publishers before but hadn't read all of them. It is clear that the Andes has really worked hard to revive the publisher over the years. The theme is diverse, but there is a book with a villain who is from a pure-blood family. Although there is no specific reference to which family it is clear that it incurred some discontent. Although in his opinion, this is a normal creation. Tisk. Felix thought for a moment. He needed to pay 5,000 galleons, as well as finite time and energy to solve the possible trouble, and the gain will be the acquisition of 30% of shares from the other side. He also regarded the development of the new technology favorably and had confidence in LCA. Okay, but I want all your spell data. Andes froze for a moment. Sure, that's your well-deserved right, as long as you do not casually reveal it. Felix nodded, then he had no problem. Money is a minor thing, this kind of unique magic is what he values. But in the future, he would at least get a portion of the stable income, saving him from going to the black market and mugging people. This is different from the 50% share the twins were talking about, and he had no intention of asking for that money in the first place. Andy said to him, let's sign a magic contract, for mutual assurance. Felix had no reason to refuse, and he took out a piece of parchment, and a string of golden words appeared on it, containing the obligations that both parties should fulfill and the powers they enjoyed. The two men then each left their names and blood. As the three watched, golden flames burned the parchment to ashes, but the writing on it glistened and condensed in midair. Soon, the golden words melted and condensed into two small glowing balls. Felix and Andes each had one. This contract belongs to the most common witness contract, not mandatory binding, but protected by the Ministry of Magic. If there is a problem, just take the ball to the Ministry of Magic to complain, the Ministry of Magic will step in to solve the problem. With the contract ball in his hand, Andes breathed a sigh of relief. He could say that he had bet part of his future, but he is now full of anticipation because one of his friends said mysteriously, working with that gentleman, you will never have to worry about losing out. He's a high-spirited Slytherin, not unlike those greedy pure-blood rubbish. Felix looked at the elf. Dobby, I need you to come in at least once a day to ask about progress or troubles, and to negotiate with the purebloods on my behalf if necessary. He tapped his wand on the elf's chest, and an ancient symbol in the shape of figure 8 appeared. The pattern is static, but when you look over it, it swims swiftly, its emerald green snake eyes shining. This is the symbol that Felix printed on his clothes when he was in 5th grade, and many pure-blood families remember it, but it is not used much now. Dobby, I'm afraid, Dobby can't. The elf said in awe. You had the job of delivering letters when you were at the Malfoy, didn't you? But Dobby just delivers letters, and serves almost the same role as an owl. Then try it, and come to me if you have a problem you can't solve, Felix said in a calm tone. I'd also like to know who will bother me. 180, Chapter 180 Phineas Black's Commission. When Felix walked out of the LCA building, it was already noon, and when he dropped by Little Red Books, to his surprise, his Muggle World Magic sample book is completed. How efficient, no need for me to concern with it at all. This book, as a formal science book, is in line with his first 2 Muggle research books, and it is expected to become a series. At least that's what the elegant violet dress lady said to him. Felix also made sure to ask about things he didn't particularly concern about before, such as how his books sold out in Britain and around the world. And from her answer, Felix realized that there were 2 ways to distribute the book around the world. One is to obtain the recommendation of the Ministry of Magic in the home country, but this way, in addition to the finite places, it would be resisted by some nations because it is an official act. The other way is to become a member of the International Federation of Wizard Publishers. The International Federation of Wizard Publishers, a relatively loose international organization of wizards, whose members are top publishers from different countries, holds a gathering every March and September to screen out some valuable books. These lucky books would be brought to different countries to be sold in the magic bookshops. And Felix unknowingly enjoyed this benefit. For this, he once again expressed his gratitude. Your books are good enough, Mr. Happ. For us, it's a win-win situation. Felix returned to the school, and a number of professors also returned. Professors McGonagall and Flitwick decorated the Great Hall, and they were in a very happy mood, with Professor McGonagall even humming a little tune. The tall, burly Hagrid walked in carrying 2 3-meter-long ocean pine trees, and Flitwick gracefully waved his wand to make them stand in a corner of the Great Hall and draped them with colored paper ribbons. "Felix," Hagrid greeted gruffly. "Hagrid, how's the lesson preparation going?" Felix asked. Hagrid said cheerfully, "It went pretty well. I went to the library and checked out a lot of information. I purposely looked through the new books on the market, and I dare say that the material I chose is absolutely interesting. I remember that the textbook for this course has always been Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them, right? Ah, that's the upper grades textbook. I have a new one for the first 3 grades to try. You told me, innovation needs to find a beta test, and then expand to the whole group when it's successful. I'm looking forward to it, Hagrid. Tomorrow is opening day, and the professors gather at a square table for dinner that evening. Even Professor Trelawney, whose whereabouts were obscure, arrived draped in a sarong. She whispered to a house elf, "Get me some sherry, dear." The elf stammered, "Yes, yes, ma'am." She disappeared, and a short while later she stumbled out holding a large bottle of wine. "I'm sorry, no small bottles were available, only this type." "Ha!" Trelawney's eyes lit up, "That's okay, this is good too, perfect. Want some?" She looked to Felix and shook the bottle, the liquor kept bobbing around. "No, thanks." Felix politely declined. Trelawney poured herself a glass of wine, and Professor Burbage next to her also drank a small glass. Dumbledore appeared in front of him for the first time since they had met in France, and he seemed to be in a good mood, grinning as he accepted a plate of tea-colored pastries handed to him by Flitwick, which Felix thought maybe because he had just got rid of a tiresome errand. At the end of dinner, he called out Felix. "Wait, Felix. Nicholas has some books that he asked me to bring to you," Dumbledore said with a wink. So the two went to the headmaster's office and Dumbledore said in a light tone, "Just a moment, I left them on the bedside in my bedroom. During your absence, I read part of it every day." Felix nodded and watched as he walked up the grand staircase and disappeared into the first floor to his office space. Dumbledore's bedroom, I wonder what it might look like, he thought with some curiosity. The headmaster's office hasn't changed much. The spacious circular room is filled with all sorts of trinkets, the rhythmic breathing of Phoenix Fox on his gilded perch, the trivial sound of silverware swirling on the slender-legged table, and the grunting from the portraits of past headmasters on the wall. Felix's gaze fixed on the sorting hat lying peacefully on the compartment, hesitant to pick it up and study it. "Hey, Slytherin boy!" An uncomfortable voice spoke. Felix turned his head to look over. It belonged to a portrait on the wall, and at the bottom of the portrait, there is a small line written in hot gold fancy letters. Phineas Nigellus Black, term 1847 to 1925, graduated from Slytherin House. Felix asked, "Headmaster Black, are you calling me?" The man in the portrait grunted, "Or else, is there any other living person in this room?" With his goatee sticking up, and his eyebrows thinned, he looked very unpleasant. At the moment, he reached out to poke at the frame. "Come closer, I have something to say to you." Seeing Felix unmoved at the spot, his tone became urgent, "It's beneficial to you." Felix's heart is filled with doubts, even if there's a benefit, and it is not his turn, anyway he still walked to the portrait of Headmaster Black. The grunts in the other portraits disappeared, and they either graciously opened their eyes to stare, or half squinted, watching the interaction between them closely. But Headmaster Black didn't say anything, or perhaps even if he is displeased he couldn't do anything about it. So he said as quietly as he could, "Have you ever heard of the name Sirius Black?" "Yeah, he's a celebrity now, escaped from Azkaban 3 weeks ago," Felix said. Headmaster Black choked for a moment. He said with some shame, "That's a descendant of the noble Black family, my great-grandson." "Oh. What do you mean, you wicked kid?" Headmaster Black yelled in a small voice, but then he said slyly, "We're all Slytherin, son, and I know what you are thinking. Listen, the Black family has a long history and a rich collection of books hidden in the old mansion, not something those rags at Hogwarts can compare to. Want some? Do one thing for me." "What is it?" "Bring him to me, not this me, but another portrait, remember, 12 Grimmauld Place." Felix is very interested in the Black family's collection, but he tested the water cautiously. "Don't tell me that the old mansion of one of the 28 pure-blood families has no defenses. Listen to me, don't interrupt me, time is limited. You'll find it, I'm sure you can do it, but you'll need something that is unique to the noble house of Black." "Oh, Dumbledore. When did you get back?" Felix turned back, and Dumbledore had appeared at the first floor railing, standing expressionless with 2 books in his arms. "Very early, at the time, you acknowledged Sirius Black as your great-grandson." Dumbledore walked down the steps. He walked against the light, so that his eyes could not be seen, only his powerful voice could be heard. Phineas, the man whom you discussed has committed an unforgivable crime. The portrait of Headmaster Black shouted, Dumbledore, he is the last descendant of the Black family. But Dumbledore also raised the volume, betrayed his best friend, he also killed 13 people, one of which was also his best friend who he spent 10 years with. Do you know how he ended up, Phineas? The crew at the scene could only find one of Peter's fingers and blood-stained pieces of clothing. The old man walked towards the portrait and said in an icy tone, his every wrinkle holding anger. And now he has broken out of prison, under the fantasy of helping his old master get his power back, would not hesitate to kill his godson as godfather. There is silence in the headmaster's office. I am going to open P_Atrian with 30. 181, Chapter 181 Analysis. Godson and Godfather. Felix stood quietly on the sidelines, as his mind worked at high speed. Dumbledore's words were obviously directing, talking about Harry Potter and Sirius Black. There is still such a layer of relationship between the two, which he never expected. And Sirius is accused as Voldemort's minion, who betrayed his best friend, that is, Harry's father. Felix thought of an organization that was active in wartime, the Order of the Phoenix. A secret organization founded by Dumbledore to resist Voldemort, it aided the Ministry of Magic in the war period against Voldemort and the Death Eaters. The Order of the Phoenix is not well known, and since 1981, Voldemort disappeared, the war also ended after that. So it was disbanded. Felix knew the name because he knew Professor Tofty of the Wizarding Examinations Authority, an expert in ancient runes, and Felix used to visit him. Professor Tofty had mentioned the organization in casual conversation, praising the valor and fearlessness of the members of the Order of the Phoenix, though he did not specify the name. But Felix speculated that at least Harry's parents, Sirius, and that Peter, should be members of the Order of the Phoenix. No wonder Dumbledore became so angry. Best friends at school, close war buddies after graduation, as well as the bonds of kinship, forged because of Harry's birth, this should have been an unbreakable bond of friendship. But Sirius Black chose to betray. And what role does Snape play? With the information Felix found out when he was at school, after the war, Snape was accused of being a Death Eater, but Dumbledore vouched for him in the name of being undercover and did not let him face the Wizengamot trial. Otherwise, Hogwarts would not have such a poisonous professor. So, Severus would also have been a member of the Order of the Phoenix. Felix didn't know much about his house head's experiences when he was at school, but he did at least know that the relationship between Snape and the Potters was complicated. He was an old friend of Harry's mother, perhaps with a touch of adoration, but a nemesis of Harry's father. They would not have fought whenever they had met together, would they? Felix, Dumbledore turned his head, his azure gaze settled on him through the lenses. You're a professor at the school, and I don't want to see you doing the wrong thing. Felix blinked. Headmaster, I don't need you to tell me, I will also put the safety of my students first. Besides, I have a good relationship with Mr. Potter and don't want to see anything happen to him, and I trained him over the summer. Ah, I've heard Phileas mention this, Dumbledore said. He said you've done quite a bit of research on accidental magic bursts of young wizards. Not really a research, just experienced. Dumbledore's expression became gentle, not as sharp and intense as it had been at first. He said in a tone of discussing magic, can you tell us, Felix? Please forgive this old man's insatiable curiosity. It goes back to 2 weeks ago, when I happened to run into Potter in Diagon Alley and noticed the active magic from him. I judged that he had recently experienced an accidental magic burst, and after asking about it, that was indeed the case. You are amazingly perceptive about magic, Felix. Thank you, Professor Dumbledore. After that, I do. The tense mood in the office gradually eased. Dumbledore reverted to a gentle old man, discussing interestedly with Felix the effects of the accidental magic burst and giving his insights without mincing words. Headmaster Dumbledore, I was thinking about whether it is possible to artificially change the level of activity of one's magic, which would bring obvious benefits. That is an interesting thought, but it must be done with caution, Felix. Any study of magic itself could easily result in a serious accident. As he walked out of the headmaster's office, Felix had 2 books in his hands. This is the books Nicholas Flamel entrusted to Dumbledore to forward, which is one of the drawbacks of communication between the two through photographs. Nicholas Flamel lived in the safe house all year round, rarely went out, and the owl also simply cannot find him. And at the moment Felix and his acquaintance, obviously not to the extent of paying a visit to him. He is not surprised, feelings are accumulated little by little, and he is not a gold galleon, so he will not be able to gain the trust and liking of everyone at once. He tucked the 2 books into the ring and returned to his office. As he sat on the couch, he pondered the words of the portrait of Headmaster Phineas Black. 12. Grimmauld Place, the location of the old Black family house. Although there is only such a name without any subsidiary information, it is enough for Felix. This is clearly a common naming pattern for locations, and he could start with that. After circling a general area, all that remained is a little probing. Given time, he could dig out this hidden abode. It is not difficult, Phineas Black's portrait said he could do it, and Felix thought so too. The difficulty lies in cracking the enchantment on there. For these pure-blooded families, all kinds of complex and even unimaginable protective measures must have been imposed on their old mansion, and the whole process of warding can often last for tens of centuries and generations to complete. Moreover, if the old mansion is imposed with the Fidelius charm, then there is really nothing he can do. But according to Phineas Black, he also has a portrait in the old Black mansion, which means he knows enough about the old mansion, in order to let Felix rescue the last bloodline of the Black family. He is not going to let Felix do feudal work. Besides, it's not a safe house, and it's too much trouble to use the Fidelius charm. Another key clue provided by Headmaster Phineas Black is the necessity of using something unique to the noble Black family. What could that be? He already had some guesses. In the thinking room, Felix sat on the sofa. He reached out and beckoned a thick book, the Pure Blood Directory written by Cantankerous Not, presumed, which contained information about the so-called Sacred 28. He flipped to the section about the Black family, briskly skimmed through a series of lists of family members and their deeds. His eyes fell on the Black family crest, which has a French phrase always pure. He smiled. For the noble, ever-pure Black family, what could be qualified as exclusive? Only the bloodline. All he had to do is to get Sirius Black's blood, and he could enter the old Black family house and get a peek at the hidden books within. Felix came out of the thinking room and looked at the night sky of Hogwarts, his eyes blending into the darkness. Sirius, where the hell are you? 182, Chapter 182, Grimmauld Square. September 1st. Felix woke up early and made his way back to London via Diagon Alley Transit. He wanted to do some shopping for the new school year. In addition to updating his film archive, he bought the latest books in bulk, as well as clothes, but most importantly, he made his way to a map store. It is a small, very old-fashioned store, with antique-looking brown shelves with a wide variety and assortment of maps. Both local London maps and maps of the British Isles, with variations aerial views, tourist maps, road maps. As Felix prepared to buy a thick atlas, he asked the clerk incidentally, "Have you ever heard of Grimmauld Place?" The clerk pushed up his specs up and looked up over a colorful atlas in front of him. So 30 minutes later, he is standing in a run-down neighborhood in Old London. The houses here were all quite old, with peeling wall skins revealing large areas of unsightly grey, and frankly, the old Black family home hidden here is something he would have never thought of. He wandered around the perimeter. Some houses were still occupied, but some were visibly abandoned. Tons of rubbish was piled up in front of the door, and windows were smashed. On one of the more deserted lawns, his eyes fell on a house that bore the house number, 11, Grimmauld Place. He looked at both sides, number 10 on the left and number 13 on the right. Interesting, even the wizard's vision is being isolated. Felix stood still and kept examining everything. An old woman walked slowly over carrying a cloth bag. "Young man, what are you doing here?" "Visiting a pen pal, ma'am. The address given is not quite clear, I'm trying to identify it." Felix excused himself. "I've lived here for over 50 years since birth, maybe I can help you, so tell me about it." Grimmauld Place in Old West London, the door number is blurry at the back, I'm guessing it's number 12. Felix looked somewhat helplessly at the enthusiastic old woman. "Number 12? That's not possible, young man, there is no such a house." The old woman raised her voice, "You must have wrongly remembered, either that or your friend played a bad joke on you. I find it strange too." Felix pointed to the house in front of him. "Here is number 11, over there is number 13, that said, there is no number 12, by chance?" The old woman let out a hearty laugh. "You're not the only one who has this suspicion." She winked, lowered her voice, and said, "It was a mistake. I overheard my grandmother, oh, she heard it from someone else too, that the people who built the house back then were a bunch of confused people, and the workers finished their job, which, in present-day terms, just wasn't too bad. But they put up the wrong door number, and when the city hall inspected it, they didn't find anything strange, and the mistake was just left intact. I have the impression that there have been several instances of people complaining back over the years, but nothing has changed. As you know, this place is not valued at all, maybe in another decade or so, it will be demolished in the name of being an eyesore. Anyway, I will not give my consent to it, nor will my grandson. He is only 2 years old, but there is a saying about how education has to be done before it's too late, there are always traditions to keep alive." She tilted her head and said wryly. The old woman is rather talkative, and from her, Felix also knows some not-so-substantial legends. For example, 12 Grimmauld Place is real, it's a haunted house. Or, the workers back then did not put up the wrong door sign, a nobleman bought the place, but then the house disappeared. Felix is very interested in these legends, from time to time a few sighs of admiration, so that the old woman look at him with more satisfaction. "The young people like you who know how to respect the elderly are not seen much, like that house next to me, in the middle of the night still playing the music, noisy people do not rest, I knocked on the door several times to no avail. Felix handed her a small card, and for a moment, the old woman seemed to see a golden light flashing across the surface of the card, though it could have been the sunlight being reflected. Ma'am, you can write a sticky note on it and slip it along the door to the family, warning them to be aware of the feelings of the others. Well, better still, include a police number. Will it work? The old woman took the card with skepticism. People on our side are not very well mannered. Try it, it can't get any worse. After declining her invitation, Felix cast a disillusionment charm on himself and stood quietly in place. A few people walked by from time to time on the block, but no one paid any attention to him. Near noon, he pulled out his wand and swiped it over, pushing away layers of mist, and his body seemed to be squeezed into the air. His figure disappeared. In a gap, Felix moved forward with some effort, but immediately he got blocked by a wall of air, a very sophisticated magic barrier. Then he heard an ear-piercing shriek, which sounded so harsh that Felix couldn't help but wince, and after a few seconds he got repelled by a great force and stood again on the lawn of Grimwald Square. There's someone in there. Felix wondered, Headmaster Black didn't mention this. But on second thought, he thought it could be a house elf. After a moment of hesitation, Felix chose to leave. He could indeed force his way in again and break the barrier with his superior attainment in magic, but this could last for an hour or two, or even a day. If there is someone inside, whether it is a wizard or a house elf, they will not remain motionless in the face of his attack. At least I know about this place. Felix took a deep look and his figure disappeared. Meanwhile, the Hogwarts Express. Did you see that, Harry? Malfoy is a wimp, he slipped away when he saw a professor around, so in line with their family tradition. Ron said slightly meanly, but he couldn't be blamed for that, since Malfoy only just mocked his family. Ron, Hermione said pointedly, pointing to the professor, who slumped over the small table on one side. Watch out! The trio glanced over at the wayward professor, who seemed asleep. They continued to talk but lowered their voices considerably. I'm serious. If he ever taunts and makes fun of my family again, I'm going to grab his head. Harry, what's wrong with you? Ron asked, looking at Harry. What? You're so calm, even when Malfoy is around. You just draw your wand so naturally and look at Malfoy like he's a caterpillar or something. I feel that way too, Harry, Hermione said seriously. Harry scratched his head, maybe it has something to do with the fact that I've got stronger? When Malfoy provoked us at the time, I surprisingly did not feel too angry, like watching a show. It's strange. He looked at Ron and Hermione, said in an uncertain tone, I think it may be because even if they really fight, I can easily win. I predicted that outcome in advance. Ron let out an odd yelp, that's so cool, man. Keep your voice down, Ron, Hermione reminded him. But he didn't even notice and said excitedly, tell us more about the details of Professor Happ's special training session, Harry. I'm so jealous. Harry repeated helplessly, honestly, it wasn't a pleasant experience, I don't even know how I lasted, but Professor Happ said that opportunity is hard to come by. He began to talk, Ron and Hermione stared at him with rapt attention. No one noticed that the professor, who is quietly asleep on the side, twitched slightly. 183, Chapter 183 Remus Lupin. Merlin's socks. Your disarming charm actually reached level 4, and you until now didn't disclose it to us. Ron's mouth opened wide in surprise, is that true? I mean that graduate who is preparing to become an Auror, his disarming charm is only about level 2. Harry pinned it all on accidental magic, Professor Happ said it would make my magic active, which it makes me learn spells a lot faster. Ron said with a look of anticipation, if only I could also experience an accidental magic. Ron, Professor Happ said that accidental magic is a product of extreme emotions, and it usually happens before the young wizards enroll in school. By the time we enter Hogwarts and learn how to master our own magic, it pretty much disappears. Hermione said with a twinkle in her eye, just like Harry, his case is rare. It's probably because that aunt insulted his parents first. Oh, sorry, Harry. It's nothing, Harry said, but Hermione still looked at him with an apologetic expression. I know, let me dream for a bit, all right. Ron seemed to have thought of something and suddenly said excitedly, besides, it's not out of the question. Once or twice during the summer, when Percy showed off his prefect badge to me, I had the thought of blowing it up. There shouldn't be much difference between blowing it up and bloating it up, right? It could be that I just didn't have intense enough emotions at the time. Ron speculated out of place, thinking it would be a shortcut to learning. Hermione stared at him, and even Harry looked rather speechless. But having said that, Harry looked at Ron thoughtfully, I do feel more comfortable with the disarming charm, with other spells, it feels less interesting. Ron looked at him in disbelief, it's not because you've spent the most time on disarming charm, hey. Harry explained, Well, it's a feeling. It's just. He waved his hand. Well, I'm not sure, it could really been an illusion. He said with some frustration. On the side, Hermione gave theoretical support. Harry, it's not impossible there are always some little wizards who learn specific spells faster. What book did you read that in? Harry asked with interest. Maybe he could put that idea into a thesis? The thought of a thesis gave him a bit of a headache. He had spoken in the heat of the moment and hadn't considered the consequences of it at all. Although he had taken a bunch of miscellaneous notes during the special training, how to turn those into a decent thesis, he didn't have half a clue. For some reason he did not feel like messing it up. Hermione gave the answer, and he wondered something different. She narrowed her eyes and said merrily, with her cat in her embrace, remember the homework assigned in dueling class, those tables? I helped Professor Happ organize some of them, and he made that observation then, but... She showed a helpless expression. The sample is too small, many of the data handed in are made up, I can see it at a glance. Ron's eyes suddenly strayed, and Harry lowered his head sheepishly. Hermione puffed up and looked at the two. Those false data has a share of their credit. At that moment, a hoarse, worn-out voice intervened in their conversation. Excuse me. The three looked over to the small table in some alarm. The professor seemed to have just woken up from a nap, and his face looked as downcast as his patched robe and badly worn suitcase. But his eyes were bright and sincere, and this professor said gently, I just overheard some of your conversations without the intention, but I did become curious. Professor Lupin? Hermione asked in a small voice. Yes, my name is Remus Lupin, Lupin said with a smile, and you saw the sign on my trunk? That's perceptive, I'd have given you extra credit if it had been in class. Remus Lupin. Hermione let out a short squeal, startling the large ginger cat in her arms, which suddenly jumped out and stood in the aisle, looking reproachfully at its owner. Oh, I'm sorry, Crookshanks. The little witch said. Get it under control, don't let it find Scabbers. Ron covered his breast pocket, where a lump protruded from the spot where his pet fat rat, Scabbers, hold in. You know me? Lupin asked. No, not really. She said dryly, hastily lowering her head and picking up the big cat. Hermione's attitude made Harry and Ron feel strange, but there is an outsider, the two tacitly did not ask. Lupin also did not probe deeper, he looked at them with a smile. I am your professor of defense against the dark arts class, only for 1 year, a deal with Dumbledore. Harry and Ron looked at each other as they mentally assessed the professor's true level. Frankly, just from the appearance, it really does not provide confidence. Lupin looked at the three gently, especially his gaze lingered on Harry for a moment, and then said, I have been away from school for 15 whole years, and many memories got faded. For example, I am not quite sure about the Professor Happ, as you guys called him. Harry and Ron's gaze shifted towards Hermione. In this area, she would never let people down. Sure enough, Hermione said under her breath, Felix Happ, a very good wizard, graduated from Slytherin House, currently teaching ancient runes, while achieving extraordinary attainments in the field of Muggle studies, in which he has extraordinary influence. And he's only graduated 4 years ago now, Harry added. What a young man! Lupin sighed in admiration as he switched the topic and asked, I heard you mention special training, is this Professor Happ very close to you, Harry? You know me. Harry subconsciously stroked his forehead locks, where there is a scar in the shape of a lightning bolt, by which many people recognize him. I knew your father, Lupin said briefly. Harry isn't too happy with that answer, but he nevertheless said, Professor Happ is very kind as well, gentle and nice, although he only teaches classes from the 3rd year, some of the 1st and 2nd year students have received help from him. He is referring to the fact that during the Chamber of Secret attack, the school was on edge and many people approached the professors for psychological comfort. And among them, Professor Happ had a very high rating. Lupin thought for a moment and said, you guys just mentioned that he has only graduated 4 years ago, so his head is Severus Snape. Is Snape? Harry finished the following closely, then looked at Lupin somewhat smilingly, he did not mention the honorific. Lupin did not have a reaction, he looked far away and fell into deep thought. Outside the rain fell more heavily, the weather became dark, the train also slowed down. Are we getting there? No, it's still early. Professor Lupin drew his wand, Harry followed and stood up. The lights on the train went out abruptly, and people looked outside. A layer of frost crept up the windows. A man stumbled in through the door and smashed straight into where Ron stood, causing him to let out a cry of pain, and the sound of panicked breathing came from across the room. What's happening? Ouch! Is that you, Neville? Yes, it's me, it's dark outside all of a sudden, do you know what's happening? More people poured in, and they talked in a jumble of noisy conversations. Is Ron there? I'm looking for Ron. I'm here, Ginny. Oops, that's my face. Who are you? My name is Neville, Neville Longbottom. Quiet. Lupin said loudly, raising his wand above his head, and light poured out from the tip of his wand, illuminating a flustered face. The light illuminated his tired, grey face, but the presence of a grown-up wizard reassured everyone. They heard Lupin saying, "Stay where you are, I'm going out to check." He pulled open the door and went out into the hallway. Harry thought about it and followed him out. "Harry!" Hermione exclaimed anxiously. "I'll see if I can help." Harry walked through the compartment door and followed Lupin. A chill swept over them and Lupin quickly backed away. "Go back, Harry." But Harry didn't hear it, his entire vision occupied by a black cloaked, hooded thing floating in midair, a rotting, decaying, graying hand poking out of the cloak, followed by a chill so intense he felt his lungs freeze, and he couldn't breathe at all. A distant female voice chimed in, a terrible, frightened, pleading voice. "I want to help her." He didn't know why he had that thought, but it was so intense that even before he was about to lose consciousness, he made a subconscious attempt to respond. A dazzling flash of red light illuminated the entire train. "I am going to open P_Atrian with 30. 184, Chapter 184 Year 3. Harry. Harry. Are you okay?" Someone patting his face. Harry opened his eyes. Everything went back to normal. The train continued to move, and the lights remained on. He sat up from his seat, wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, and stared blankly at the interior of the compartment. Ron and Hermione stood closest to him, Neville looking at him with a worried face, and Ginny curled up in the corner. Lupin pulled a bar of chocolates out of his pocket and broke it up to share with everyone. "Here's yours, Harry. Also, very excellent disarming charm." Harry took a chunk of chocolate, and he suddenly asked, "Did I pass out?" "No, the woman was she saved." "Who?" Lupin asked casually. "It's when that weird hooded freak came out, there was a woman, I think she was an adult by the sound of her voice, she." Harry suddenly stuttered, "If there is an adult woman on the train, and that would be the witch pushing the food cart." But that's not the voice he heard. Lupin's hand froze in place as he grunted and left after saying, "I'm going to have a word with the driver, sorry." And left in a hurry. The door slammed shut. "Harry." Hermione looked at him worriedly. He forced himself to calm down, sat back in his seat, took a bite of chocolate, a warmth spread throughout his body, which made him feel happy again. "Can anyone tell me what just happened?" Harry asked. "We felt cold, as if we had fallen into a hole through the ice. Then we saw your charm, a blinding red light, the cold subsided a bit, then you fell to the ground and Professor Lupin spoke to that thing, that there is no serious black hiding here." He raised his wand and sent out a silvery white light, then the cold wave subsided completely, and the train continued to move. Hermione described what she saw. Harry chewed his chocolate in silence. He didn't really care much about this, he just wanted to get a hint about the female voice from the others, but the result disappointed him. Everyone looked uncomfortable, Ginny whimpered and sobbed, and Neville mumbled from the sidelines, "It's horrible, I recalled the worst memories. It's like all the happiness left you." Ron chimed in, but he gave Harry a punch in the arm. "That's a great spell you got there, Harry. With that, we can teach Malfoy a lesson. The thought of him being sent flying out and rolling around makes me feel happy again." "Not exactly doing that," Harry shook his head as he regained his composure. "What the heck was that cloaked monster?" "I guess it's a Dementor, I've seen something like that in comic books, it's like a rotten piece of cloth with no bones." Ron described. Harry looked at Hermione. Of the three, Ron is most familiar with the wizarding world, but his knowledge is very shallow, while Hermione's knowledge, though mostly from books, can provide more accurate details. Hermione explained, "Dementors are the guards responsible for guarding Azkaban. They feed on positive human emotions, especially happy ones. Normal spells are ineffective against them, and the only known useful spell against it is Patronus Charm." "Patronus? You mean Professor Hap's rain swallow and Professor McGonagall's cat?" Harry asked. "That's right. That's right." Hermione and Ron said respectively. Hermione had seen the rain swallow Patronus, Ron had seen the cat Patronus, and Harry is no stranger to either. No one spoke anything for the next 10 minutes or so, and after 10 minutes, the train stopped. However, they didn't wait for Professor Lupin. "Come on, he will remember to get his luggage." The Great Hall. Hagrid dressed formally, in a large suit, his hair and beard well groomed. "How do I look, Felix?" "Great." Hagrid's eyes whirled with tears as he swapped the umbrella to the left hand and pulled a dirty handkerchief from his pocket, wiping the corners of his eyes. "It's great. I've been looking forward to this day." He's not only going to be appointed as a professor of care of magical creatures, but also will be cleared of any infamy. Dumbledore submitted a complete chain of evidence, from the incident in the Chamber of Secret, about the killer, as well as Myrtle's personal testimony. The Ministry of Magic has no reason to bar him, they had to revoke the ban from 50 years ago. Hagrid was suspected of killing Myrtle, and got subject to 2 punishments, one being expelled from school and the other being having his wand broken, and even some people suggested that he should be sent to Azkaban. Because of Dumbledore's good grace he was spared. And now that the ban is lifted, he can use his wand openly. Felix looked at the large red umbrella in Hagrid's hand. Is your wand hidden there? I've wanted to say it for a long time, very good hidden spot. Hagrid raised his hand. It was Dumbledore who fixed it for me. I've always had scruples, you know, in theory, my wand has been snapped off by the Ministry of Magic, so. Felix looked at him with a peculiar expression, and he lightly asked, Dumbledore fixed your wand? The one that was broken by the Ministry of Magic. He's quite the all-rounder, isn't he? Hagrid said happily. Yeah, right. Felix agreed. After a while, Hagrid walked out of the Great Hall to greet the new students, and the professors made their final preparations. Professor McGonagall is communicating with one of the kitchen house elves about the dinner. It's all finished, Professor. Very well, good work, guys. It didn't take long for a rush of young wizards from 2nd through 7th years to come in, and the Great Hall buzzed with the sound of a crowd that Felix felt as if there were hundreds of baboons clamoring with excitement. But then his eyes fell on a male wizard. He wore a tattered robe with patches around the edges that hinted at the owner's poverty. He looked exhausted, probably having just got rid of a troublesome event. His face looked young, but his brown hair is already laced with grey. Professor McGonagall walked up to the male wizard, welcomed him warmly, and led him to the faculty table. An intense look of hatred fell on the male wizard, and Felix saw in the afterglow that the silver fork in Snape's hand bent into a half-fold. Professor McGonagall introduced the other professors to the male wizard, though she deliberately avoided Snape. Soon, she came to Felix. Felix, this is Remus Lupin, a former student of mine. He is a very friendly and gentle person, you will get along well. Professor McGonagall said. Felix and Lupin looked at each other, a hint of inquiry flashed in both of their eyes. Felix curled his mouth as he extended his hand. Hello, Professor Lupin, I heard about you before from Professor McGonagall, you must be her most outstanding student. Lupin also extended his hand. I'm just the most inconspicuous one. On the contrary, I heard a lot of rumors about Professor Hap all the way on the train. I hope it's not some weird talk. No, how could it be? I'm a little jealous of all the praise they gave you. The two shook hands together until Lupin voluntarily let go of his hand. Soon, Hagrid arrived with the first-year students, who looked like wet chickens. To Felix's surprise, it is not Professor McGonagall who presided over the sorting ceremony, and he looked around and did not catch a glimpse of her. Professor Flitwick carried the sorting hat in a roll of parchment, with a small round stool floating behind him. He passed the freshmen one by one, and with a wave of his wand, they found their wet clothes becoming dry and comfortable as if they had been basked in the midday sun. Form a line and follow me. One by one, the young wizards came forward in the order of their last names and waited for the sorting, but first, they were greeted by a song crafted by the sorting hat, and the young freshmen watched in awe as the hat sang passionately. This is perhaps the most impressive thing Hogwarts has shown them so far. The sorting began. Newman Bach. Gryffindor. Dennis Creevy. Gryffindor. Oliver Dana. Hufflepuff. Grantham Foley. Ravenclaw. Astoria Greengrass. Slytherin. At the end of the sorting ceremony, Felix noticed Harry and Hermione sneaking through the corner to the Gryffindor table, and Professor McGonagall appeared a little later. Headmaster Dumbledore then rose to give his speech, and his welcome speech is as succinct as ever. After moving on to the main topic, he gravely explained the presence of the Dementors. They will be stationed at all entrances of the school for official duty of Ministry of Magic, and no one is allowed to leave the school without permission during their stay. The Dementors do not accept any excuses or deceptions. This includes invisibility cloak, and they cannot distinguish between legitimate reasons and excuses, so do not give them the opportunity to harm you. Head of the houses, as well as prefects, you need to make sure that no students clash with the Dementors. When the young wizards had finished digesting this information, Dumbledore merrily introduced the two new professors, who were, in his words, the former being Professor Lupin, who has graciously filled the vacancy of the Defense Against the Dark Arts class, and the latter being Rubeus Hagrid, who, in addition to his duties as a Forbidden Forest guard, also holds the position of Professor of Care of Magical Creatures. At the same time, Dumbledore expressed his sympathy, and apologies for the injustice suffered by Hagrid. For half a century, we have ignored his point, it is time to correct this mistake. Hagrid stood up and waved his hand excitedly, and from his red umbrella flew a series of red sparks, to which the students responded with enthusiasm, with particularly enthusiastic applause from the Gryffindor table. We should have known better. Ron yelled, pounding the table hard, who else would have let us get a book that bites? After the dinner concluded, the students strode out of the Great Hall, along with the sound of lively discussion. 185, Chapter 185 New Semester. The next day, when Felix eating in the Great Hall, can still hear the young wizards discussing various gossip. Harry fought the Dementors and kept them out of the coach. The red light then covered everywhere, I saw it from 2 aisles away. Yeah, it was unbelievable. Hufflepuff student Ernest Macmillan said inquisitively, it's nothing strange, you know, Potter defeated the you-know-who as a baby. When I first enrolled I didn't understand the so-called savior and he was so different, short, a malnourished boy, the grades are sloppy. He first said a bunch of shortcomings, then dramatically paused for a moment, his eyes fixed on both of his companions, and now look at that. He's finally exposed himself. Ah, so that's how it is. His 2 friends showed a look of realization. Felix had the urge to laugh as he finished his pie in 3 or 2 bites and went to the ancient Rune classroom early to look through his class schedule for this year. There are no more than 10 third-year wizards who didn't actually take his class, which somehow made his elective class a required one. Professor McGonagall spent a lot of time trying to fit ancient Rune into the class schedule. In the end, the third-year ancient Rune class got scheduled in the last section of the school day on Tuesdays and Thursdays, and it ended half an hour later than normal. Soon the 7th years arrived one by one. Percy, Penelope, Wood, Geoffrey, and that Ravenclaw girl who preferred to cuddle a small skeleton during the magic rune practical in the last school year. Among these people, Felix saw a figure that is not supposed to be here: Marcus Flint. He graduated in June this year, and now reappeared in the ancient rune classroom. There can be only one reason: he, repeating a grade. Last school year his 2 elective courses, Care of Magical Creatures class and Ancient Rune class, he failed all the way to 0 in the exam, not even passing a single one. It is really a shame for pure blood, and his father ran around the school board to let him repeat a grade. Professor. The tall Marcus saw Felix waving at him, his whole face scrunched up into a frown, and he barely moved to him step by step. Everyone else is watching the fun, especially Oliver Wood, who is all red with excitement. He and Marcus have been at odds for a long time, the 2 are the captains of the Gryffindor and Slytherin Quidditch teams respectively, and have clashed a lot in private. You. Felix looked at Marcus, for a moment he is a bit speechless, what to say? Well, at least his grade in Ancient Rune is much better than his grade in Care of Magical Creatures class, which at least shows that he put more thought into his class. If he hadn't relaxed the course selection requirements last year, wouldn't Marcus have been able to graduate with only 1 course? Felix didn't really care about this conjecture. He rummaged around down the podium, then took out a piece of parchment and handed it to Marcus. This is the parchment you used to answer the questions. I didn't erase your data in the main sheet, I kept all your previous wrong questions there. Marcus took it, and his mouth slurred as if he wanted to say thank you, only to choke on his saliva. Go ahead, I'll check it regularly, and if your grades aren't up to par, I'll stop all your other activities. Felix looked at him calmly, including Quidditch. Yes, Professor, Marcus said with a sad face. In contrast, Wood, who seemed to be having an early holiday, gave a loud whistle. Felix glanced at him. You too, Wood. You and Flint have the same treatment. And so a second bitter face appeared in this classroom. A group of students snickered. Soon, the class officially started. Felix looked at the students below the stage. You had a relatively easy time during that school year last year, and I am happy to let you feel the mysteries of ancient runes. The male and female wizards off the stage had serious faces, and usually, such words were followed by a but. But, this is your last year at Hogwarts Wood, don't stare at Flint and smirk as I continue, you are facing your ultimate wizard exam, and I don't need to tell you how important this exam is. Next, I will elaborate our study plan for this academic year. During the questioning session at the end of the class, Penelope Clearwater raised her hand and asked, Professor, do we still have magic rune practicals this year? Yes, Professor. We smashed the little skeleton, chased away the black raven, defeated the golem, cracked the devil's snare trap, and managed to gather 4 keys last school year. But there's still a lot of ground left to explore. The Ravenclaw girl next to her said with her fingers crossed. Geoffrey, the Slytherin's head of grade, also calmly suggested, Professor, I think we can decide on the practical class according to the grades. Wood immediately glared at him, and even Marcus looked at him with an expression that seemed not quite right. Felix thought about it. Well, I will open that classroom on the weekend for interested students to explore. But in lectures, you should not expect much. The class ended hurriedly, and the students walked out in a stream. Professor Hap. Percy stood in front of Felix. Can I help you, Weasley? Percy said somewhat hesitantly, yes, my brothers, are Fred and George, and they're in 5th grade now. Felix waited quietly for the following words. It's a crucial year, as you know, Owl's exam, the family hopes, they can put more thought into their studies and get 2 more certificates. Weasley, you can be blunter. Percy's breathing stalled as he gathered his courage and said, I heard that you are very supportive of their playful behavior, and they have now become more and more enthusiastic, I hope you can persuade them. Felix looked at him and said softly, Weasley, Perhaps you were hoping that I would not offer them help. Percy said with difficulty, that's the thought. There is silence in the empty classroom as Felix taps his fingertips on the table with a T-8 sound. Halfway through, Felix looked up, I can't make decisions for them, Weasley. It should be clear to you that even without my help, they will put their minds to it, and I can't just tie them up or, cast a confuse charm, right? Percy's face went pale and his lips stammered. However, I do have an idea, Felix said slowly. What is it? You join them. You're kidding. Percy's eyes widened, I don't even fancy their pranking gadgets. No, not for you to study along with them, I mean, get to know them. Learn what they are doing, what they are studying, where they are spending their time, and why they are enjoying doing it. When you know everything about them, you can always find the right way to. Felix looked at him, I hear you're planning to get into the Ministry of Magic? It might be a meaningful practice, and you could write a thesis on it. Percy left thoughtfully. At the other end, Harry looked furious as Hermione took small steps to catch up with him. Harry, I didn't mean to keep this from you either. Hermione, you already knew that my dad knew Professor Lupin, Sirius Black. And that Peter Pettigrew. You knew everything, and you didn't tell me a thing. I'm telling you, hey, where are you? Hermione. Turning around a corridor, Harry glanced back to say a few more words, only to have Hermione's figure magically disappear. He and Ron looked at each other, and as they were doing so, Hermione arrived from another side path, tucking a thin golden chain into her chest. Hermione, I'm not done yet. Hermione looked impatient, what are you talking about? We are late for Transfiguration class, hurry up. She hurried forward and took a dozen steps before finding them still frozen in place. She said with a serious expression, what are you waiting for? I am going to open P_Atrian with 30. 186, Chapter 186 Old Gossips. Hermione's odd behavior made Harry freeze for a moment, unable to maintain the expression on his face. He didn't know whether to keep his temper up, but it might seem like he is being unreasonable. Ron took the opportunity to hug his shoulders, Harry, we'll talk about it over dinner. Hermione was right about one thing, we are indeed going to be late. Harry was distracted throughout Transfiguration class, still pondering where Hermione had got her information from, maybe Professor Hap? But their age doesn't match up. He was thinking so deeply that he completely ignored the frequent glances he received from others. In the previous class, Divination Professor Sybil Trelawney, while explaining the shape of tea leaves, gave an omen of death that made all young wizards cringe, the big black dog that roamed the graveyard like a ghost. Her words deeply disturbed Harry, for he had seen the big black dog symbolizing death more than once, from the cover of the book The Omen of Death in the bookshop to what he saw in the shadows of Magnolia Crescent the day he left home. After the divination class ended in a hurry, Hermione, in order to refute Trelawney's point of view, inadvertently said something to Harry, such as the fact that she already knew some information about his father, but kept quiet about it. This is the reason for Harry's anger. At noon, the wizards flocked to the Great Hall to eat. Harry took some sausage and fried tomatoes, but he didn't feel much appetite, as if he is filled with all kinds of worries. Hermione pushed him a small dish for dipping. Harry, you heard what Professor McGonagall said, Trelawney predicts the death of a student every year, it's her way of welcoming new classes. But Ron said worriedly, you didn't see a big black dog wandering around somewhere else, did you, Harry? Harry's stomach suddenly jerked. No, I saw one, he said, the night I left Dursley's. Ron's fork dropped and he looked terrified. But Harry is more concerned about other things, and he looked toward Hermione and asked in a stern tone, you haven't told me about my father. Oh, Hermione averted her eyes in some panic. Okay. She took a deep breath. Remember when we were detained by Professor Hap? Sure, it happened last school year. Harry struggled to search his memory. We were suspicious that Professor Hap had something to do with the chamber attack, and followed him into the Forbidden Forest, and we were discovered. And we got a 10-point deduction, plus a full weekend of detention. He added, with Malfoy. He wondered what this had to do with his father. Hermione looked at him. It was the content of our detention, Harry. Professor Hap had brought a stack of old files from Professor McGonagall at the time for us to transcribe. It was about the list of student violations and the corresponding punishments. Harry recalled more details, and he remembered that Malfoy had been chattering beside him while transcribing the information. But he quickly realized the point of Hermione's words and his eyes widened. You saw my father's name on it. More than that, Harry. Hermione said, all 4 of them. I mean, the names I saw then were James Potter, Sirius Black, Remus Lupin, and Peter Pettigrew. That's why you looked so surprised when you heard the full name of Professor Lupin. So you knew it all along. Harry cleared up the confusion, which gave him a renewed appetite, and he stabbed a sausage and took a big bite. His eyes stayed fixed on Hermione, though. That's right. Hermione said, in fact, it may be that the part I transcribed is the one from those years. Anyway, I saw quite a lot of violations records. Harry stammered, you mean, my father he? Hermione said softly, similar to the twins, but perhaps a little more active. She picked her words carefully, your father's name is often mixed with Sirius Black, with the occasional addition of 2 other people. That means they're friends. And, my father is obviously on better terms with Sirius Black. Harry hammered the table violently. He remembered the conversation he had overheard between the Weasleys on the eve of the school year. He hadn't really felt much fear when he had learned that Sirius Black's escaped from prison to target him. The fugitive had killed 13 people with 1 spell, and it seemed reasonable that he should indeed be afraid, but Hogwarts should be the safest place to be, with Headmaster Dumbledore inside and Professor Hap who had a good relationship with him. The only thing that puzzled him is that Mr. Weasley had a private conversation with him before he got on the train the next day. In the conversation, Mr. Weasley made him swear that he would not actively seek out Black. Why would he go to a man who wanted to kill him? But now it is all clear, that Black and his father were good friends, breaking the rules together, roaming the castle together, exploring the Forbidden Forest together. It is hard to imagine that such friends would become enemies. Also, he is a Death Eater, war will make people go crazy, considering Voldemort. Harry thought to himself. Ron stared blankly at the two, especially Hermione. Almost 10 months had passed since that detention. She simply ate the whole thing up and didn't let a single word out of her mouth. Hermione looked at Harry approvingly, I thought so too, and... She said under her breath, and I saw Severus Snape's name too, and there are 7 or 8 records of them fighting with each other, your father and Snape. Harry looked dumbfounded, and he couldn't help but look over at the faculty table. A quarter of an hour ago. A similar thing was being talked about at the faculty table. Snape slowly and methodically stabbed a piece of potato and passed it to his mouth to chew slowly. Felix, the new professor is not trustworthy, in fact he and the criminal on the run are close friends, went to school together. Felix looked up and said carelessly, I'm not aware of that. Can you tell me more about that, Professor? Snape glared at him, what do you want to know? All you can say, Felix said. Snape looked at him with a disgusted expression, nothing much to say, Potter, Black, Lupin, and that Peter, they were near inseparable at school, loitering and getting into trouble all day. Especially that Potter, arrogant and stupid, he trusted that traitor, by mistake. You guys had a bad relationship in school. Snape's expression stiffened, and he said slowly, you certainly do pry quite a bit. Felix curled his mouth and said with a smile, just the obvious, after all, you and him are the best of that period. A lot of people can't forget about you guys, like the 3 broomsticks boss lady. Stop prying into my business, Felix. I'm warning you. We're on the same team, aren't we, Head? Felix changed his address, but you always have to give me more information, and if it's personal, then all I can say is sorry. After a long stare, Snape lifted his head slightly and said softly, personal grudge? When you see through Lupin's true colors, you'll be amazed, Felix. You can stay out of it, and I can capture Black all alone and enjoy the sweetness of revenge. They got you? Professor, you wouldn't have got your ass kicked, would you? Felix inquired curiously. Snape's eyes grew scary, and Felix mended the situation by saying, oh, of course not. At least it would have been equal, or else who did you experiment with that little vile jinx of yours, Professor? Snape stood up sharply, the chair rubbed the floor with an ear-splitting sound. He subconsciously glanced at the long Gryffindor table, at the same time, Harry is also looking over, their eyes met. Harry's surprised face has not faded, and Snape's eyes were as deep as calm water in the lake. Half a second later, he waved his sleeve and left. 187, Chapter 187 The Twins and Snape's Gossip. After the afternoon class of 5th year Ancient Runes, Felix held the twins back. Professor, are there really 7 kinds of sneakoscopes? Fred asked curiously. In that class just now, Felix made the same arrangement as the 7th year, explaining the learning plan for the whole school year as well as briefly reviewing the learning contents of the 3rd and 4th years. At the end of the lesson, he mentioned that in addition to the golem, a new kind of artifact, the sneakoscope, is additionally going to be introduced for this school year. Felix nodded and said, it does exist, as you will see in the following class. He held it back because there is still one kind of sneakoscope that is missing, and it is in a state of tweaking. The ancient alchemical mysteries mentions 7 ways to craft a sneakoscope, but they all follow the root of alchemy, and what Felix has done in the meantime is to substitute some parts with rune circuits in it, keeping its function the same or even enhancing it. He happily tried, and if he could, he is prepared to spend most of the year on it changing one alchemical creation into a runic artifact. With Nicholas Flamel, a master alchemist, at his side, he has plenty of confidence in this. George asked, why are there 7 kinds of sneakoscope? Fred said without thinking, perhaps to disguise the shape of the sneakoscope? For example, it is usually a doorknob, once touched, it will scream loudly and chaotically. George followed his train of thought and said, kind of like our fake wand, or it could be the other way around, normally a sneakoscope shape, but if you try to do something to it, it will shoot fireworks from the end and scamper all over the house. Fred smiled jokingly and said, very good thinking, George, what a charming little brain. George bowed, you too, Mr. Weasley. Ahem. Felix coughed twice to stop their playfulness, seeing you all so happy, I can't bear to tell you what's ahead. The twins turned their heads to look at him at the same time. Oh, don't, Felix, we're on the same team, Fred said without a second thought. Felix is amused, a comment he's only been saying not long ago, no respect for the professor, hey. Fred raised his hands in a pleading gesture. But neither side cared, and Felix discovered early on that these two personalities were perfect for being friends, provided you had some authority in front of them, otherwise their habitual pranks would be enough of a headache. They were also unfit to be an assistant. Felix started with the idea of having someone to help him share his work, but he could hardly imagine the twins taking grading the assignments seriously. He even suspected that they might cast a vile jinx on some papers. For example, a pimple jinx is applied to assignments with a 0 grade, so that the little wizard who doesn't study properly may feel the malice from the ancient rune class assistant. It is still quite interesting when you think about it, but it is something you can really only think about. Felix's expression got serious. Well, let's get back to business. This is your owl's year, how many exams are you confident you can pass? Ancient rune is no problem, if they change the exam content to the golem, Fred said with a big breath. Felix scowled, this is not a joke. I will not refuse you to do research and may provide you some guidance after school, but you can't pull down your grades too much either. The twins sighed, and Fred told the truth in a rare manner, I guess I'll pass 4 or 5 owls, or even less. What about you, George? We're both at about the same level, but I think that he might be overly optimistic, and I consider 3 certificates to be a more reasonable number, George said with a stern face. Fred instantly raised his eyebrows and smiled. Felix shook his head, he couldn't let them casually pull away from the topic, he said directly, in order to prevent you from overindulging, I specifically entrusted your brother, Percy Weasley, to take his time to watch you. What? Don't, Professor. The corners of Felix's mouth curled up, what's wrong with that? I made a deal with him that he wouldn't interfere with your research, at least not in the short term, and as far as I know, he's got a very good track record and can give you guys some advice. Fred scowled, his eyes slanted to the side in a condescending pose. He mimicked Percy's tone and said, Fred. Put your prank gummies away, and if I ever see you give them to anyone else again, I'll have you detained up, I'm serious. Felix. Frankly, your gummies aren't poisonous, are they? Of course not, Professor, we've done tests, and I was the first test subject, Fred said. I was the second, George said. The twins softly talked to Felix for 10 minutes, and seeing that they were about to be late, they rushed to leave. Before leaving, they did not forget to yell. Professor, we are not going to give up. That's right, unless you retract this decision. Felix looked at their backs with some headache, and at a certain moment, a thought popped into his head, wasn't Professor Snape looking at me the same way back then? But I'm not that hopeless. He returned to his office and spent some time finishing the improvement work on the last 7th sneakoscope. Looking at the sneakoscope of various shapes on his workbench, his mood inexplicably improved. The number of ancient runes I have mastered now is over 1,000, when will this number become 10 or 20,000? At that time, what will my understanding of magic will reach? Felix imagined a moment, when fighting, the magic runes dazzled around him, and under his intention, they automatically converged into powerful ancient magic. Others used incantations that they were best at, while he had completely abandoned his wand and raised his hand to attack endlessly. There is no escape, no avoidance, only tough resistance. Thinking too much, there are not many people who can make me go all out now. I'm still mulling over the contents of my next exchange with Nicholas Flamel. His understanding of alchemy is completely beyond my imagination. With the help of his perspective, I can stand at a higher level to examine alchemical creations and runic creations. This will help me better understand the characteristics of magic runes. In the evening, when Felix walked out of his office and went to the Great Hall for dinner, he unexpectedly heard 2 pieces of gossip. One is that Hagrid's first class had an accident and a student got injured. Felix asked carefully and relieved that the situation was not serious. The student's wound carries a bit of foreign magic. With Madame Pomfrey's craft, at most 3 days of recuperation he could be alive and kicking. He did not take it seriously. The former professor of the course caused a much more serious mess than this. Hagrid can at best receive a probationary punishment. The second thing that made him scratch his head is that the new professor taught the 3rd-year students to resist the Boggart, a magical creature that can shape-shift according to one's fear, in his defense against the dark arts class. Boggart is not strong by nature, but it is surprisingly powerful against wizards with fatal weaknesses or weak hearts. especially when faced unsuspectingly. In the classroom, the object of fear of one student turned out to be Snape, and with the encouragement of Professor Lupin, the student overcame his fear and recited the Boggart banishing spell Ridiculous, and things really turned out to be ridiculous. The symbol of his inner fear. Professor Snape changed his outfit into women's one. Felix is sitting at the long table of Hufflepuff, and 2 seats away from him, a small witch with 2 blonde braids is describing the scene in graphic detail. Professor Snape came up to me in a huff, and even though he was aiming for that long bottom, I was chilled to the bone, thinking this is bad, he's going to fail for sure. And guess what? Hannah Abbott said with a red face. Longbottom shouted the incantation, as if a whip hit Professor Snape's body, his clothes instantly turned into an embroidered grandmother's dress, wearing a triangular floppy hat on his head, waving a huge red handbag in his hand. Seriously, for the first time, I found that boy so cool. Felix listened in amazement, knowing Snape well, he must be furious. 188, Chapter 188 First third-year class. It looked like there would be no possibility of him ever pulling Professor Lupin into a dueling class. Felix thought with some regret. If he did, it would be hard to tell if Snape would just give that new professor a vicious spell or turn his wand on himself, the instigator, when the time came. As for Snape's comment about Remus Lupin, Felix could only take it as a reminder. At least the fact that Dumbledore still let Lupin give lectures to the young wizards, including Harry Potter, when Sirius Black is causing a ruckus, shows that the headmaster trusts him quite a bit. The next day, in the third-year class of Ancient Runes, Felix introduced himself to the young wizards off the podium. Most of you. Felix's eyes swept over the packed classroom, pausing slightly at some familiar faces: Harry, Ron, Hermione, and Longbottom from Gryffindor, as well as Malfoy and Millicent Bulstrode from Slytherin. All have an impression of me from dueling class, but this class is Ancient Runes, and you will notice that there is a big difference between them. In the eyes of the public, Ancient Runes class is not a practical subject. A Slytherin girl raised her hand, her eyes feverishly staring at the dolls laid out on the table. Professor, did you create this golem using Ancient Runes? This young lady, your name? Daphne, the girl said, Daphne Greengrass. Felix nodded, Miss Greengrass, as I said, in the eyes of the public, he emphasized the last word, although I have worked hard to get rid the Ancient Runes of their previous stereotypes, from what I have seen so far, it only has some effect in some schools. However, you represent the future, and I believe more and more people will be able to confront the existence and value of practical magic runes. Loud applause rang out off the stage as Professor Happ's words made their hearts pound. Next, let's start the roll call. Lavender Brown. Millicent Bulstrode. Vincent Crabbe. Seamus Finnegan. Hermione Granger. Daphne Greengrass. Gregory Goyle. Neville Longbottom. Draco Malfoy. Harry Potter. Parvati Patil. Pansy Parkinson. Dean Thomas. Ron Weasley. Blaise Zabinai. It took Felix a good 4 to 5 minutes to read the names as a whole. The number of students is simply too much, and the thought of correcting the assignments of this many people. Hey? It seems that he does not need to correct all. He glanced at Hermione and decided to give her a little more burden, even the part of the quiz can also be given to her. With various thoughts in mind, Felix said without a trace, next, as usual, I will introduce you to the learning assignments for this academic year, including translational and practical magic runes, which is my own way of dividing them, and in addition to that, I will also give you a taste of the wonders of runic artifacts. Felix waved his wand and made a golem on the podium move, instantly attracting a large wave of attention. That's right, golem, I think you guys should have heard of it. Felix said feigningly, his words drew a wave of cheers. Not only heard of it, many of them had borrowed it from their seniors to move it. He continued, fortunately, in addition to it, we will be introducing another runic artifacts this year, the Sneakoscope. Felix saw Draco raise his hand. He is using his left hand, his right hand wrapped in bandages, a strap hanging around his neck. The injured student from Hagrid's class. That's quite a coincidence. He thought to himself. Mr. Malfoy. I beg your pardon, Professor, my right hand isn't quite accessible. I've been injured. What I'm trying to say is, aren't Sneakoscopes something made by those groups of alchemists? I have quite a few high-end Sneakoscope at home that can envelop the entire manor. Draco smugly commented, looking provocatively at Ron Weasley as he spoke of the manor. Ron glared at him. Felix looked at him with peculiar eyes, enveloping the entire manor. Is this one of the Malfoy family's defenses? How am I going to break in? Ahem. Felix pulled his stray thoughts together as he explained to Draco, what you said is correct, but I have improved the method of making the Sneakoscope by incorporating a part of the rune circuit. What is rune circuit? You can understand it as connecting multiple magic runes together to achieve a specific effect, Felix said briefly. His heart stirred, he took the opportunity to promote the half-shadowed magic rune club, I will consider explaining this part of knowledge in the Magic Rune Club. The notice will be posted in the near future. Of course there's assessment. Next, Felix spent about 20 minutes talking about the history of ancient runes, powerful ancient magic, ancient runic artifacts, the secret dusty history of wizards, whichever it is, it's all exciting enough. It must be said that he succeeded in motivating the young wizards to learn. But not without objections. During the questioning session, another Slytherin girl raised her hand. Professor, I have a question. Miss Parkinson. Pansy Parkinson crossed her arms over her chest, her face delicate and narrow, her short hair down to her cheeks, giving the impression of condescension and meanness even without speaking. She inclined her head and said, perhaps my words will be too blunt, but since the runic artifacts have been replaced by alchemy, it means that it is not adapted to the times, so why dig it up again from the grave? Miss Parkinson, if we look purely at the facts, alchemy does dominate the wizarding world today. Felix paused and said to the class, before I answer that question, let me ask you a question. Does anyone know about Pensiev? Hermione raised her hand first. Parkinson quipped, that's the thing to check your memory, there's one in my house. No one would care about it, though. Very well, Miss Parkinson, but next time answer the question after raising your hand. Felix stared into her eyes. I suppose you'll remember, won't you? Parkinson lowered her head. Oh, yes, Professor. Can anyone else provide more detailed information? Miss Granger. Hermione stood up and recited a string of words. The Pensiev can view and store memories, and it can reproduce faithfully any details from the memory owner's subconscious mind. Some wise wizards use it to examine and categorize their thoughts, but most people stay away from it. Felix nodded. It has been very comprehensive. I should add that the Pensiev is made with an ancient concept, and you will find it difficult to classify it in terms of alchemical artifacts or runic artifacts, as it contains shades of both. He looked at the young wizards. When an alchemist wants to go further, he is bound to come into contact with the knowledge of runes, whether he wants to admit it or not. The reasoning is simple. Most of those cherished, ancient artifacts contain rune circuits or some variant of them, and the two are inherently inseparable. Harry held up his hand and Felix nodded at him. He asked with some excitement, Professor Happ, if an alchemist has mastered numerous runes, why can't he study ancient magic incidentally? Felix explained, first, top alchemists are sensible enough to know what they want. Alchemy itself is a vast field, requiring a vast amount of knowledge to be mastered. Limited by their talent, they must allocate their time and energy wisely. Furthermore, you don't think that if you master enough runes, you can learn ancient magic, do you? I have to remind you, Potter, that there are still many thresholds waiting for you to move from magic runes to ancient magic. Looking at the students' seemingly understanding expressions, Felix knew he might have spoken too deeply, and he clapped his hands. All right, next let's take a look at these two runic artifacts. I am going to open P_Atrian with 30. 189, Chapter 189 7 Types of Sneakoscope. First is a golem. Since you all know about it, let's quickly skim over this part. Felix moved his finger, and the golem on the table quickly moved, making all kinds of incredible movements under his control, and finally, ending with the golem releasing a fireball. The young wizards looked at Felix blankly, and he smiled softly. After the lesson, I'll give one to each of you, no limits of any kind, and I hope this will become a Hogwarts tradition. Until next Tuesday, you can all have fun with the golem duels. Hermione's eyes were fixed on the golem with the ice blue hair, and she saw the same blazing sight of the Slytherin girl whose last name is Greengrass. She pursed her lips. She would never give in. She had been looking forward to it for a whole year. The brown-haired girl opposite returned a similar look, and they both realized, the war had begun. Next, a collection of 7 pocket sneakoscopes. Felix walked from one side of the podium to the other, his left hand ran across the table, his ring bloomed with a hazy luminescence, and a row of sneakoscope appeared on the table, as the young wizard stretched their necks to look hard. What you see here on the table is 7 different kinds of sneakoscopes. Now, to get you all involved, I have to ask, what is sneakoscope? Hermione raised her hand, but Felix deliberately named Draco Malfoy for balance. Draco stood up and said, that's a detector, used to alert us. My father says that the ones sold on the market are all junks, and my family's sneakoscope are specially customized. Felix glanced at him. This represents only a minority's view, or let me say that in the 18th century, the wizard Edgar Strulger invented the prototype of the sneakoscope, which was a dark magic detector shaped much like the common gyroscope shape nowadays. But actually magic items with similar effects date back thousands of years ago, although they weren't called such at the time. If we look at it from a modern perspective, we can think of sneakoscope as a generic term for a type of detection and alarm device. By modern times it is more minutely divided, and numerous spin-off versions of this item have been born. For example, the probity probe of the Gringotts, which is entirely deviated from its original design and looks like a long, thin golden antenna. Or, the secrecy sensor, which can detect concealment or lies. In the sneakoscope we have seen so far, the function is basically limited to discovering suspicious characters, or detecting some dark magic. But in fact, it can do much more. For example, warning against specific magic, against a specific behavior, or even, for a specific bloodline, to the point, a certain person. Felix's words were astonishing and completely turned the young wizard's perception of the sneakoscope upside down. Most of the Slytherin students were skeptical, which went against what they had been taught since childhood. But some people were convinced by Felix's words. For example, Ron is not averse of owning a sneakoscope against a Malfoy. Think about it, as long as he is 100 feet closer to him, he will get the message. He can hide in the bushes, or behind the gatepost of the yard, waiting for an opportunity to give Malfoy a vile curse. For that, he would give his entire year's pocket money, and if he could make it himself, well, it would be even better. So, Professor, if I hate someone, I can make a type of sneakoscope that is aimed at them. Ron blurted out, looking unabashedly at Draco Malfoy. Draco's expression turned dangerous as he narrowed his eyes and said, Weasley, you could probably put a sneakoscope in your house, for thieving rats, and your mother wouldn't be crying out in sadness if there is a coin missing again, would she? Malfoy, you wicked breed. Okay, don't quarrel. Or else 50 points each, plus 3 weeks of detention. Felix said speechlessly, he hadn't realized before that Malfoy's mocking skills were so strong. As for Weasley's previous question, the answer is I can do it, as for you guys, forget about it. Might as well work on your sharp eyes. Professor Happ's words made everyone feel helpless, and listening to his description, the young wizards did have thoughts similar to Ron's. Mind you, everyone has one or two annoying people. Neville's thoughts, on the other hand, were more normal. He badly expected a special sneakoscope to remind him not to lose things, but he feared he might lose it too. It's not impossible, that's how he lost his Remembrall last year. Neville painstakingly wrote down Lucky Star on a piece of parchment, the Gryffindor common room password, but he always had trouble remembering it, and for that reason, he wrote it down in places wherever he could see it whenever he had the time. According to his idea, as long as he recorded the password in enough places, he would never have to worry about forgetting the password, even if he happened to get it right once or twice. Well, let's take a look at these 7 sneakoscopes. Felix casually waved his wand and let a fist-sized brown chestnut sneakoscope on the podium float into midair. The first, the most common type, commercially sold one, at most the shape, has some variations. The effectiveness is average and easy to make mistakes. The advantage is that it is easy and cheap to make. But when camping in the wilderness you can use it to defend against dangerous creatures, it is barely enough for that. The second, similar to the probity probe, can find the hidden spell on the wizard. The third, for dark magic, my kind can detect 17 of the more nefarious dark magic spells, including the unforgivable curses. He waved forth a heavy black glow, and the sneakoscope immediately emitted a shrill alarm. The young wizards on the stage looked at Felix in silence. The black light seemed to lock out any light. But he went on with no change in his face. The fourth, for a specific spell, is essentially a spin-off of the third sneakoscope, but with a more flexible scope of application. This one in front of me is aimed at the disarming charm. Anyone wants to give it a try? Felix asked, pointing to a walnut-sized grey sneakoscope. All eyes turned towards Harry, who in recent rumors had single-handedly killed a squad of Dementors with the disarming charm. Draco didn't believe the claims at all, and he firmly believed that all the various versions that have emerged so far are false. Putting aside all the rhetoric, Potter encountered the Dementor and fainted. This is the truth of the matter. So he did the Dementor, mouthing to Harry. Harry is a bit nervous, but also a bit excited. He looked provocatively at Draco, waving his wand, silent, an arc of red light across the students of Slytherin's side. From the beginning, he did not concern himself with the spell, but rather stared at Draco. To Harry's satisfaction, his face turned pale. As Harry's charm launched, the grey sneakoscope in midair twitched around. It kept flashing a red light and emitting a beeping sound. Felix explained, do you see, a specific spell sneakoscope, this is the way. It doesn't look like anything, but if you placed this sneakoscope for a regular unlocking charm in the door, it might work as a pleasant surprise. Be aware that a regular sneakoscope can be shielded, and you never know if there is a prepared dark wizard standing outside your room. The fifth one, for specific bloodlines. Just so you know, I won't elaborate it. The sixth, for specific people. The principle is simple, you only need a pinch of hair from the opposing party, like a polyjuice potion. And the last one, for a specific feeling. I'm here with the Joy sneakoscope, it's interesting, isn't it? If you're going to tell a joke, it will help you understand the real emotions of your audience. Anyone wants to try it? 190, Chapter 190 Hair. Hermione looked around, fidgeting when Harry raised his hand. Very good, Potter, for your courage, whether it works or not, plus 10 points. Felix nodded in satisfaction as he looked over at others. He needs an assistant to make him think of something joyful through words. Any volunteers? A number of hands were raised on the Gryffindor side. But Draco raised his left hand as well. Oh, Professor, I'd like to try. Potter, I have something I want to say to you. You are not afraid, are you? Harry said without fear. It's you, Malfoy. The two stood facing each other. I dare say my words will make you cry, Potter. Draco mocked in a low voice, his voice deliberately low. Harry stared at his platinum blonde hair and said, you could try. Draco narrowed his light-colored eyes. You've heard of Sirius Black, haven't you? So what if I have? Oh, Potter, if I were you, I'd be absolutely desperate for revenge. Harry's heart tightened. He knew. He knew that Sirius Black was a good friend of my dad's. But why did he use the word revenge? He suddenly thought of something, and his whole stomach churned. But he said calmly, what are you trying to say? Oh, Potter. Draco grinned, his eyes glinting with malice. Your parents, how they died, you don't know that, do you? It's pathetic, surrounded by lies. I know, Harry said suddenly. What? I know everything. Black is a Death Eater, he defected to Voldemort, the choice that was made unwisely just like your father back then. Harry suppressed the dreadful thoughts rising in his mind. His task now was to fight back, and he should never show cowardice in front of his enemies. What did you say? Draco whispered in a low yell. Harry said with an expressionless face, you know what I mean, Wallflower family, everyone knows what you are, don't they? Draco's pale face turned red with anger. How dare you? Potter. What's there to dare? Harry gave a quick smile. He felt suffocated by the sudden surge of repressed emotions. He had to find an outlet, or he would have shouted in spite of the situation. He came up to Draco, so closely between them that he could even see his snorting nostrils. He whispered, Malfoy, your family is Voldemort's lapdog, worse than any pure-blood family with a backbone. Do you think you're something to be proud of? But you're wrong. The shame of the Malfoy family name will stay with you for the rest of your life. You. Draco's mind reeled as he retorted loudly, my family is not a lapdog of the Voldemort. Everyone looked at him in surprise, they could only hear the two whispering something before. But at least with these words, they could make out everything. Is that so? You shouted for Voldemort to hear. Harry also loosened the voice, so that everyone could hear what he said. The whole class became silent, dead silent. Felix waved his wand, causing the two to separate slightly. Okay, the test is over. Potter, Malfoy, back to your seats. The others looked at the golden sneakoscope above the table, which glowed brightly. At Ron's, well done, Harry. At the sound of Ron's excited voice, Harry resumed his seat, and he is now in the mood to think about the thoughts that just flashed through his mind. Revenge, what can be considered revenge? Unless Sirius Black had done something wrong to him first. What he had heard from Hermione before was just how Black and his father had been good friends at school and had broken many school rules together. He, Hermione, and Ron speculated that the relationship between the two became enemies as Black joined the Death Eaters and totally went for a split. And Black broke out of prison to come after him, but also to restore the power of his master Voldemort. Just like the first-year Professor Quirinus, there is no personal grudge. But Harry found that he was wrong, very wrong. From Mr. Weasley's attitude to Malfoy's mention of revenge, he suddenly had an incredible idea. Harry muddled out of class, even Professor Hap let everyone come forward to pick their favorite golem, he just took one at hand. Hermione gleefully held an ice-blue-haired golem, she saw the look on Harry's face. What's wrong with you, Harry? Nothing. He stumbled away and Ron shouted, where are you going? We should go to the Great Hall for dinner. But he paid no attention at all, carrying his school bag in one hand and the black-haired golem in the other, and went straight back to the dormitory. The dormitory is empty, and he rummages through the boxes under his bed, pulling aside the clothes piled at the top until he sees a leather-bound magic album, one that Hagrid gave him 2 years ago and that he flips through from time to time. Harry couldn't wait to flip it open, the first page, the second page, and then his breath stopped. His eyes stopped on the picture of his parents' wedding day, his dad smiling and waving at him, his mom's face beaming with happiness, their hands linked together. And next to his father stood a handsome, smiling man with black hair, his face not hollowed out from prison, his hair not tangled, but Harry recognized the man at a glance. Sirius Black. Harry felt a wave of nausea, his heart thumped. His stomach kept churning, more intense than the feeling after the special training by Professor Hap, but a sudden surge of strong emotions came over him. Thoughts of revenge continued to eat him away, and he grabbed the wand in his hand and clutched it for all it's worth. Maybe he should walk out of Hogwarts, go find that man, and kill him. But the thought is interrupted by, Harry. Ron and Hermione came into the dormitory and were looking at him with a worried look on their faces. Harry's tense heart became relaxed, and he exhaled a deep breath. Later that day, Felix decided to go and see Hagrid. During his adventure in the Forbidden Forest last year, he saw quite a lot of magical creatures that he might be able to recommend to Hagrid. For example, a juvenile unicorn, or a silly-looking flower fairy. But a phoenix with gorgeous feathers appeared in front of him, and he looked at it in surprise. Fox? Is Dumbledore looking for me? The phoenix nodded, it landed on Felix's shoulders, and after a moment of spinning around, he appeared in the headmaster's office. Dumbledore is seated behind the long-legged table, dressed formally as if he is about to go out, or has just returned from an outing. His expression is serious, until he flashed a smile when he saw Felix. Felix, forgive me for calling you here so late. What can I do for you, Dumbledore? I heard about one of the 7 Sneakoscope you introduced in class that can be used to target and find a specific person. That's right, but it requires that person's hair, or body tissue or something similar, Felix replied, also pondering Dumbledore's intentions. Just fits your requirements. Dumbledore lifted a red piece of cloth, and a few black hairs laid on it in a resting position. This is... Felix already had a guess. Sirius Black's hair. Dumbledore lowered his eyes and said in a deep voice. I am going to open P_Atrian with 30. 191, Chapter 191 Buckbeak. Felix leaned over to examine the dark hair on the red cloth. Is that all of it? Unfortunately, from Azkaban, only these were found, Dumbledore said. Well, Felix nodded, he thought for a moment and said, I cannot guarantee dozens of Sneakoscopes. 1. No problem. 2. A bit of a stretch. 3. It's purely a matter of luck. Dumbledore smiled and said, already exceeded my expectations, I originally thought you can only make one Sneakoscope with it. After exiting the office, Felix looked at the sky, it still isn't too late. He walked out of the castle and headed straight down a path to Hagrid's hut. He smelled the scent of trees and the grass which is wet from the previous rain. Soon, the outline of the hut became clear. Fang, hold on. Felix said to the black hound that pounced on him, it seemed to want to put its hands on him, but how could he let it happen? He did not want it to stomp a few muddy paws on him. Felix took a warm beef pie from the ring and tossed it to Fang. Fang caught it in his mouth and wagged his tail happily. Felix knocked on the door. Hagrid, it's me, Felix. A sound like a whimper came from inside. Come in, the door's unlocked. He pushed open the door and is astonished by the scene inside. The small room is squeezed full. Hagrid, sitting on a soft couch, is holding up a large barrel of wine and drinking desperately, with red and teary eyes. At his feet, a hawk-headed, horse-bodied winged beast lying in front of a copper basin filled with bloody raw meat. Juices dripped from the corners of its mouth onto the floor, and when it heard Felix's movement, it jerked its head up to stare at him warily. Hagrid. Hagrid looked straight at him and grumbled, Felix, you heard about. He patted the hippogriff on the head, be good, Buckbeak, you can't afford to make any more mistakes. Buckbeak's head, which had been raised, dropped and continued to focus on the raw meat in the basin. Want some? Hagrid shook the barrel. No, thanks. Felix chose a seat not far from him and sat down. I did hear some rumors, but I didn't think it would affect you so much. Hagrid took another sip of wine, a thin syrup of liquor dripping from his beard. What choice do I have? Probably the shortest tenure of a professor ever. They fired you? Felix asked, somewhat taken aback. Harry and the guys have asked the same question, not yet, but sooner or later. A representative from the school board came to see me yesterday, dressed to the teeth, and to be honest, a bit like you. He told me that my class planning is too adventurous and that I should be more secure. I don't really see a problem with that. Felix said, as far as I know, the hippogriff has good wisdom, so there should not be an accident, right? Accident? Sort of. Let's you judge the truth. Hagrid suddenly shouted angrily, scaring the giant beast next to him, that Malfoy boy didn't listen to me at all, I told him to bow down. And he's acting like a fool. Felix eyed Hagrid strangely as he asked lightly, you let it come close to the student? Yes, I know them well, there is nothing dangerous. All they need to do is bow first, and as long as it salutes you back you can get close, burp. Hagrid burped as he shook the barrel, pouring the rest of the wine into the copper basin in his hand, that means it recognizes you. A pretty polite creature, isn't it? Felix had reservations about this. It is true that bowing will gain approval, but not because of politeness, but because you have earned their trust by exposing your vulnerable area first, and they will, in turn, bow their heads to win your trust. It's a unique habit. Hagrid, my advice is that for creatures that have the ability to harm a small wizard, like it. Buckbeak, it's called Buckbeak, Hagrid said in a gruff introduction. Such as the Buckbeak, it's better to keep it at a distance in the first class. Once they're familiar with it, you can pick 1 or 2 obedient students to engage with it. Good advice, but unfortunately I can't use it anymore. Hagrid said sadly, I haven't been in much spirits these days, sending students to feed the flobberworm and looking up at the sky by myself. Maybe an owl will inform me I've been fired the next minute. Felix said directly, Hagrid, you don't have to worry about the job, I checked the record of your predecessor, that is, Ketleban, and he had 62 instances of disciplinary probation, some accidents much more serious than yours, but he stayed unscathed until retirement. Really? I didn't realize that. That school board representative looked like I was about to be sent to Azkaban. Hagrid said expectantly. They can't expel a formal professor, that's the authority of the headmaster. At best, they can put you on disciplinary probation, but who cares? Felix said something that he had studied in the rules so thoroughly that it never occurred to him to bother about it. Hagrid became perked up and looked at Felix, so, I'm okay. You originally were fine. That's great. Hagrid let out a cheer, the drink droplets hanging from his beard flung everywhere, and Buckbeak sneezed. Oh, go on, Buckbeak, get back to your place. Hagrid laughed as he pulled it up and pushed it out of the hut as it gazed fondly at him. I was worried I'd be fired from my job as a Forbidden Forest guard and wanted to finally free it. Now it seems that I was overthinking it. Felix said, Hagrid, let's discuss what you are going to do in your next class. I think the little unicorn is just fine, fluffy and pleasant looking, and I'm curious about the qualities of the unicorn's golden fur when it's young. It won't be imposing enough, right? Hagrid asked. Felix looked at him calmly, causing Hagrid to look a little flustered. He waved his hand, well, you're right, I shouldn't take any chances. He snapped his fingers, isn't a unicorn, a bowtruckle, a niffler, a fire crab, a flower fairy, and an auguret, a little dangerous too? He asked Felix for his opinion. Auguret is a dark green bird, shy and somewhat similar in appearance to a malnourished juvenile vulture, and they are known for their mournful cry. Felix thought about it, I remember its cry is periodic. It usually cries just before heavy rain falls, and for a while, people used it to forecast the weather, then they just couldn't stand the sound of it, it was too unpleasant. There are other birds that will howl incessantly during the winter, and that means they are dying. Hagrid said thoughtfully, I may find a sunny day to show them, at that time they will wilt. Felix encouraged him, that's it, Hagrid, you have to rule out possible risks based on the characteristics of magical creatures. Ha, I seem to have found a bit knack for it. It had got all dark when Felix returned to his office. He looked at the picture of Nicholas Flamel on his workbench and inquired, is Nicholas there? I have gone to bed. The man in the photo blinked. He's been sleeping early lately, Felix said. Nicholas Flamel in the photo smiled and said, old people, they can't afford to stay up all night. 600-plus-year-old man. Felix mulled over the flavor of that statement, when he wakes up, tell Nicholas for me that I've got his Christmas present ready, the kind with a unique significance, he'll love it. 192, Chapter 192 News about the Rune Club. The next 2 days were calm and quiet, and on Thursday morning during the 4th year's Ancient Rune class, Felix revealed the news of the Magic Rune Club to the students in the same way. Once the class is over, he is surrounded by many students. Professor, when will the Magic Rune Club have its activities? A witch with golden red curly hair asked, holding her friend with a cheeky smile. Felix said mildly, Miss Edgecombe, the news will be announced next Monday, including the recruitment process. Can you reveal it in advance, just a little? Marietta Edgecombe asked pleadingly, and the surrounding students couldn't help but give her an approving look. One of the recruiting methods is through an open examination, that's all I can say, Felix said. You still need a test? Oops, but all the other clubs do it by invitation. Marietta chirped. Eddie Carmichael countered her by saying, I'd say it's good, after all, it's the first time we're recruited. He thought he is the top student, and even if there is a test, he can still stand out. Eddie had been detained by Professor McGonagall last school year for peddling cheap low-quality potions. At the time it happened that Felix wanted to get Ron out of the hands of Lockhart, so he asked Professor McGonagall for the young wizards who had recently been detained. He is one of the 9. Together with Hermione, who joined midway, a total of 10 people completed the initial work of testing the answer space. Felix explained, there are a few people who will get a direct invitation from me, and I have been observing them all year, and I think they are the right people. But time is limited, after all, and I cannot get to know all of you. The small group of witches who gathered around dispersed one by one, and Marietta took her friend's hand and inquired, Cho, what do you think the test will be? Cho Chang joked, it doesn't need to be a test, maybe you'll get an invitation. I know myself well, my grades in this class are only average, that Carmichael has more hope. Marietta said somewhat pessimistically, but she quickly looked at her seriously, maybe you can get an invitation. Cho Chang stroked her hair, we can't put our hopes on that, we should do some preparation in advance. She blinked at her friend, the professor has revealed quite a bit of information. Has he? Marietta looked at her with a confused expression. The professor said there would be an open examination, and in combination with what he said afterward, it took a year of observation to find a few suitable candidates. What did you come up with? I thought of, there are 2 ways of recruiting. Cho Chang stared blankly. Marietta smiled wryly and said, you also know that my brain is not as smart as yours, confused throughout the day. You are too lazy to use your brain. Cho Chang said in a humorous manner. She then explained, the assessment criteria are definitely not the test results of the ancient rune class, otherwise there is absolutely no need to waste time. Plus the various things this professor has done over the past year or so, the golem, the answer space, and this year's sneakoscope, all point to one thing. What? He values practical ancient rune more than the rest. Marietta finally came back to her senses. Makes sense. Hey, but we didn't learn much about practical runes. So, I guess, there are 2 possibilities. Cho Chang raised her finger. The first is to let us make an alchemical item to examine our hands-on ability. The second is to examine our understanding of practical ancient runes. But I have little understanding, we only learned 7, no, 9 practical runes last year, Marietta said with a bitter face. Stupid, the professor wrote a total of 3 books, and one of them is about ancient runes. Then what are we waiting for? She excitedly took Cho Chang's hand and is about to go to the library. Wait, we still have class. Cho Chang pulled her unreliable friend back. Oops, I forgot about that. By the way, did that handsome guy from Hufflepuff ask you out? Ahem. He invited me to Hogsmeade for the weekend. Oh. On the other hand, Felix had finished his morning classes, and he headed straight to the library, where he ran into the new professor of defense against the dark arts class coming out of it at the entrance. He nodded towards this professor and brushed past him. Professor Hap, please wait. Felix stopped in his tracks. What can I do for you, Professor Lupin? Lupin looked at him mildly. Well, I learned from some students that there has been interaction between the dueling class and the defense against dark arts class before, and I would like to ask about your plans for this academic year. Felix had a little scalp numbness, feeling that Snape is staring at himself from some corner. Of course, this is just an illusion. He thought about it and said, I'll communicate with Severus to determine what we're going to teach this school year. Lupin obviously understood his hint. He did not make any other requests and softly thanked him. Felix looked at his back. A nice guy, it's a pity he can only stay for 1 year. Otherwise, he would have made an effort to try to untie the knot between the two. But this kind of thing is actually laborious and unpleasant, but it's also easy to get carried away in their conflict. Then when Snape will quit from dueling club in a fit of anger, he will have to scratch his head. Felix walked into the library and greeted the librarian, Mrs. Pants, along the way to the forbidden books section. After a while, he found the book he wanted, The Wizard's Bloodline. The origin of wizards is differently claimed, with 2 theories being the most widespread. The Divine Destiny theorists believe that wizards are people who have naturally awakened their magical powers and that they were born with an extraordinary destiny and were different from the rest at birth. These people are considered to be the original purebloods or the first generation of wizard genesis. Wizards who hold the bloodline transplantation argument, on the other hand, believe that wizards were first just ordinary people. In very early times, ordinary people, muggles, faced the threat of magical creatures and struggled to survive. Some wise men experimented with transplanting part of the magical lineage into themselves, thus possessing magical powers. But the second argument is obviously untenable. It is a blasphemy against the wizard's status and full of incredible delusions. Whenever someone discusses this topic with me, I always counter him with a question: where did those original magical creatures' magic come from? This question is not easy to answer, because there are 2 voices here as well. One is the innate theory, which believes that those magical creatures have always existed, and the other voice believes that magical creatures are the result of wizards' experiments. According to the first argument, if magical creatures have always existed, why can't wizards always exist? And the second argument is even more proof of the greatness of wizards. Felix quickly flipped through this section as this laced with strong personal opinions, and after 10 minutes, he stopped at a paragraph. A wizard's blood is magical, magic in it is ampler than other parts of the body, and in some harsh magical contracts, blood is one of the necessary conditions. This gave rise to the infamous bloodline testing magic, where some pure blood families would only accept the pure bloodline of newly born descendants and abandon those with low concentration blood. But this practice was spurned, and to this day, some stubborn families are not willing to give up this method. Felix looked up from the book and pondered what he had seen. He had wanted to make sure that he could replace the blood with Sirius Black's hair and thus pry open the defense system of Black's old mansion. But the question is, how much hair does he need? Dumbledore gave him not much, even the production of 3 sneakoscope is barely possible. So Felix came to the library to check the relevant information. From the results, his idea is unlikely to succeed. 193, Chapter 193 Neville's Wand. In the last class of the afternoon, Felix saw a group of dirty little wizards walk into the classroom as he looked at them oddly. What's wrong with you guys? Neville cried, I blew up the mixing beaker. Next to him stood a young wizard with light teal hair, Seamus Finnegan, who explained in a serious manner, Professor, it was just an accident. Professor Snape was standing behind Neville, and Neville dropped a large handful of sliced caterpillars into the mixing beaker with a shaky hand, and I happened to be mixing the potion. Anyway, there was an explosion. Felix waved his wand speechlessly to clean the suspicious black smoke from their faces and robes, then looked at the rest of the people, and also solved it by hand. Thanks, Professor, Neville said. You're welcome, Felix told him. Stay after class, I have something to tell you. Neville visibly shaken, and Felix added, don't worry, it's not a bad thing. He watched as Neville stumbled and picked a seat. Hermione quietly came over. Professor. Next to her, Harry and Ron also listened with a side ear. Felix said shortly, about the wand. Hermione instantly understood it. She wrote a thesis last semester, and mentioned the fact that among the wizards she knew, there are two people who inherited their wands from others and had trouble using them, one being Ron, and the other being Neville. It looks like Professor Happ is going to suggest Neville to get a new wand. She pulled the unsure Harry and Ron back to the seat and muttered in a low voice. After a minute or two, Felix started the lesson. Today we are officially going to learn the ancient runes. Turn the book to page 7. It's mostly very simple runes, though you'll actually learn its complete sections in 4th year. If you guys learn it well in this lesson, you will definitely save a lot of work in 4th year. Felix motivated the young wizards. The first rune we've been shown is a rune pronounced as Kanaz, meaning light, and is shaped to look somewhat like a torch. Combined with the known grimoire, we found that the ancient wizards derived multiple meanings from it. The first meaning, that of the light itself, as well as the fact that this light can illuminate the path ahead, referring in particular to the light that glows from the darkness. The second meaning, that it can refer to the light of knowledge, is more apparent in the older grimoire. Probably because in the age of ignorance, knowledge can break the fog. In the third meaning, it represents the inverse aspect of evil, a word that some witches like to use to label themselves during a certain period of time. A fourth meaning, which may also stand for hope, especially in the face of adversity. The young wizard below rustled and scribbled their notes, and soon the bell rang for the end of class. Felix clapped his hands. This class is relatively easy, you only need to memorize the meaning of the 12 ancient runes. We will save the paper, of course, but you have to complete the contents in the answer space, all being multiple choice questions, so I will require you to get at least 70% correct, and in the next class we will spend a few minutes on a quiz. As the young wizards walked out, Felix watched as Neville took one foot out of the classroom, so he called him back. Oh, sorry, I forgot. Neville's outstretched foot retracted. The trio dawdled to gather their things. Hermione pretended to accidentally lose a stack of parchment from her hand. Ron and Harry moved more stiffly, holding a book and lifting it repeatedly, trying to tell the professor that they wanted to make it flat. Felix looked at Neville in front of him, his round face somewhat restless, so he said gently, Longbottom, I heard that you inherited your wand from someone else. Yes, it belonged to my father, Neville whispered. Felix worried about touching his sore point. He and Harry had met the boy in the summer holidays, accompanied by an old woman, not his parents. Can you cast some spells? Felix said. Now? Here? Neville asked, stammering. That's right. Neville drew his wand awkwardly, his face red, and he stroked the air haphazardly. Harry, who is still packing up his things, can't bear to look away, so he walked next to Neville and speaks out to encourage him. Neville, don't be nervous, we practiced the disarming charm together. Think what it was like. Felix glanced at him. You stay and eavesdrop if you want, but you are also openly involved with, seeing that your words work, you will not be driven away. Neville did relax. He yelled Expelliarmus. A red light flashed. Felix thought for a moment. Harry, would you like to temporarily lend your wand to Neville to use the disarming charm? Harry froze for a moment. Sure, no problem. He handed his wand to Neville. Felix looked at Neville, who had a bewildered expression, and said to him, you try Harry's wand to cast the disarming charm. Neville tried a few times, but ended up without even a spark, but instead exhausted himself gasping for breath. It is as if Harry's wand simply does not want to pay him any attention. Try Mr. Weasley's now, I remember you have the same wand core unicorn hair. That's right, Professor, Ron said. Unknowingly, he and Hermione came over. Felix inquired, Weasley, would you be willing to temporarily lend your wand to Neville to use the disarming charm? Ron seemed to think this way of talking is pretty cool. He said with a stern face, as you wish, sir. Then he handed the wand to Neville with both hands in a slightly solemn manner. This time, Neville managed to cast the disarming charm. Well, Felix pondered. Professor, what does this mean? Hermione is very interested in this phenomenon, and she wants to add this paragraph in her notes. Felix explained, it means that Mr. Longbottom's wand just doesn't repel him, but it doesn't fit him. It can cause a lot of obstacles, and it's better to get a different one. Neville grabbed his wand and didn't let go. Professor, I don't want to change my wand. Felix said calmly, there are other ways to honor. He glanced at Neville, just a moment. With that, he took out a piece of parchment and wrote a series of smooth words on it, which Hermione recognized from the upside-down writing, which is addressed to Lady Longbottom. Soon, Felix finished writing a brief letter and handed it to Neville. Hand it to your grandmother, it's up to her. When Neville walked out of the classroom, his expression looked torn. Hermione remembered his forgetfulness and suggested to him, shall we go and send the letter now and then come back to eat? I. Neville bit his lip. Harry did understand his mood, the wand is probably a relic left to him by his parents, and he is remembering them in his way. But he also recognized Professor Happ's comment, there is more than one way to remember, there is no need to force yourself to use an inappropriate wand. He pulled Neville aside and had a small conversation with him. Hermione asked Ron with a puzzled expression, what's wrong with them? Ron shrugged, saying he didn't know, and he then gloated about the twins' situation. Percy's been on the wrong medication lately, staring at Fred and George all day. I am going to open P_Atrian with 30. 194, Chapter 194 The Problem of Zooming Charm. The first week of the new school year was a busy one for Felix. With the first dueling class approaching, he had to quickly decide which professor would be the third member for teaching. In private, he asked Flitwick and Professor McGonagall separately for their opinions. Professor McGonagall politely declined, reasoning that she also has a deputy headmistress position and there are many chores in the school that she needs to worry about. I'd be happy to attend once or twice if it's an occasional visit, she said to Felix. On the other hand, it went very well as soon as he mentioned it. Flitwick accepted the invitation with enthusiasm as if he had been waiting for this day. From a neutral point of view, Felix also recognized Flitwick as the most suitable candidate for the job of teaching. As the head of the dueling class, he had to consider both the difficulty and the learnability of the spells he would be teaching, since he would be dealing with students from all 7 years of the school. And as an experienced professor of charms class, Flitwick has undoubtedly mastered numerous techniques to simplify the difficulties in teaching spells. In contrast, Transfiguration has a higher threshold. It is not an easy feat for a wizard to use it flexibly in a duel, and it very much tests a wizard's ability to cast spells silently and quickly as well as creatively in dueling. Hogwarts senior students will find it difficult to perform a full-fledged creature transfiguration without a sound, let alone in a combat situation. Transfiguration is an arena where genius reigns, and it represents the boundaries of magic. These were the words written in a grimoire by a dueling master specializing in transfiguration, and Felix partially agreed with him. Ravenclaw head's office. After settling the issue of invitation, Felix and Flitwick spent almost a day together discussing the improvement for the zooming charm. The zooming charm doesn't work well on magical creatures, but of course, it could be because the only creature currently tested is the flobberworm, which is not representative. Felix took out a stack of test data from his ring and handed it to Flitwick. Flobberworm is a 10-inch long worm, generally appearing brownish, preferring to stay in a humid environment, and they can be seen in the shadowy shade of the Forbidden Forest. Although the flobberworm's mucus can thicken potions, they are not valued because they are too common to be found with every cat and beaver. They are one of the food sources for other magical creatures in the Forbidden Forest and are located at the bottom of the entire biological chain. So Felix did not have any psychological burden to do the test with flobberworm, without worrying about legal issues. But the results are often not fabulous. The already ugly worm has pus growing on it, which looks very daunting. And crucially, he could never find out what the problem is. Sitting in a chair with blue cushioned seats, his feet dangling in the air, Flitwick pondered over the data. Could it be related to an imbalance in magic? Imbalance? Felix inquired. That's right, I've recently re-examined the spell. The zooming charm was originally patched by me with reference to modern magic theory, and it can be said that it is considered a combined spell. Therefore, there might be a magic discontinuity at the joint. Felix thought for a while and said, I also considered this problem, but during the spell casting process, I didn't feel anything different and there was no half-hearted sense of stagnation. We can try it. Flitwick jumped down from the chair. One person is responsible for a portion of the work. You cast the spell, I will sense it. Felix understood what he meant. You want to amplify your senses with the help of other magic to feel the formation and flow of the spell? It's indeed worth a try. I alone can't do that. Flitwick smiled. Isn't that what cooperation is all about? Pointing his wand at himself, he whispered, Supersensorium, Auras et Oculos, Magici Manifestationis, Vox Vespertilio. A magical light flashed over Flitwick's body. There's no incantation, or it's a made-up spell, so it's a direct Latin translation. Felix watched the scene with admiration. Few people could do this, solving the issue of multiple spells affecting each other alone would be difficult for 99% of wizards. Soon, Professor Flitwick finished his task. His appearance became strange, his ears turned into long, copper-colored bugles, his eyes were grey and hazy, and his goblin-like face flashed with different colors of light, looking like colorful light bulbs. Flitwick's face is grotesque. As he struggled to maintain the effect of the spell, he squeezed a few words out of his teeth. Hurry up, won't last long. Felix's expression is solemn. He deliberately mobilized his magic, making them more active. The light blue light constantly converge, and then burst out a dazzling beam of light. His spell hit a quill pen, which emitted a crackling sound, quickly expanding and growing from the size of a dagger to a somewhat curved spear in the blink of an eye, and it continued to grow. When the quill stretched to half an office, it finally could not withstand Felix's magic and exploded with a bang. A huge shock wave spread out. The whole office is a mess, like a gale passing through. Felix covered himself with a shield charm, so he only took 2 steps back, but Flitwick needs to sustain sensory spells. He can't cast other protective spell, so he directly flipped off, and his small figure flipped in the air. He quickly pointed his wand on himself, and then slowly floated down. Flitwick said, "Felix, your magic is so strong that it has completely changed the structure of the quill." When he calmed down, he cautioned, "Before this magic is completely perfected, don't use it on people." Felix nodded, "I was thinking the same thing." "Phileas, did you discover anything just now?" "Gee, that's amazing. I did find something interesting." Flitwick waved his wand and let the furnishings in the room return to their original state, then he shook his wand and flung out a bronze-colored smoke. The smoke morphed and manifested a phantom of a wizard in the middle as he cast a spell, which Felix recognized as the scene of his own spell casting. Here, and here, there is an extremely subtle imbalance in these 3 locations. Flitwick illustrated what he saw with the help of a figure condensed from smoke. Felix stared at the image and whispered, "I can't believe I didn't notice it a bit before." Flitwick laughed brightly, "It's really hard to find out it when researching alone, but in any case, we have a new way to think." Felix went to the potions professor's office to discuss the content for the new academic year with Snape and told him about the invitation to Flitwick. Snape looked at him suspiciously, "I thought you would invite that Lupin." Felix stared at him without saying anything. "What is the reason you do not know?" It may be that his eyes were too straightforward, which looked a little annoying to Snape. "I have things to do, if you don't mind, Felix." In the evening, Felix organized the Magic Runes Club material in his office, until Hermione knocked on the door to receive the training in magic, when he realized that he had missed his supper. 195, Chapter 195 Three-Dimensional Rune Ball. Felix waved his wand to beckon a few plates of small treats. "Have a seat first, then we can talk." He casually took a chocolate chip cookie and stuffed it into his mouth, as the taste of chocolate lifted his spirits. Hermione looked at him a little strangely. "The professor did not eat? How was your summer holiday?" Felix picked up another cookie. "It was great. We went to France as a family and I saw a lot of interesting things about magic and put them all in my history of magic paper." Hermione gleefully described her summer experience. Felix nodded approvingly now and then, and soon the 2 plates of snacks were emptied, and he nudged the table with his wand, and the little plates were immediately refilled. "Professor, you didn't eat dinner." Yeah, you try it too, it tastes pretty good." Felix ate until he became 70% full, and paused to slowly make himself a cup of tea. "I saw the postcard you sent, and in fact, I went to France for the holidays." "Really?" The little witch blinked as she asked with interest, "Was it for a trip too?" "For official business, I went to Paris for a few days, and something happened in between." Felix briefly told about his experience, and then asked, "I suppose you practiced your runes during the holidays, right?" "Of course." Hermione does not want the professor to think that she spent the whole holiday playing around. She hurriedly said like a series of bullets, "I put everything in a small beaded purse and carried it around with me, rune carving knife, chestnut wood and my holiday homework. I'll show it to you." She pulled out a small pouch from her wizard's robe, and when her wand tapped on it, sheets of chestnut wood flew out, which soon stacked up in a tall pile. These chestnut wood sheets are modified from chestnut wood, and they look very much like parchment except for the difference in color. Felix picked up the top one, which probably represents the highest level of the little witch. He looked at the dense magic runes on it. Hermione said, "A third of them are used to practice individual runes, and the rest are used to practice rune circuits, as you told me before. However, I have only mastered the circuit used on the beaded pouch so far. You really break my expectations about you from time to time again." Felix did not mince words in praise. He led Hermione to the workbench. "Open my eyes, Miss Granger." Hermione's expression became sober while sitting in the chair, lifting the chestnut wood carving knife that belonged to her, quickly outlining a magic rune. After a summer break, her hand has been very steady, the magic operation become more and more smooth, no trace of the last year's dull and sluggishness there. Then, one by one, the magic runes were outlined, and the whole process is like flowing water, with a hint of ethereal beauty. Felix stared at the tip of the rune carving knife, watching it pouring out a spiritual red aura, like a dancing fairy. He subconsciously remembered the experience of discussing the zooming charm with Phileas during the day. Magic balance. As well as the aura he now saw. He gently curled his fingers, and a rune appeared in the air. Hermione wrote down 17 magic runes in one breath, the most difficult set of rune circuits she had ever mastered. The next step is to thread them through one by one. You can do it. She cheered herself up. Then she drew the magic lines from the magic rune more carefully, connecting and tying the individual magic runes together, so carefully that she completely ignored her perception of the outside world. Felix also followed Hermione's steps, one by one magic rune in the air automatically connected together, to complete the construction of the entire circuit faster than the little witch. Fortunately, he connected the circuit from beginning to end, forming a circle. This kind of feels like the pattern on the pensieve. Felix suddenly had an epiphany. He looked at the circle in his hand, broke it back up into individual magic runes, and then reconnected them together again. The magic power flowed through the circle like water waves, and the movement contained the ultimate beauty. At this moment, a thought popped into his head, and he wanted to try to recover the complete zooming charm. Not the pieced-together version that Phileas and he had studied, but the real ancient magic. He had long spent a lot of time on this magic, plus today he got inspired twice in succession. Phileas's magic balance theory and the feeling of the spirituality of magic brought to him by Granger. Perhaps today there is hope for success. More runes appeared. Felix first showed the magic runes in the zooming charm, and a skeleton sphere made of magic rune took shape a little. On the other hand, Hermione breathed a long sigh of relief, successfully completed the first group of magic rune circuit. She looked at her work with satisfaction, and she could hardly pick out any mistakes, at least from her point of view. Carve out the rest of them as well, and surprise the professor. The young witch thought to herself, and as she was doing so, she suddenly noticed a small, bouncing object standing on the edge of the chestnut wood sheet, something she is no stranger to, having seen it too many times in the thinking room. It's definitely a magic rune. Hermione looked back hesitantly. Professor. But her eyes widened as if she had seen the unimaginable. The professor has moved the thinking room into reality. In Hermione's eyes, Professor Hap holding a complex skeletal sphere, surrounded by hundreds of magic runes of different colors, and there are new magic runes that are constantly emerging, which have spread over half of the room. She stared at the skeletal sphere, a small part of which is missing, like some kind of artwork with fragmented beauty. She had seen similar exhibits in art exhibitions. But Professor Hap clearly does not recognize this fragmented beauty. He is trying to restore the sphere. Runes were beckoned by him. In the edge of the sphere, occasionally one or two runes were attracted and connected to the sphere. Only at this moment, Hermione realized that the sphere is actually built with magic runes. She looked confused for a while. Magic runes, rune circuits, and then what is it, rune ball? Despite her confusion, she slowed down her actions, and even her breathing became inaudible. One of the greatest benefits of being a little assistant for an ancient rune class is that she could always passively refresh her knowledge of magic runes, expanding them to completely new boundaries over and over again. Felix now simply felt like he slipped into a magical state where he could rely on his intuition to eliminate some choices and pick out the right magic rune. He is trying to complete the missing parts, and so far it is going well. The only thing he needs to worry about is that this ancient magic may have magic runes he has yet to master. The sphere became more complete, and Felix's confidence grew. He had a strong feeling that tonight he would succeed. Time passed. The surface of the skeletal sphere began to jump with wisps of golden arcs, which seemed to symbolize that he is just a tiny bit away from success, it seems, just short of a magic rune. But another 5 minutes passed, and Felix broke out in a cold sweat. My God, it can't be this close, hey? Just one magic rune away? One by one, the stray magic runes lined up and kept flying past him, and the air in the office is torn with a hurling sound. Not this one either. He forced himself to calm down. Even if he failed this time, it didn't matter. He had got damn close to success, hadn't he? In his relaxed state, a sudden disruptive thought struck him. Why don't I deduce that only remaining magic rune, based on the existing vacancy? His gaze fixed deadly on the only gap in the skeletal sphere. The more he thought about it, the more feasible it seemed, and he had even analyzed some characteristics of the unknown magic rune. With the thought, he became calmer and calmer. His pulsing magic power calmed down, and he put most of his consciousness in the thinking room, constantly trying to construct the magic rune he envisioned. Soon, the first attempt began, and a fragmented rune emerged in the air, just half outlined, and disappeared in thin air. Error, again. The thinking room can only be imaginary, not tangible. But at this moment he used the thinking room to speed up his thinking, trying his best to buy time. Unknowingly, he broke the speed of the thinking room, soaring from 3 times, 4 times, all the way up. Predictably, he would not be comfortable in the next few days. From Hermione's point of view, the construction of the skeletal sphere seemed to be stuck in the last step, and Professor Hap began to keep sketching a mysterious rune in the air, each time its shape changed slightly. Terrifying speculation surfaced in her mind. Professor Hap is creating his own magic rune? What a feat this is! She really isn't in the thinking room? Half an hour passed, and after countless failures, a radiant golden magic rune had been outlined, and as soon as it appeared, it had been attracted to the skeletal sphere and merged with it. From the gaps between the skeletal sphere erupted a dazzling golden light, accompanied by a snort sound like melting metal. The gaps closed little by little, until forming a complete skeletal sphere. Felix held a skeletal sphere in his hand, bathed in golden light. This moment, all the pressure disappeared. He felt the best pleasure he had ever felt, as if the body and mind were completely washed over. Hermione looked dumbfounded at the scene in front of her. She suddenly remembered when she was a child reading the Encyclopedia Britannica. She saw a great list of names. The book used a variety of beautiful words to describe them: genius, great man, hero, legend. At that time she was still a child, struggled to hold the book, which exaggerated in size, and asked her father, "Dad, what is a legend?" Her father softly said, "Probably those who transcend the times and are born only once in 1,000 years. They're smart? Or had a power? I think it's more than that. History is never short of smart people, or people who have grasped power. And what exactly is that? I honestly have no idea, dear, but I think it must have been at least someone who made it all the way to the top with the approval and blessing of countless people." She didn't know why she suddenly thought of this little thing, but the thought grew like a seed breaking through the soil, quickly growing wildly in her mind until it grew into a gigantic tree. If a legend will be born in this era, it must be Professor Hap, right? I am going to open P_Atrian with 30. 196, Chapter 196 Discussion. Felix stared at the golden rune orb, and it looked like he had succeeded. He had succeeded in recovering ancient magic, the zooming spell, which is truly a remarkable achievement, worthy of a special book. He could even write an autobiography based on it, or be honored as a celebrity in the Chocolate Frog card series. But the question is this thing really a zooming spell? Felix had never seen or heard of such a skeletal sphere structure in the spell materials he received before, and as far as he knew, neither Phileas did, who worked with a former professor of ancient rune, and managed to recover the earliest version of the zooming spell, well, a discounted one. Felix did not suspect anything was amiss before, because the ancient magic he had learned consisted of a flat template of runes as well, and he believed Phileas was no different. The two had even discussed whether they should try to make the pattern flatter. As for tonight, it happened by chance that he stripped the traces of modern magic in a special state, and then allowed it to adjust and grow on its own. As a result, it became more crooked and distorted, and finally became a ball. Perhaps his biggest gain is in fact the discovery of a more stable structure for runes? Felix looked at the magic rune ball in his hand and got itchy to try it out. He especially wanted to find a test subject right now to try out what this thing could do and whether it is a zooming spell or not. But the only creature standing in front of him is Hermione. He did not want to do anything that he could not handle easily. Flobberworm with scabies reminded him how terrible the consequences were once he had an accident. What's more, even without these concerns, he could not guarantee what the little witch would become when she touched the golden rune ball, whether she would grow into a 50-meter-tall giant or shrink into a thumb-sized flower fairy. It might even be more hunting to unfold. Although he did become curious, he did a good job suppressing the urges, and there are quite a few creatures in the Forbidden Forest to satisfy his desire and need for testing. Professor Phileas's advice to him remained valid. "Professor? May I touch it?" Hermione asked curiously, the longing in her eyes overflowing. "I don't think so," Felix said with a stern face, and seeing the young witch show a disappointed expression, he explained, "At the moment I'm not sure how it works, and I'm worried about irreversible consequences." After thinking about it, Felix conveyed a scattered consciousness towards the golden rune ball. As a result, the rune ball silently melted into a golden liquid and flowed inside his body. This makes him greatly surprised. Felix almost immediately took all means to examine the state of his body. The result is all normal. So he tentatively mobilized this magic. His right hand began to glow, and as he stared at his palm, a light blue halo that looked like a vortex appeared. Felix slightly injected a trace of magic. A huge suction force came out of the vortex, and the office immediately became a mess. He hurriedly stopped and decided to wait to find a more suitable environment before trying. But in any case, he had realized the extraordinary nature of this magic, probably far beyond his expectations. Hermione is also taken aback. She felt like she had just been sucked into the light blue vortex, and panicked for a moment. Felix reassured her, "Do not worry, I can control it very well." He dispersed his magic and said in a relaxed tone, "All in all, there was a pleasant surprise for me tonight. I have mastered a magic by chance, which is a good thing. But we've strayed from the subject, so let me see what you've done." He waved his wand, causing the parchment and quills all over the floor, the crooked table to return to its place, from which Hermione saw 3 golden, walnut-sized sniakoscopes. The same sniakoscope she had just seen on Tuesday of this week. Is this, that sniakoscope that can target a specific person? Felix glanced at it. That's right, commissioned by someone, maybe you'll see it again in a few days. In a few days, I will see, again, Hermione mulled over the meaning of that statement. If it involved targeting a specific person, all she could think of is Sirius Black. She asked in surprise. Felix sighed in mock surprise. Well, I'm not the one who voluntarily revealed it, Headmaster Dumbledore wouldn't let me tell. You pretend you don't know, deal? Hermione pursed her lips and smiled, deal. She then asked, can I tell Harry? Oh, no, I don't know how Dumbledore would arrange these sniakoscopes, Felix explained. Maybe Dumbledore would just give the sniakoscope to Harry to keep him on guard, maybe he would secretly hang it in his dorm room, or maybe he would simply hang the 3 sniakoscopes at different entrances to Hogwarts. In any case, Felix is only responsible for making the sniakoscopes, not responsible for using them, nor does he care how they are used. Dumbledore will arrange it all. Felix picked up what Hermione had finished on the chestnut sheet. Excellent, it really looks like you've completely mastered the rune circuits on the beaded pouch. Can I learn the new content? Of course, you are fully qualified for that now. Felix leaned on the edge of the table and rubbed his chin as he said. Then, Professor, do you have any suggestions? Although it's not wrong to continue learning new runes or rune circuits, I think it's best to teach you to discover the power of an individual rune first, which will help you better understand the entire rune system, something I've been thinking about recently. The power of an individual rune. Felix explained, yes, remember what I mentioned? When magic runes were first discovered, it was because they could store magic power for a short time and transform it into magical effects. This means that a single magic rune represents a part of the magic as well, and it's not as simple as just being written on a chestnut sheet and waiting to be linked into a rune circuit and made into a rune creation. If that's true, then what's the difference between runes and alchemical symbols? Hermione thought for a moment and said, Professor, if I understand correctly, each magic rune I master represents a magic. She couldn't help but count on her fingers how many magic runes she had mastered, and it added up to almost 100. If the assumption held true, she had mastered 100 magics without realizing it. The magic she had learned now isn't even 100. She could have mastered even more runes if not for repairing the beaded pouch by hand. It's not that exaggerated. Felix laughed dumbly. In my opinion, a single magic rune is just a kind of pattern that carries magic power. The so-called magical effect in most cases is the kind of simple glowing, heat, no practical use. But it is certainly not without exception. He pronounced an obscure sound, and a soft white light bloomed from the palm of his hand. This magic rune, you're seeing right now, means light. It can replace the wand lighting charm, and it will be useful in the event that you do not have a wand on hand. 197, Chapter 197 Ancient and Modern Magic. Hermione seemed to have remembered something. Professor, is this what you used in the public class last year, this magic rune? No, what was demonstrated in the public class is real ancient magic, only with this magic rune as the core, Felix said. He looked at the time and said gently, that's about the end for today. As for how to discover the power of individual magic runes, I'll schedule that part for tomorrow. You can try it yourself when you get back, there's no danger, but it might cause you some distress. Distress? Felix curled the corners of his mouth. If I remember correctly, the effect of one of the magic runes I taught you is very interesting. I wonder if you can spot it. Hermione had some resentment in her heart. The professor's bad taste reappeared again. By this point, Hermione almost understood the logic of the overall system of practical ancient runes. If an analogy, she thought of the radio she had dismantled with her own hands. Magic rune is the basis of everything, the status is equivalent to the electronic parts in the radio. But both individual magic runes, and electronic parts, are relatively independent and can exhibit their own characteristics, such as the heat of a resistor, the glow of a small light bulb, and the magic rune that means light, as shown by the professor. These characteristics are not essentially good or bad in terms of strength and weakness, but with the addition of subjective human judgment, there is a difference. Glowing characteristics are obviously a little more useful than heat characteristics in some cases. And the rune circuit corresponds to the circuit in the radio. When the runes have formed a circuit by combination, which will gain a specific magical function, such as the burst rune circuit demonstrated by the professor a long time ago. She still remembered that Professor Happ had described it as very unstable, which meant that it would be very difficult for a single rune circuit to be used stably. The only way to create a fully functional artifact is to have multiple rune circuits working together, just like her beaded pouch. As for ancient magic, she had little access to information, so let's assume the same relationship. Hermione thought that it would be easier to understand with such an analogy, and she put her idea to the professor, looking at him with an anticipating gaze. What do you think? Felix cast an approving glance, that sums it up very nicely, Miss Granger. It's perfectly acceptable for the current you. The young witch nodded, she had been exposed to so much new knowledge today that she would need to reorganize it when she returned. When Hermione left, Felix sat down on the couch. His gains tonight had made him think more deeply about the similarities and differences between ancient and simplified magic. He had previously thought that ancient magic is powerful, but difficult to control, and simplified magic, which is not particularly powerful, but perfectly adequate, its biggest advantage is simple and easy to learn, the probability of losing control is much lower. In fact, it is almost inevitable that simplified magic will replace ancient magic. Simplified magic can basically be seen as a collection of incantation casting action magic power mobilization. The incantation represents the power of the mind, which can be omitted when one becomes proficient, i.e. non-verbal spell casting. And the latter two, spell casting action and magic mobilization, can be mixed up in most cases. This is because under the system of simplified magic, spell casting action and magic mobilization are bound together with one another, and a spell casting action corresponds to a way of magic mobilization, which is the essence of the whole simplified magic system. The benefits of this approach are amazing. Wizards did not have to spend a lot of time learning how to mobilize and harness their magic, and this part of the knowledge was naturally integrated into the Hogwarts teaching system. Theoretically, once you learn the normal spell casting actions, you are qualified to master most of the spells under the same system. The reason why it is not all spells is that some less popular spell casting moves have been removed from the existing Hogwarts teaching materials, which means that the young wizards cannot master the magic mobilization behind these spell casting moves. However, if the professor wanted to teach extra, he could just spend more time on the new spell casting movements while explaining the spell, and the young wizards would find the spell a bit difficult and not very comfortable to use. It is because the combination of spell casting and magic mobilization is so tight that many young wizards only know the former and have no idea about the latter, but this does not affect their ability to use magic in any way. An extreme example would be: some gifted wizards can master the corresponding magic by virtue of the other's incantations and spell casting actions just by seeing someone else cast a spell once. What is even more convenient is that once the spell is familiar enough, the spell casting action can be omitted, and everything seems to revert to magic mobilization itself. Only most wizards do not see this process from the beginning to the end. If one is not satisfied with what is taught at school, the library of Hogwarts also has plenty of materials for young wizards to refer to and study in depth, provided that they choose the right books. All of the above reflections can be counted as the advantages of simplified magic: easy to learn, independent system, and also retains the possibility of continuous improvement. This is far superior to ancient magic. You know, ancient wizards don't even have a standard harmonized spell casting technique, and every single ancient magic they learn means an adventure, and they naturally prefer the same type of magic to reduce the risk of losing themselves in learning new magic. In addition, ancient wizards followed the teacher-apprentice system in learning, and communication was not as convenient as it is now, which also led to heavy bias, and many wizards only mastered a few fire magic in their lifetime. According to Felix's speculation, only after he had mastered the characteristics of numerous practical ancient magic runes, as well as the way the magic runes combined, could one truly bring out the power of ancient magic. Even with a few fire magics, one could make a huge mess by using them. And simplifying magic is not all advantageous. This practice produced an inevitable conclusion: for present-day wizards, the more ancient those magics are, the more difficult they are to master. This is because some ancient magic inherits the ancient wizard's understanding of magic, but this understanding seems out of place in the current magic system. For example, the Patroness charm focuses more on the use of the power of the mind. And the way in which it mobilizes magic is not within the basic spell casting actions taught at Hogwarts, which means you have to relearn several, or even a dozen, ways of mobilizing and harnessing magic, which is difficult for almost 90% of wizards. Felix realized this early on and thought of getting rid of the shackles of the simplified magic framework. He first looked through books in the library to learn more ways to mobilize magic and harness it. He also tried to uncover powerful magic from various ancient runes, mastering and harnessing them. In fact, this has been the choice of many wizards to improve their knowledge of magic, their understanding of magic, in the pursuit of powerful magic. Then Felix settled on the practical ancient runes that he believed went straight to the essence of magic and developed them all the way to today. At present, it seems that magic runes are the essence of magic. In a short year, he had seen Slytherin's bloodline magic, Ravenclaw's memory magic, and Dumbledore's vaguely revealed transfiguration. Everyone took the right path, although Felix had no doubt that he had chosen the path with the greatest potential. If he were to judge now, there is and can only be one essence of magic, and that is magic, the magic that wizards are born with. With magic, there are hundreds of blossoming and colorful worlds of magic. 198, Chapter 198 Test. At 4 o'clock the next morning, Felix opened his eyes in a daze, his head buzzing as if a crucible ladle had been plunged into his brain and stirring it constantly. He rose from the bed and made his way to the washroom with a briskness in his step. His face in the mirror appeared flushed, as if he had just fished himself out of boiling hot water, and he muttered, "The side effects of the thinking room sure come fast." Last night, in order to have time to deduce the defective rune on the rune ball, he forcibly increased the operating speed of the thinking room, and now the side effects showed up at his door. He had expected this. He came out of the washroom, glanced out the window at the thick darkness, and gave himself a large cup of potion, and soon the fever went down, but his whole body remained breathless. Felix lay in bed until 10 o'clock, the constant tingling in his brain left him with no appetite at all, and he couldn't even think quietly. He decided to go out for a walk, at least to get a cool breeze. Before he knew it, he reached the edge of the Forbidden Forest, and Felix squinted his eyes as he made a choice between the Forbidden Forest and Hagrid's hut. Since we're here, how about testing the zooming spell? He is simply too curious. Felix only hesitated for 2 seconds, then slowly walked into the Forbidden Forest, but he put a trench coat over himself, and lightly tapped his fingers on his chest, and the trench coat pulsed with a crystalline light of magic. This trench coat was made of basilisk skin on the inside and fire dragon skin on the outside, which was carefully tanned by Felix, adding many rune circuits and defensive enchantments to make the final product light and fluffy. The air in the Forbidden Forest is warm and humid, and he got a little better in spirit as his eyes kept bouncing around. A Tiba warthog, a red hat will do. Felix's mind wandered in anticipation. He walked along a steep stone path, all the way down, and he suddenly remembered that he had picked up a large claw of an acromantula here in the last school year. He had wanted to use the large claw to make a rune carving knife, but it had dried up, and he failed to capture even a trace of magic. Plus, he was so busy that he left the matter behind. A rustling sound rang out, and Felix looked up to find himself surrounded by a dozen large spiders of enormous size, and it looked like they were ready to attack. Acromantula. It's so sweet, it's great that you guys came up to me, Felix said sincerely. The large spiders across the way kept fiddling with their big claws, making a click-clack-clack sound, and he could even hear the hard black fur covering their bodies scraping against the ground. Felix's ebony wand is casually held in his hand, there is no sign of any powerful spell fired, but a pale blue glow has quietly emerged from his left hand, and he kept injecting magic, which twisted into a spherical vortex in the blink of an eye. The vortex's edges were faintly visible in the form of magic runes. The spherical vortex is the magical embodiment of a skeletal runic sphere. A big, elephant-sized acromantula had jumped into midair. Felix flatly extended his hand. The spherical vortex spun violently above his palm, and internally the blue magic swelled up by leaps and bounds, wrapping Felix in it and forming a spherical barrier 20 feet in diameter. The magic spun around him at high speed, weaving a beautiful web of magic. The spherical vortex in Felix's hand had turned colorless and transparent, and a terrible suction force gushed out from within it, and the acromantula in midair got shredded without any resistance. When it touched the outermost circle of blue light, its speed slowed down and its body continued to shrink, a process that probably lasted less than a second, and then it looked like a small stone thrown into a pool of water, completely disappearing. Felix came closer to examine carefully, in the colorless transparent vortex, a small spider the size of a green bean scratching its tiny claws and constantly spinning. The powerful suction in the vortex did not have any effect on Felix, but it is real, and it keeps extending outward. Ka-chow! A large tree broke in the middle, came whirling towards him, and when it approached the blue magic web 3 meters around him, it quickly shrank into a toothpick, and together with an acromantulas lying on it, they plunged into the spherical vortex. Not only trees and acromantulas, but also human head-sized rocks also whistled and were pulled over, dirt, dead branches, with him as the center, all kinds of strange and bizarre things flew towards him in one stream. Felix thought about it and began to consciously control the magic. The wind swirling around disappeared, the swaying branches slowly quieted down, but the suction brought by the vortex all converged towards the remaining acromantulas. They tumble and fly backward in various positions, and are thrown into the vortex in a single stream. Of the total 12 acromantulas, not even one escaped. Felix examined the miniature world in his hand with interest. He tried to make the rapid rotation of the vortex stop, which fell silent very smoothly. The outer layer of magic power returned to the spherical vortex, softly rotating. He is now holding a transparent sphere. The interior is like a silky ribbon of blue magic, they stretch freely while floating around lightly. The prisoners within the spherical vortex 12 acromantulas tumbled helplessly, one of them barely grasping the toothpick-sized old tree, its tiny claws squirming wildly. Felix summarized the information he had gained so far. Firstly, although only the shrinking effect of this magic had been tested, the enlarging effect had not been tested yet, but it could be confirmed that it is undoubtedly a zooming spell, not something random, which made him breathe a sigh of relief. The biggest stone in his heart fell down. Secondly, the effect of the magic is exaggerated, and the spherical vortex provides a powerful suction, and the magic coiled inside expands into a web that shrinks everything. The acromantula isn't weak, but it's powerless against it, which means most of the Forbidden Forest creatures can't fight against this magic. Felix stared at the bare empty patch within a 10-foot radius, even the ground shortened up to reveal the wet brown mud. This is still the result of him reacting midway and shifting his target to the acromantula. The effect on magical creatures should be very good, and in the future, there is no need to worry about being besieged. As for the wizard, he analyzed in his mind, his head tingled again, hiss. Felix paused as he looked around the scene for a while, deciding to wait until he got rid of the side effects of the thinking room before analyzing it in depth. Next, the most important part. He snapped his fingers and acromantulas inside tossed out of the vortex, its body rapidly expanding under his control, and after a dozen or so seconds, it had returned to its initial size. The big spider looked up at the horrible wizard who is sizing himself up and muttering something strange under his breath, didn't find anything wrong, no deformities, no abscesses, it really works. I am going to open P_Atrian with 30. 199, Chapter 199 Fluffy's Cub? Acromantula's eyes trembled in unison, and the two large claws seemed to have activated some kind of switch so that they were linked together with a da-da-da-da-da sound. Well, test the enlarging effect now. Felix first cast a stunning spell to knock it out, then used his wand to fling a ribbon of blue magic over the ugly head of the acromantula. Under his control, the giant spider quickly expanded in size, 10 feet, 20 feet, 30 feet. Felix paused and walked around it. Enlargement is also possible, this magic is fully under my control. But it always feels like it's not very useful. Felix observed the display, who would make their enemy bigger on the battlefield? To turn your opponent into a bright target? There are clearly lots of better ways. Felix restored the giant spider to its original shape, and after some examination, shrunk it to the size of his pinky fingertip. He took out an ordinary clear glass vial from his ring and put it inside. Mr. Acromantula, you stay with me for a while. Next, he waved his hand and dispersed the spherical vortex, and a dozen seconds later, 11 big spiders that had passed out were lying around him. It looked like they would have been rendered unconscious by the spin. He carefully left magic marks on 3 of the giant spiders, with these marks he could directly find their nests. Acromantulas were too close to the school, and judging from the way they attacked humans without a care in the world, the danger level seemed high, so it would be best to move them farther away. It would be nice to keep them as companions to the trolls, just at the other end of the forbidden forest. But not today, he had a better idea just now. An hour later, Felix knocked on the door of Hagrid's hut with a small black dog with 3 heads in his hands. Hagrid seemed to have just eaten, with ketchup on his beard, humming in a low voice. He opened the door with a hearty laugh. Felix, your advice is useful, the students are responding well, and such. He abruptly shouted, from his eyebrows to a beard fluttered. F.L. Luffy, Hagrid's eyes brimmed with tears. Felix smiled at him, that's right, I took Fluv. Surprisingly had a baby. Felix looked at Hagrid with a head full of question marks, and his head began to tingle again. The next second, he got pulled in by Hagrid's big hand. Come on in, don't let the little one catch a cold. Hagrid pushed him on a chair. The lanky figure turned around in a circle in the hut, muttering incessantly, let's see, what 3-headed dogs need when they are young. First, the fireplace, and raw meat. It just so happens that Fang still has some left. How can be music missing? His father loves me playing the flute for him. Oh my god, Fluffy had a child. I was completely in the dark. Felix froze for a full 10 seconds before he figured out what was going on, and he interrupted the busy Hagrid with a tearful laugh. Cough. Hagrid, remember that magic of mine? In the summer holidays, I made a yew tree into a potted plant. Hagrid slowly paused and said in an uncertain tone, of course, I remember, don't tell me. His eyes went to the little black dog in Felix's hands on the other side which frantically wagged its tail and looked at him pitifully. He felt a strong sense of familiarity. That's right, I just brought Fluffy to you, and I'm a man of my word. Hagrid let out a meaningless muttering, then scooped up the 3-headed dog from Felix's hands and brought it close to him for a closer look. The little guy is only half a foot tall, not even half of Hagrid's palm. Body like black satin, its 3 heads are only as big as a walnut, is complaining with whimpering sound. Hagrid's hand trembled. Really Fluffy, look at the paws, the nose, his second head is a little smaller as he was born, and I thought he was deformed. The 3-headed dog Fluffy returned to the hands of his old father, his 4 meaty paws, trying to paw Hagrid to death. Fluffy's 3 heads greedily breathing Hagrid's body smell. After a while, it suddenly turned its head towards Felix and woof barked. This is the bad guy. Suddenly appeared and turned himself into a puny little thing. Ho ho ho. Hagrid laughed even more. That's how he barked when he was little. He learned it from Fang, but when he was twice Fang's size, he never barked again. As long as you're happy, Hagrid, I don't know if I did the right thing, didn't think too much about it, Felix said. You're too kind, that's exactly what I wanted. Seeming to see that Hagrid isn't going to stand up for himself, Fluffy completely became honest, and he plopped down on Hagrid's shoulder, which is exceptionally spacious for him right now, and within a few moments, his three heads started fighting over the raw meat Hagrid handed over. Slow down, it's all yours, Hagrid said with a smirk. Before leaving, Felix remembered to remind him unusually, Hagrid, if Fluffy grows to 1/3 of his normal size, send him back, because then he will recover very quickly. I deliberately strengthened the spell, I think you can probably spend a week with him. Got it, Hagrid said contentedly. From Hagrid's hut, walking back to the castle, Felix suddenly remembered that he still had an acromantula hidden in his pocket. He could not help but hesitate, he did not want to go back again. Maybe he should have left it, alone, but no one saw it anyway. But in the end, Felix took it back to the office. Lying on the couch, he lazily finished watching a film and ended up seeing everything but without remembering anything at the end. The thinking room side effects are too much. Felix poured himself another potion and for a moment he felt better, his brain isn't so tingly. He fished out the Ravenclaw diadem directly from his ring and put it on his head. A trace of coolness is constantly released, soothing his weary spirit. Surprisingly, it really works. Felix felt like his sanity had left home and finally returned after wandering around outside. He sat up from the sofa and carefully recalled the events of the day, and couldn't help but cover his face. Too reckless. He quickly went to the workbench and applied a layer of a protective ward on the glass vial containing the acromantula. Good, now even a three-headed dog will take some time to break it open. He said with satisfaction, it's just the right time to record the duration of magic maintenance, and then compare it with the data from Hagrid's side. But then, he suddenly realized a serious problem, if I'm not better tomorrow, how am I supposed to give lessons to the young wizard? Felix stared at himself in the mirror, wearing a diadem on his head that resembled a winged eagle, a sky sapphire set in the eagle's chest, its wings adorned with rows of pearls. Going to class with a Ravenclaw diadem would not only result in ridicule, but also in trouble. After a while, Felix came up with an idea, but he had some resistance to it. When Hermione knocked on the office door on time, she saw Felix with a wide dark brown bowler hat on his head. Is that Professor's new look? She couldn't help but take a few more glances. 200, Chapter 200 Time Turner. What happened? I saw you look a little angry and pissed off when you first came in. Felix asked, looking no different from yesterday, except for a wide dark brown bowler hat on his head. Professor, I already know what that very interesting magic rune is. Hermione heaved, this term filled with bad taste, mentioned by Professor Hap last night when she suggested that she would try to discover the power of an individual magic rune herself. Tell me about it, and I'll see if you guess correctly. The corners of Felix's mouth curled up. It's Ura's, which represents the power of the wild ox. She used a weird tone, a pale white light coating her hands, and her eyes looked at him unkindly. Just as I thought. Ahem. An interesting experience must have happened to you. Felix said. Very interesting indeed. I got up early today to avoid everyone, to try this magic rune in the corner of the common room, had some failures as well as some successes. Her face scrunched up with confusion and disbelief, I don't know why, but Fred and George sneaked out early too, and tiptoed as if they were hiding from someone. I was using this magic rune, and I heard them walking, so I didn't manage to control it for a moment, and I just, Hermione said with a grimace and remorse, I broke the arm of the chair in front of them. Felix stifled a laugh and reassured her, not a big deal, only the two of them saw it. Not anymore, Hermione said sadly, they told Lee Jordan. Lee Jordan is the commentator for the school's Quidditch games and is known for his loud mouth at school. Felix saw a few Quidditch games last school year and was quite impressed with him. It'll all be over, well, maybe, Felix digressed, let's get to the main topic of the day. Well, I won't teach in the thinking room today, it's being renovated and there's too much noise. Hermione looked at him with a bewildered look, what's the professor talking about? Discovering the power of individual magic runes will allow you to become better acquainted with the runes themselves, otherwise, there is little use in mastering more of them. That's what I've learned recently. Felix said, from the tip of his index finger appeared a fiery red rune symbol, it bounced past the little witch. When the rune symbol returned to his palm, Felix clutched it, and Hermione suspected that Professor Hap had crushed the little thing, but he slowly spread his palm, and a small flame burned quietly. To this extent, it is similar. Originally a little upset, Hermione is now fascinated by the new knowledge, and soon she began to ask one question after another. Under his guidance, less than half an hour, Hermione mastered the magic rune signifying light, and a white, warm glow appeared from her hands, although it was only a thin, and superficial one. You have laid a good foundation earlier, Miss Granger, you can play a greater role in the Magic Rune Club. Hermione sniffed, then said excitedly, Professor, the Magic Rune Club is about to start. Yes, the news will be announced next Monday. Hermione is very excited about the Magic Rune Club. According to the professor's previous statement, he will focus on practical ancient rune knowledge. The rest of the time, Hermione practiced alone. Felix flipped through a large book, and all sorts of runes jumped from his fingertips. Hermione looked exhausted and yawning, as she heard the professor's voice from the table. Did you use the time tuner today? Hermione looked over in a panic, and Professor Hap is staring at her with a scrutinizing gaze through the large bulk of books. What? Oh. She calmed down after a while. There's never enough time. I have to do a lot of homework, do extra work on magic runes and read some reference books. It took me 6 hours in the morning alone. Felix shook his head. I can already imagine how busy you usually are. Are you planning to take one day as 2, or 3? Hermione didn't say anything. In fact, I suggest you give up 1 or 2 courses. No, I don't want to give up, Hermione said in a firm tone as she interrupted him. If that's the case, you could consult Percy Weasley, who I understand got 12 certificates on the owls. Hermione nodded her head in approval of the suggestion. She did wonder how Percy managed to use the time tuner. It had only been a week, and she's already struggling. Can you tell me what did it feel like to use the time tuner? Hermione wondered as she noticed Professor Hap had re-hidden his face behind the bulk of the books. She thought for a moment and described her experience. It felt like I was flying backward like I was flying, but I wasn't actually moving at all. You think it is the scene that is moving? Exactly. What else do you feel besides that? I heard some strange sounds, like a drum pounding in my ears. I wanted to talk, but I couldn't hear anything. I could only see some fuzzy patterns, some like clouds. Thank you, Miss Granger, your answer satisfies my curiosity considerably. After a short conversation, the office became quiet. It wasn't until Hermione left did Felix put down his book, The Mystery of Time. The next day, a new week began. Felix took the time to go to the headmaster's office after his first class and handed the 3 sniakoscopes to Dumbledore. Clever idea, I suspect it might incorporate a trace charm. Oh, and more than that, I saw some of Nicholas's techniques. Looks like you guys have been communicating a lot lately. His silvery white beard tied up, he is currently surveying the walnut-sized pocket sniakoscope through the half-moon lens. You can see that? Felix asked in surprise. I was also addicted to alchemy when I was young, and Nicholas pointed me out, but unfortunately, I did not continue along that path, Dumbledore said regretfully. Felix suddenly remembered that he saw the introduction of this old man from the chocolate frog card a long time ago. One of the sentences came to mind again. His work on alchemy with his partner Nicholas Flamel. So, the headmaster's alchemical attainments were not bad? He thought of the lamp extinguisher he had glimpsed by chance. He suddenly realized that he only had a very general knowledge of Dumbledore's past. For example, the defeat of the dark wizard Grindelwald, the subjugation of Voldemort, and a series of papers published in his youth. But what beyond that? He knew the headmaster has a sweet tooth, a fondness for chamber music and 10-pin bowling. Felix couldn't help but think about it. No problem, Felix, you have done an excellent job, Dumbledore said. After Dumbledore confirmed that there is no issue, he offered his farewell. If there's nothing else, I'll leave now, Headmaster Dumbledore. There is nothing else except that I would like to express my gratitude to you, Felix. Dumbledore said, oh, and by the way, that's a beautiful hat you have. Felix left with a stern face. He refused to respond to that remark. As he left, he glanced fleetingly at the portrait of Headmaster Phineas Black gesturing at him, as if to remind him implicitly not to forget the conversation a week ago. I am going to open P_Atrian with 30. 201.